So welcome friends, how are you all? What if Naruto became unpredictable blade? NarutoXRyūko movie. Large amounts of blood sprayed into the air, coating the surrounding area in a thick red as a single thick thread passed through the air. It was connected to the hand of a resplendent multicolored hair woman, who was wearing a very revealing and tight-fitting white outfit with blue lining spreading throughout the armor, and two large pointed shoulder pads that had red eyes on each one with black sclera. Blue eyes widened before as their owner looked behind him to see that the red thread had cut clean through his midsection and his lower half was in the air several feet away. The owner of the eyes looked back at the woman he was hovering high over and a girl with very long blonde hair styled in drill-like pigtails, wearing a pink Lolita-styled dress with matching boots and fingerless gloves, standing next to her with a giant smile of her face. The blonde girl was wearing an eye patch while her remaining blue eye twinkled as she watched the male teen above her start to fall to the ground. "You were strong," the woman stated as she watched the two halves of the male teen float in the air, "but a person who wears a kamui and yet is unable to tap into its power holds no interest for me. Such filth should just disappear." "Damn it," he called out as his upper half started to fall to the ground, the two swords in his hands, one black and the other white with a yin-yang symbols just above the hilts, fell from his loosening grip and fell to the ground, stabbing themselves into the ground below him, the scene of his body being cut in two and both halves falling to the ground on the gigantic screens spread across the large arena. Four figures could be seen at various points of the arena, fighting off what appeared to be large, muscular white suits. One of them, a pink-haired girl that was flying through the air thanks to her musical outfit, halted her movements as she stared at the screen in shock, and no way. Another one of the figures, this one white and green, froze before snapping his head up. "This feeling I am sensing, it couldn't be. It's impossible." A mummified version of the Juggernaut shouted while the blue, data-looking male next to him studied the screen with wide eyes. On the other side of the arena, a blue-haired man and a dark-haired man with a mohawk were helping female teenage brunette direct civilians to safety, or rather, that had been what they were doing until they saw what was on the giant screens. The three looked on with shocked expressions, shaken by what they were seeing. The teenage brunette trembled as she watched the two halves of her fellow teens and one of her best friends descend to the ground. Meanwhile, an injured girl with long hair and thick eyebrows looked on with wide eyes as she attempted to raise herself from the rubble surrounding her. "No, damn you, Ryūko." The gaze of the falling teen shifted from the two females to another that was standing a few feet away from them. Staring up at him with a look of horror, the girl had mid-length black hair and vibrant red undertones and was wearing a similar outfit as the woman's, except that it was black and red instead of white and blue, and she had wing-like crests coming off her shoulders with red eyes that had yellow sclera, and though he was a good yard or two away, he could see small traces of tears building up in her eyes as the girl's gear-shaped pupils started to twitch. Weakly raising his free arm up, the boy held his hand out to the girl as he continued to fall. "I am sore, Ryūko." "No." Ryuko's eyes widened as her body glowed red briefly before she appeared in front of the male teen and caught his upper half before it hit the ground. "Damn it, no." "Interesting." Her speed seemed to have increased even more, Ryūko commented as she watched the two teens with an amused look, before turning her head to the girl next to her to see that she was pouting. "Is something wrong, Nui?" "Ryuko's ignoring me now for that boy." "Don't worry. He'll be dead soon. I am disappointed though, since expected more from him." The conversation the two were having didn't even register through Ryuko's mind as she held the teen's body in her trembling hands. "I can't go through this again, not with him. Ryūko, we need to." A male voice started to speak up, but was quickly silenced by the girl. "Shut up, Senketsu," Ryūko shouted as she brought a hand up to the teen's head, her fingers brushing against his spiky blonde hair before resting on his whiskered cheeks. Memories flashing through her mind as she looked down at his slowly closing eyes before drifting down to his midriff where he had been cut in half. "I can't lose you too, not after everything that's happened, not after I losing my dad, so please, don't you go fucking dying on me, Naruto." "Ryu, hold it. Story has been halted." "Stop right there, Papa," a 6-year-old girl called out from her seat on the couch next to her father, interrupting his story and making him look down at her in confusion. "Why are you starting the story there?" "What do you mean? Didn't you wanted to hear the story of Honnōji Academy battle against the life fibers?" the father asked as he tilted his head to the side, confused as he knew that his daughter loved to hear this story whenever he or his wife told it. Of course he censored it a bit for her since she was still a child and didn't want to tell her the more detailed moments that had occurred, but even so it was still her favorite story. "Of course, it was when you and Mama fell in love, but the story is only good when you tell the whole thing." The girl waved her arms in the air as she stared up at the man with a pout on her face. "I wanted to hear it from the beginning, from when the transfer students first arrived." The father couldn't help but laugh awkwardly as he felt a sweat drop fall down his face. "But you know that part so well, you could probably tell it yourself now, and wasn't this only supposed to last until Mama got back?" Please Papa. The little girl's eyes seemed to grow as her lip quivered, her tiny hands pressing on his leg as she leaned closer to him so he couldn't look away from her. All right, rubbing the back of his head as he conceded, the father watched his daughter cheer before situating herself at his side, comfy. Very, she replied happily before leaning closer to him as she looked up at him expectantly as she wrapped her small arms around his waist. Now on with the story. Ha ha ha, as you command, milady. Now where to begin? The man looked up for a few seconds before nodding to himself, figuring out the best place to start the story. It all started when two teenagers, a boy and a girl, had reached at the very bottom of the infamous Hono city. The two had been transferred to one of the most prestigious schools in the world, but the two actually had their own reasons as to why they were going there. Story restarted. So this is it, Honoji Academy, a girl said to herself as she looked up at the large city towering over her, with a bright light shining at the very top of it where the school was located. The girl had mid-length black hair with a single left-swept red highlight on her bangs and blue eyes have gear-shaped pupils with 8 grooves around the edges. She was wearing a simple white shirt with a black and white jacket with rolled-up sleeves over it, black school miniskirt that reached above her knees, white athlete sneakers with Velcro straps to keep them in place, and a red ribbon that was tied loosely around her neck. Maybe it's here that we'll find our answers. Well, the other places we checked had nothing on what we were looking for. A male voice spoke up behind her, making her turn her head to look at her companion. He had spiky blonde hair and ocean blue eyes, and what looked like whisker marks on his cheeks. He wore a white shirt that had the first 2 buttons undone with a black overcoat with a red interior over it, black pants with an orange belt that had a buckle that looked like a red spiral, and orange and black sneakers. The jacket's sleeves were rolled up to his elbows and a black headband over his forehead with another spiral symbol on it. Yeah, but I've got a feeling that this one will be different, the girl replied with a smirk as she adjusted the rectangular metal case on her shoulder before turning back to the bridge leading to the city. Let's go, Naruto. Right behind ya, Ryūko. Naruto grinned as he followed after the girl while strapping on a slight smaller yet bulkier metal case of his own. Resting it horizontally on his lower back, the two of them made their way through the town and followed one of the paths that lead up to the academy. On the way, the two had stopped off at a fruit vendor so Naruto could buy some fruit for breakfast, which was an apple for himself and a lemon for Ryūko. Sure is an interesting place, Ryūko commented as she took a bite of her lemon, to which Naruto looks at her with a raised eyebrow. I can never understand how you can bite into those things so easily and find them delicious. The dark-haired girl rolled her eyes as she took another bite of her lemon. I just find them good, and I could say the same with you and ramen. Hey, ramen is 1,000 times better than lemons could ever be, Naruto retorted as he and Ryūko started walking up the next set of stairs. You certainly like it whenever I make it. That's because you know how to do it right, not like that crap people need to microwave and stuff, Ryūko defended before pointing her index finger at her blonde friend, who was, but even then I only eat it once in a while. If I wasn't around you would probably eat it for every meal. Ramen for every meal, Naruto thought to himself with a large smile growing on his face and a small bit of drool forming at the corner of his mouth, but this was quickly put to an end when Ryūko smacked him upside the head. Ow, what was that for? Because you're an idiot, Ryūko replied before once again starting up the stairs. Naruto rubbed the back of his head as he watched her continue up the stairs, before a small smirk grew on his face. But that's why you love having me around, right? The dark-haired girl paused for a few seconds before shrugging her shoulders. Well, I suppose you do make things more fun. Damn right I do. Naruto lowered his hand and quickly made his way up the stairs while smiling at Ryūko, not noticing the very tiny bit of red on her cheeks as he started to walk past her. So we just follow this path until we get there? Yeah. That's what the directions on the paper said at least. Ryūko shook her head a few times to get herself together before placing her hands in her pockets. The two continued their way up the stairs in silence until they noticed a brown-haired boy with a ponytail came rushing down the stairs, and just as he was about to collide with them, he spun around them twice before continuing down the stairs. Oops. Sorry about that. After they watched the boy disappear down the stairs, the two looked at each other with blank expressions. Naruto was the first to speak up. So did you want to take care of him or me? Nah, I've got it. I want to get my lemon back anyway. Ryūko smirked as she started walking down the steps with a smirk. Naruto watched silently as Ryūko followed the boy into an alley, leaning against the wall as he studied the appearance of the brunette who was looking at the half-eaten lemon in his hand with a shocked expression. He was wearing a loose black shirt that sloped off one of his shoulders and a pair of cut-off shorts, and a pair of white sunglasses that rested on the top of his head. What the hell? I could have shown I grabbed her wallet. Nice manners you've got there, kid, Ryūko said after landing on a toolshed that was right behind the boy, making him spin around quickly in surprise before he watched the girl snatch the lemon out of his hand. I suppose you must be at that age, but being this desperate to swap spit with chicks is pretty pathetic, don't ya think? Don't you go mocking me, bitch. I've already had my first kiss and done more than you ever could. The boy shouted at Ryūko as she jumped off the shed and placed her hands in she jacket's pockets. Good, then you'll have no regrets when you die, Ryūko replied with a smirk. The boy grinned before raising one of his hands into the air. You think he'll just let you disrespect me like that and walk away so easily? The name's Lightning Speed Mataro and this alley is my turf and me and my crew are the baddest of the bad. Come out, guys. The two silently stood across from each other while a gust of wind blew by them, seconds continuing to pass until the boy looked around. Guys? Where the hell did my men go? Did you mean these kids here? Mataro turned around in the direction of the new voice that spoke up and let out a comical shout at the sight of a bored-looking Naruto standing over the three members of his now-beaten gang. You guys are a little too goofy for a supposed gang of street punks, maybe you should try something else. He's right about that. Ryūko spoke up while cracking her knuckles as she walked up behind Mataro, who seemed to freeze up at the situation he was currently facing. But anyway, shall we continue where we left off? I've got no problem fighting you and your group if that's what you really want. Mataro seemed to be deep in thought for a few seconds before retreating a few feet away from her in a bowing position with his men by his side, catching both Naruto and Ryūko by slight surprise. We surrender. You guys beat us. Huh? What the hell? We didn't really plan on fighting strong people like you guys, despite our methods of stealing our gang as a pacifistic one. It was obvious to the older teenagers by the sound of his voice and the sweat falling down his face that Mataro wasn't being completely honest, but that didn't seem to bother them as they started to look down at the group of boys in amusement. So what do you think, Ryūko? Naruto asked as he looked at his friend with a small grin. Ryūko let out a low chuckle as she adjusted the strap over her arm before she started to walk past the boys. I guess I could let it slide this time. It's no fun to fight people if they can't fight back. Let's go. Alright, see ya guys later. Naruto waved his hand at the young gang before following after Ryūko. He could hear all of the boys simultaneously let out a deep sigh, but that relief they felt quickly ended as he noticed something brown and rectangular come by and slam into the back of Mataro's head, making everyone look at the soaring boy in shock. Hold it right there, Mataro. A female voice spoke up before a schoolgirl with a similar appearance to Mataro's came soaring in and tackled the boy midair, sending them crashing to the ground with the older girl pinning him down, trying to mug people at the crack of dawn again. Huh. Naruto couldn't help but sweat drop as he watched the schoolgirl, who apparently was the boy's older sister, painfully put her brother into several wrestling positions while talking to him about going to school and how he should stop trying to be violent and commit crimes. I can't help but feel like there's something ironic between what she's saying and her actions. He wasn't the only one as Ryūko blinked a few times. Just what the hell kind of crazy is this? Okay. I promise I'll head off to school. Just let me go. Mataro cried out, which seemed to satisfy his sister as she let him go, only for him and his group to run away with the brunette leader yelling something in the distance about becoming a brawler. Dumb little jerk, the girl grumbled as she watched her brother run off before turning to Ryūko and Naruto with a smile. I am sorry about him and his friends. Are you both okay? She was cut off as the sounds of a passing trolley bell sounded and the girl started to panic. Oh crap, I am gonna be late if I don't hurry. What the? Naruto and his companion watched the female brunette run past them towards the trolley, which looked like to be jam-packed with students. She's not serious, is she? Let me on. Please let me on, please. The girl ran side by side with the trolley and just as it was about to reach the end of the platform she leapt onto the very back of the transporter, holding onto the outside bar as tightly as she could. Niece, I got on. It looks like she was. Ryūko replied before glancing at the surrounding area with a look of bewilderment. What is up with this city? Everybody in it is crazy as hell. Naruto let out a small laugh before he spoke. I don't know, but anyway, we should head on up to the school now. We don't want to be late for our first day, now do we? Whatever. Releasing a heavy sigh, Ryūko closed her eyes with a frown. I really hope this place will be less of a pain in the ass than the last place we went to. Gate entrance of Honnōji Academy. Now that's something you don't see every day, Naruto said as he and Ryūko looked up at large gate which had 3 large star-like holes that made up the entrance, and on the second level of stars there was a naked chubby teen tied up by his hands. His body was bruised and bleeding, and the only thing he was wearing was a sign his privates with the rope that was holding it draped over his neck. This is a naked pig who dared to defy Honnōji Academy. Justice has been served. Ryūko read aloud with her eyes narrowing slightly as she read the last sentence on the sign. Hey. We thought the city was pretty dangerous but from the looks of it the school is actually even worse. Naruto scratched the back of his head before directed a smirk at the girl standing beside him. I take back what I said earlier, Ryūko. It looks like we might find out some of our answers after all. I told you so, Ryūko replied as she felt a grin appear on her face as thoughts of finally getting the answers she and her partner had been looking for the past 6 months. It looks like things are about to get very interesting. All right class, we've got 2 new students joining us starting today, the homeroom teacher of second year class K said to the class. He was a middle-aged man with blue messy hair wearing a pair of large reflective glasses, and a white long-sleeved shirt with a black tie and black jeans. The blue-haired man was writing Naruto and Ryūko's names on the blackboard as he introduced the latest additions to his class. Be sure to give a warm welcome to Ryūko Matoi and Naruto Uzumaki. Ah! Ryūko! Naruto! The brunette from earlier all but jumped out of her seat as she called out to the two, pointing to the 2 empty seats next to her. Over here you two. These seats are free. The other guys that used to be here were beaten up by the student council. Sit over here you guys. Oh, do you two know her? The teacher asked as he and his 2 new students watched the girl point at the 2 open desks. Not really, we just met her for a few seconds before making it to the school. Ryūko shrugged her shoulders without looking at the male teacher. We're not even acquaintances really. Do you guys want them? Not want them? Want them? Naruto blinked a few times, wondering if the girl was even breathing as she continued to talk. Well, she's certainly energetic. Energetic isn't the first word to come to mind, Ryūko replied in a low tone. Oh, that's just how Mankanshoku usually is. The teacher spoke as before pointing at the desks with a slightly dull tone in his voice. Anyway, they'll be your seats from now on. The 2 nodded their heads in understanding before moving to their seats with Ryūko sitting in the seat to the left of Mankanshoku while Naruto sat at the desk behind Ryūko. The brunette turned to the 2 with a smile before introducing herself. My name's Mako Mankanshoku. I didn't realize that you 2 were the new transfer students we had heard about. It's nice to meet you guys again. So then, Mako, was the boy hanging out front the one you were talking about? The one who was beat up by the student council? Ryūko asked with a thumb pointing out of the window. Naruto was leaning forward a little to hear Mako's answer. That's right. Mako nodded her head a few times before waving her hand in a dismissive motion. Don't worry about that though, it happens all the time so you'll get used to it. That happens a lot, huh? Naruto thought to himself as his gaze drifted to the entrance where he knew where the body was. Makes me wonder what kind of people the members of the student council are. We're going to need to get a lot more info on these guys. The blonde was knocked out of his thoughts when he noticed the teacher was beginning his lesson. A bored look quickly growing on his face as he placed an arm on the desk to keep his head up. Geez. This is supposed to be superior to the schools in Japan and the classes are still a pain in the ass. She's asleep already? Ryuko's voice whispered out in surprise, making Naruto turn his gaze from the front to see his friend looking at their desk neighbor, who was already sleeping with an empty boxed lunch next to her head. She's got the right idea. Naruto spoke up before lowering his head to the desk. Nap time. Ow, what the hell Ryūko? Ryūko looked back at him with a twitching eyebrow, retracting the arm she used to strike his head as her body continued to face the front. You are not going to sleep and leave me by myself after just getting here. Whatever, Naruto grumbled while Ryūko gained a victorious smirk. Neither of the 2 noticed that the teacher had turned his head slightly and was looking at them through his reflective glasses. So there they are. I had expected them a little earlier but I guess now is just as good. The teacher nodded to himself before he continued his lesson. In 1939 the joint troops of Germany, the Soviet Union, and a small Slovak contingent began their assault on Poland. This invasion was marked as the beginning of World War II. A few hours later, the first day of classes seemed to go pretty quickly for the new transfer students as they heard what sounded like a siren echo throughout the school, signaling that school was over for the day. Ryūko and Naruto exited their classroom and were walking down the hallway when they suddenly heard a voice calling out to them. Oh Ryūko! Mako called out as she gleefully dived at the girl, only for her and Naruto to shift in opposite directions, which created a large opening for Mako to fly past them. She hit the ground and tumbled into 2 trash cans, knocking them open and covering her in garbage. The 2 looked at each other for a few seconds before they started to walk away, but the brunette managed to get back to her feet and catch up to them as they were walking out the doors. Aw, why'd you dodge me like that? That's what normal people do when weirdos jump at them from out of nowhere like you did, Ryūko replied as she, Naruto and Mako walked past the courtyard together. Her comment caused Mako to pout while kicking her feet into the ground as she walked. I was only trying to give my bestie a hug. Your bestie? Naruto repeated in confusion before turning to Ryūko, who let out a small sigh at the blonde's ignorance. It's a term used by girls to mean best friends. Oh, Naruto said in realization before tilting his head. Then isn't that what we're then? And how could you be her bestie if you guys just met? Since me and Ryūko are desk neighbors, we should try our best to get along. so we should totally be besties, Mako stated before focusing her attention on Naruto, and while you might Ryuko's best guy friend, I will be her best girlfriend, and I guess the two of us can be besties too. Naruto was quiet for a few seconds before a large grin grew on his face. Awesome. Then as your friend there is something important I have to tell you. What's that? Mako asked as she tilted her head to the side. You've got a banana peel stuck on the top of your head. Naruto raised his right hand and pointed at the girl's head, where the remains of the discarded yellow fruit was location in her hair. Earlier when Mako had collided with the trash cans, some of the garbage had stuck to her body after impact. Mako snapped her head up in shock before smacking the banana peel off of her head, kicking it away once it had hit the ground. That was gross, thanks for letting me know. No problem, Naruto replied with a shrug before a thought came to mind. Hey Mako, do you think you could answer some questions we have about the school? Sure, just leave it to me. Patting a fist against her chest proudly, the transfer students could see some steam come out of Mako's nose. What do you want to know? Ryūko and Naruto glanced at each other before Naruto nodded his head, which the dark-haired girl mirrored before turning her head back towards Mako. Can you tell us how this place is run? Like who's the top dog around here and stuff? Oh, that's an easy one. That's Mako seemed to freeze up before moving between her two new friends and placing her hands on their backs. Crap. Ryūko, Naruto, you both need to bow. Bow. While unsure about why they needed to bow, the two complied as they watched in curiosity and confusion as students formed two long lines that reached all the way towards the stairs. Ryūko hunched down to get a better look and saw a large man with a dark complexion and short blonde hair walk down the stairs. He was wearing a fearsome-looking uniform with 3 black star-like crosses on his torso, and spikes on his shoulder blades and large gauntlets. He certainly looks like a big shot. I noticed it before but, Naruto followed Ryuko's actions and kneeled down to get a better look. While everyone around us looks like they're wearing normal uniforms, those other students near the guy have that 1 star-like cross on their jackets, but this guy's is different, he has 3 of them. That's because he's a 3-star while those other ones are 1 stars. Mako explained to Naruto and Ryūko as the man walked past them. 3-star? Ryūko repeated as she studied the man's appearance. That's right, you just saw Ira Gamagori, he's the disciplinary committee chair and one of the elite 4 of the student council. He and the other 3 members are super elites that are 3 ranks above us no-star students. No star? So everything is done by rank here? Naruto asked. Mako nodded her head before speaking. Right. Our school have special uniforms known as Goku uniforms and they have amazing powers. It's supposed to give you superhuman abilities and increase with each star it has on it. They start at 1 star and go all the way to 3-star. And it's the student council president Satsuki Kiryuin that bestows the Goku uniform depending on the student's abilities. From the sounds of it, this Satsuki Kiryuin is the one in charge of everything, Ryūko deduced as she placed a hand on the metal case on her back. But before Mako could reply, a light shined down on them making the 3 look up to see a lone woman making her way down the stairs. Getting a better look at the girl, Naruto noted that Satsuki was tall and slim, yet well endowed from the looks of her bust, and had a beautiful angular face with rather thick eyebrows. She had long dark blue tinted hair that reached past her waist and was wearing a white outfit that had pants instead of the normal school skirt. Speak of the devil, that's Lady Satsuki now, Mako pointed out as they watched her come closer to the final steps, that is until Ryūko quickly blocked the girl's path. Ryūko stared up at the girl for a few seconds before speaking up. So you're the queen bee around here, right? Well, I've got something I want to ask you. Damn it, Ryūko. You're being too reckless, Naruto thought as he placed a hand on the metal case on his back, preparing himself for a possible fight. He watched as Ryūko knocked several of the 1-star students away with the metal case before opening it up to reveal something large and red inside. Ryūko pulled the item out of the case and spun it several times by the loop it had before pointing the object at Satsuki, and to everyone's surprise it was half a pair of large scissors. Satsuki's eyes blinked in recognition as she stared down at the strange blade in Ryuko's hand. That is one giant scissor, Mako called out from within the crowd. Right, this is actually half of a giant pair of scissors. I am looking for the owner of the other half, Ryūko explained as she focused her gaze on Satsuki, tightening her grip on the scissor blade's handle. Hey Prez, I noticed that look you gave this thing just now. Have you seen this thing before? You have, haven't you? And what if I have? What are you going to do about it? Satsuki replied coolly as she looked down at Ryūko. Ryuko's body twitched after she heard that, the glare she had pointed at the older girl intensifying with each second. So you do know about this thing. You have the other half. The gear-eyed girl leapt forward with her scissor blade poised to attack, but something large crashed into her before she could get close to the student council president. Tech. Ken. Fun. Sigh. The object that had crashed into her turned out to be a large boxing glove, and as its owner finished calling out his attack, Ryūko was sent crashing into the crowd, which sent many of the students flying. Satsuki looked from where the girl had landed to the person that was now standing at the foot of the stairs. Fukuroda? Yes. Takaharu Fukuroda, captain of the boxing club, please allow me to put this insolent wench in her place for you, ma'am. Fukuroda called out with a smirk as he lifted his boxing glove off the ground. Satsuki nodded her head once before speaking, she's all yours. Ryūko gritted her teeth as she emerged from the crowd, glaring at the smirking boxer who stood in her way. Damn it. Get out of my way, you bastard. Dashing towards the teen with her sword already in mid-swing. But the boxer simply raised his glove and parried the attack. What the hell is that thing made of? Iron? Hey, don't you know anything about Goku uniforms? Fukuroda taunted as he let out a chuckle. How the hell is that thing a uniform? Ryūko shouted back, but her vision of Fukuroda was blocked by something black. Looking up a bit, she saw a familiar head of blonde spiky hair and knew who was in front of her. Naruto? What the hell are you doing? Stopping you from charging in recklessly, that's my shtick, Naruto replied with an amused tone, but the look in his eyes was the complete opposite of happiness as he held his own metal case under his arm. Mako said that these Goku uniforms give the students here superhuman abilities, remember? So who's to say that the uniforms needs to be modeled after the normal look? Your boyfriend's got a point there, new kid, Fukuroda said as he lifted his larger glove above his head, ignoring the shout from the slightly blushing girl that they weren't a couple. The uniform for a boxer is simple, gloves and trunks, and other stuff. Thanks to this special athletic augmenting 2-star Goku uniform given to me by Lady Satsuki. My punches are as hard as steel and can't be beaten. Can't be beaten, huh? Ryūko chuckled as she spun her scissor blade so that the blade was pointing outward, before running at the boxer once again. So then that means I can stop holding back and fight you for real. Pathetic, Fukuroda, after you defeat her I want you to confiscate her weapon, Satsuki ordered as she watched the battle with a calculative gaze. She obviously doesn't know the correct way to use it. Yes ma'am, Fukuroda responded with a grin as he lifted his left glove up. Wait, Ryūko. Naruto shouted in an attempt to stop her. But his friend continued her charge, only for Fukuroda to throw his left arm forward and hundreds of boxing gloves shot out of his fist, attacking Ryūko from different directions. The girl could do nothing as she felt each hit dig into her skin, the number of impacts making it hard for her to block or dodge any of them. So you think I am that weak, huh? Then how do you like my left hooks, and my right upper? Just as Fukuroda was about to land the final blow on Ryūko, Naruto instantly appeared between them and blocked the large fist with his free bare hand. What the hell? Do you really think I would let you continue your assault and do nothing? Naruto shouted before raising the hand with the metal case and slammed it into Fukuroda's face, sending him flying to the ground, which created a large crater from the impact and several slabs of the ground to rise up into the air. But that didn't cross Naruto's mind as he spun around and knelt down next to Ryūko with a worried look on his face. Are you okay, Ryūko? Why yeah, Ryūko answered as she painfully lifted her upper body off of the ground, making Naruto smile a little as he slowly helped the girl back to her feet. Damn, how could I let that happen? Bastard! Fukuroda shouted as he jumped out of the crater with a pissed-off look on his face, his gigantic glove pulled back as he prepared to attack Naruto from behind. This time I am not going to pull my punch. Take this. Tech. Ken. Fun. Sigh. Naruto snapped his head back to the giant fist heading towards him and Ryūko. Before opening the case quickly and pulling out 2 objects from it, the blonde raised his hands and used the objects to block the fist from hitting them, which surprised many as they watched the glove make contact with Naruto's hands and the ground under the 2 transfer students' feet crack. Nothing seemed to happen as Naruto didn't even seem to be affected by the pressure Fukuroda was putting into his fist, that is until he lifted his head up to look at the boxer. Is this all you've got? If so, slashing sounds could be heard through the area as the students watched in shock as Fukuroda's large glove was cut to pieces, leaving red threads flying in the air around the boxer's now visible hands. Fukuroda looked at his hands in shock before looking back up at Naruto, who was holding 2 swords in his hands. One was pure black and covered in red hexagonal patterns while the sword was white and was hazy like that of a cloud. And while both swords were similar in shape, the yin-yang symbols and area surrounding them were the opposite of the other. Naruto didn't give Fukuroda any more time to look at his swords as he spun his body completely 360 and slammed his foot under Fukuroda's jaw and once again sent him flying away. Whoa, that was so cool! Mako whispered to herself excitedly as she watched Naruto spin himself around and once again focused his attention on Ryūko to make sure she was alright, much to the girl's annoyance and slight embarrassment. You there? Who are you? Satsuki's voice called out, making the 2 turn to look at her, though they could tell that the older teen's attention seemed to be focused on Naruto. To be able to block a Goku uniform so easily, I only know 2 others that could possibly do that besides me, and those blades. The name's Naruto, Naruto Uzumaki, And I believe you have some answers for us. The blonde replied with an empty expression as he looked up at Satsuki, but that quickly changed as he noticed 4 shadowy figures were seen standing at various points in the distance, though it was a little difficult to see them due to the rain that started to pour on top of them. Naruto had a feeling that those figures were the Elite Four that were directly under Satsuki. Ryūko, we should get out of here. What, but why? The girl shouted as she looked at Naruto in shock. As long as she had known the boy, he had never ran away from anything. She's right there and we're so close. Right now, you're too injured to do anything, Naruto retorted as he looked back at Ryūko, silently hoping that his friend's stubbornness wouldn't get the best of her again. Don't worry, we'll be back later. Ryūko was silent for a few seconds before nodding her head in agreement. The students and Satsuki watched as Naruto and Ryūko made their way towards the gate's exit, knocking an incoming delivery man off his motorcycle before driving away with it with Naruto in the front, but not before returning for a few seconds to leave several bills on the man's chest to pay for the stolen food. Satsuki was silent as she studied the area the two had disappeared from before spinning around on her heel and started walking away. Meanwhile, inside the school, the homeroom teacher of second-year Class K watched the entire scene through a pair of binoculars, lowering them from his face as he quietly stared out through the window. Highway outside of Hono City. Naruto was driving the motorcycle down the highway with Ryūko sitting in the seat behind him with her arms wrapped around his waist. The two of them were quiet as they felt the rain pour heavily on their heads, but soon the black-haired girl spoke up. Hey Naruto, yeah, the blonde responded while not taking his eyes off the road. Ryūko was quiet for a few more seconds before lifting her head up a little. I want to go back there, to where he died. Sure, we should be there in a little while, just rest for a little bit until then. After feeling Ryūko nod her head against his back, Naruto changed lanes and increased the speed of the bike, making sure he still had control despite the wet road under them. It's been 6 months since they had been to that place, where they had seen Ryuko's father for the last time. At the very top of the tower of Honoji Academy there was beautifully decorated room where Satsuki Kiryuin and her Elite Four went in order to discuss and organize all of their plans. Such was the job of the student council, but unlike the other times they had met up, there were 2 specific topics the 5 were focusing on as they were sitting around the room, with Satsuki sitting in her chair on a higher level than the others. There was a 1-star student sitting in a corner playing a grand piano for the 5, however it was being ignored as the sounds of someone being hit filled the room and their grunts that followed. You idiot! A voice called out in anger. This voice belonged to a teenager with mid-length dark green hair, was wearing a 3-star Goku uniform that had been specially made into a long white coat with a high collar. In the back near his head was a built-in sword sheath that was currently empty and 3 spikes on each shoulder. The coat was open at the front to reveal a cadet blue-colored vest and a matching pair of white pants and shoes, and a belt with 3 metal spikes on the front. Sitting in front of him in a Seiza position was Fukuroda, who kept his head down and his fists pressed against the floor next to him, and dozens of wooden shards were surrounding his form. The boxer was wearing most of his Goku uniform, but the gloves that Naruto had cut apart were completely removed from his outfit, leaving him in his trunks and remaining gear. I have nothing to say as an excuse. I can only apologize for my failure. You let that girl escape after she mocked Lady Satsuki, and you failed to confiscate her weapon after being ordered. It doesn't even matter if someone did interfere, Ira Gamagori shouted as he watched a green-haired teen walk away from Fukuroda with a destroyed kendo stick in his hand. Any mistakes made by clubs overseen by you make them your mistakes as well, Sanagayama. Don't you think I fucking know that? That's why I've been disciplining him for the past 20 minutes. Uzu Sanagayama shouted as he fell back into one of the couches that were spread across the room, throwing the destroyed sword at Fukuroda and hitting the boxer in the head. Turning his gaze towards the large man, Sanagayama had a smirk grow on his face before he spoke again. But doesn't the mistake also fall onto the disciplinary committee for allowing Lady Satsuki to be mocked, which means it's your mistake as well, Gamagori? Sitting on a stool next to a bar, a tealish hair-colored teen was typing away at his laptop. He was wearing blue-tinted eyeglasses and a collar neck suit, with the collar covering the lower half of his face. The collar opened quickly just before he started to speak. Lady Satsuki, I've retrieved some intel on those new transfer students. Apparently they had been causing a ruckus with high schools in the eastern Kanto region, all of them being ones that Honoji Academy has conquered. His collar closed for a few seconds before opening once again as his head turned to Satsuki and the others, but according to them, the reason they never sent word to us was because the battles the two had been in were seen as insignificant. Insignificant. While it is not a completely definite,
There is a strong possibility that one of them can stand on even grounds with a Goku uniform. Inamuda, inform all the principals of the branch high schools that they should not let such negligence happen again and to keep a proper eye out from now on, Satsuki ordered as she was handed a cup of tea from an elderly man wearing a butler outfit.
At once, milady. Hoka Inamuda bowed his head before typing something into his laptop at a fast pace. How shocking, the toad, the monkey, and the dog all managed to screw up big time. The next one to speak with a mocking tone was a petite pink-haired girl sitting in a heart-shaped chair with numerous stuffed animals surrounding her. Using a musical conductor wand in her hand to point at the three boys of the Elite Four, Nanan Jakuzer was wearing a Goku uniform that was styled to look like a female marching band outfit that had a large skull-marked hat and white boots that had wings accessories located near the ankles, though I can kinda understand the interest in that boy. Those blades that he and the new girl possessed were a major surprise. I was shocked to see weapons that could cut down Goku uniforms.
Which is exactly why I wanted to have the scissor blade confiscated. It's a weapons made to combat Goku uniforms, and if I am right then those dual swords wielded by Naruto Uzumaki are known as the married twin swords, Bakuya and Kansho. Those weapons are legends in the history books and were said to be able to cut through anything as long as they are together, Satsuki explained to her elites, who were all shocked at the new information.
But what are such powerful weapons like those doing in the hands of these transfer students? Gamagori questioned. Turning her seat slightly to face the teal-haired teen, Satsuki lifted the teacup in her hands to her mouth. What was the girl's name?
Ryūko Matoi. I managed to pull up her file, Inamuda answered while looking at a chart with an image of Ryūko on it before typing in something else.
Matoi, Satsuki stopped herself as she halted the teacup's movement just as it was about to touch her lips. How interesting. Inamuda blinked in surprise as another chart with Naruto's picture appeared on his laptop. Yet most of the information was covered in red markings. Now this is interesting. I just tried to access Naruto Uzumaki's file and almost everything about him has been blocked from us viewing it, except for his school transcripts and a little personal data saying that he was raised with Ryūko Matoi since childhood.
But how is that possible? I thought you and Hanoji Academy could hack into any system. What could possibly be able to defend against you? Sanejiyama asked with a raised eyebrow as he leaned forward in his seat. I am just as curious, but rest assured that I will work on finding the answer to that as soon as possible, Inamuda replied before lifting a hand up to his glasses to adjust them. So Ryūko Matoi, the daughter of Isshin Matoi, and Naruto Uzumaki, an unknown variable have come to my academy, Satsuki thought to herself as an amused smile appeared on her face before she took a sip of her tea. Let us see what happens next.
Meanwhile, the rain was pouring hard in the surrounding area, soaking Naruto's clothes almost completely through as he leaned the bike on a stoned wall. He looked up to see a small sign resting on the wall. On it read Isshin and Ryūko Matoi and Naruto Uzumaki. The blonde teen shook his head a few times before he walked towards the building that resided past the wall,
which was nothing but rubble and ruins now that had plants vines already growing around them. This was the remains of the Matoi residence which had been attacked and destroyed in a fire 6 months ago. It was the first and last time they had come to the mansion in years only for it to be destroyed by an unknown assailant. Taking Isshin Matoi's life along with the building, Naruto walked through the destroyed entrance and made his way to one of the dry spots where he had left Ryūko.
Ryūko was staring at the remains of a desk where several destroyed photos rested. Her main focus on one that had the image of the three of them when she and Naruto were children. Her father's image had burned away, but you could clearly see a young smiling Ryūko wearing a pink dress pressed against a grinning Naruto, who was making a peace sign at the photographer, wearing a black shirt and gray shorts with a red scarf wrapped around his neck. Taking a step away from the photo, the girl tightened the grip she had on her scissor blade before spinning around and stabbing the red sword into the ground in front of her. I am back, Dad, but I am sorry to say that I was unable to find the person who killed you, even though we finally managed to get a clue after so long. Ryūko, Naruto muttered as he walked up behind her and placed a hand on her shoulder.
If only I had the power I wouldn't need to have you watch over me so much. If I had the strength I needed then I could just beat the truth out of that bitch. Ryūko spoke up as she seemed to refuse to look back at Naruto, but before either of them could say anything, the ground under them opened up and swallowed the two of them. Wah!
What the hell? Naruto's voice called out seconds before the trapdoor closed behind the two, leaving one man behind as he walked up to the trapdoor with a switch in his hand.
It was Ryūko and Naruto's new homeroom teacher, who slid his hand up his face to push up his glasses and move his hair back to give it a slicker look. He stared down at the trapdoor for a few seconds before he spoke up with a small smirk. Let's just see what you do now with this opportunity I am giving you, Ryūko Matoi, and you as well, Naruto. Meanwhile in the underground chute, The two teens continued to fall and crash into several objects that were sticking out of the walls before landing at an unstable flooring that opened up to reveal a much larger room inside. Seeing that there was a large pile of something under them, Naruto grabbed onto Ryūko before the two braced themselves for impact, which was soon followed by a large cloud of dust to pick up as they crashed into the pile.
Ow, that hurt, Ryūko called out as she rubbed the side of her head, before she noticed some blood was coming out of Naruto's hand. Are you okay, Naruto? Yeah, just a little scratch, Naruto replied with a grunt as he looked at his hand for a second before he pulled out a large sewing needle from his palm, causing a large spurt of blood to come out of his hand and land on the object under him. Stupid needle. Wait, are all these things clothes?
It looks like it. I never knew we even had something like this under the house, did you? Ryūko flinched as she held her left arm, which is a much larger amount of blood flowing down it from the injuries she had received earlier. It mixed in with Naruto's blood and seeped deep into the piles of clothes under them. The cut from before opened up.
Well, let's find a way out of here, then we can patch you up properly, Naruto said before standing up and sliding down the small hill.
Ryūko shook her head a few times before grabbing onto her scissor blade with her free hand and lifted herself back to her feet, copying her childhood friend's actions and slid down the pile of clothes. Don't just focus on me, you idiot. Who knows how old that needle was? We need to take care of that injury too.
But just as the two started their search for a way out, a voice spoke up. Wait, more, give me more. Did you just hear something? Ryūko asked the blonde, who raised an eyebrow in confusion as he watched her spin around towards the direction they had just come from. Who's there?
More, give me more, I want more. The voice continued to speak up, making Ryūko look around with her guard up, which only confusion Naruto more until the two heard something ruffling. More. Hearing something jump up from behind her, Ryūko spun around and used her sword to cut through the object, and while what she had cut down turned out to be just a normal piece of cloth, the glowing-eyed object behind it was another story. Is that a sailor uniform?
Ryūko. Naruto shouted as he noticed the sailor uniform had leapt at his friend before pinning her to the wall, before running towards it and grabbed it by the collar. What the hell is with this crazy thing? Please don't go. Put me on, it doesn't even matter to me which one of you does it. The sailor uniform shouted as it tried to undress the struggling Ryūko, who was trying to keep her clothes despite the fact that they were being torn off. Put me on. Feed me blood. I don't want to go back to sleep. Let go of me, you perverted piece of cloth. Ryūko exclaimed as she noticed her bra was completely visible now, but she quickly looked up to see the twitching giant eye that belonged to the uniform. How are you even moving and talking like this? That doesn't matter. Now stop wasting time and put me on instead of being startled. Holy shit, this thing really is talking, Naruto muttered as he tried to pull the outfit off of the girl, but it was surprisingly stronger than it looked. The next thing he knew, the uniform had pushed him away and pinned Ryūko to the ground, surrounding the two in a large cloud of dust. Naruto looked worriedly at the dust cloud before reaching inside the coat behind him. Ryūko. What the hell? Get off me, you weird talking uniform. How does something like this not matter? He could still hear Ryūko shouting, which was a good sign so far. That was until he heard her let out an embarrassed shriek, saw something fly out of the cloud before it landed on his head.
If you're going to just continue talking, then I'll just force you to put me on. The uniform's voice called out, making Naruto freeze for a second as he started to have an idea what landed on his head and slowly reached up to grab it, removing the object from his head to get a better look at it. Naruto couldn't help but turn red as he saw that it was indeed the skirt that Ryūko had been wearing. There we go, and see, I am a perfect fit. With a red flash, Ryuko's shadowy appearance started to take shape within the clouds. Stop it, ah, AAAAARRRRRGGGGGHHHH. Naruto watched as her appearance was surrounded by red sparks for a few seconds before a large explosion of red energy erupted from her, followed by dozens of bright sparkling lights. Ryūko. The blonde quickly ran towards Ryuko's form, which he noticed was slightly different somehow, before coming to a stop a few feet away from her. Please tell me, you're okay. Wow.
A drop of blood fell down Naruto's nose as he took in Ryuko's new look, which only made the girl's face turn even more red before she let out a scream. What the hell is this?
Hanuji Academy entrance. Damn it, I've got to rescue her, Mataro whispered as he and his gang stared up at his imprisoned sister, who was being held over a boiling tub of oil. The captain of the boxing club was speaking into the microphone about how he was going to execute Mako unless Ryūko and Naruto revealed themselves, and standing next to the small team was a member of the green-haired member of the Elite Four.
Such a cliché tactic you went with, Sanagayama commented as he looked out at the crowd.
I don't really have a choice. I was lucky that I was granted new gloves for my Goku uniform since I wasn't truly defeated in battle and they ran away before, but if I mess up again then everything will be taken away from me, Fukuroda replied solemnly as he tightened the grip he had on the microphone. Menkanshoku was our only option. Sounds like your resolve is hardened and ready for battle. Perfect, then let's see you prove yourself. Sanejiyama grinned down at the boxer as he said this, but the grin soon dropped as he looked over at the fidgeting Mako, though I can't tell if your hostage is being brave or stupid.
Aw man, that oil is totally going to make my clothes see-through. I knew I should have worn my sexy panties today. Mako whined as she tried to move away from the bubbling tub of oil.
Nope, probably stupid, Sanejiyama stated with a bead of sweat going down his face. Hang in there, sis. Just as Mataro was about to take his first step through the crowd to get to his sister, a hand reached out and grabbed him. The boy turned his head to see the hand belonged to a kneeling Naruto and a cloaked Ryūko, who were both staring up at the ring with cool gazes. With powerful jumps, the two leapt out of the crowd and made their way towards Mako, taking down many of the one-star students that got in their way.
Ryūko leapt onto the upside-down cross Mako was being held against and pulled out her scissor blade before stabbing it into the bindings holding the girl in place. Mako looks up in surprise as she recognized the familiar face under the cloak's hood. Ryūko? Hold on tight, Ryūko said firmly before freeing Mako from the cross and leaping away in time to dodge the incoming students. Naruto appeared over them with a grin, holding his twin swords in a crossed formation across his chest. Let's get you guys into a bath, you're covered in flour. Slashing the gear holding up the pan of flour under the white-covered students.
Naruto sent them crashing into the container of oil and caused the one-stars to be boiled in the oil for a few seconds before slamming the end of Bakuya's handle into the glass container. The glass cracked up and the students came flooding out covered in brown, causing Naruto to grin at the scene of the panicking students trying to get away. He snapped his head to the side and dodged an incoming gloved fist before leaping back to where Ryūko was now standing with Mako under her arm.
Fukuroda lowered his fist as he stared at Naruto and the cloaked Ryūko, who had lowered Mako to the ground before motioning her to stand back. Well, it about damn time that you both showed up. Now I can pay the two of you back for yesterday. Isn't that supposed to be my line? Taking a hostage just to draw us out is pretty dirty for a boxer, Ryūko stated as she took a step forward and held out her scissor blade with the pointing upwards. She glanced back at Naruto and nodded her head at him, to which he nodded back before hopping over the chains that made up the ring, leaving Ryūko and Fukuroda to be the only ones left. So how about we go by the book and finish this one-on-one, just you and me? Hey, I don't recall making you a member, but if that's how you want to play it. Fukuroda grinned as he tossed the microphone to the side of the ring and held up his gloves in front of him. Thanks to the blonde's actions yesterday, I almost got my uniform taken away, but then I was also given some new gloves that are even stronger than my previous ones.
Great, then it's just going to be that much sweeter when I take you down, Ryūko replied as she waited for the bell to sound, which it soon did as a blonde girl in a bikini red and white bikini started walking across the ring with a sign with the words round one in her hands over her head. I am going to haze you like the newbie you are, Fukuroda shouted out, throwing his left gloved fist forward, knocking the blonde girl out of the ring in the process, and released a torrent of spiked gloved at Ryūko. But even with all of the punches landed successfully on her body, the girl only stood in one place as all of the fist bounced across every inch of the boxing ring. How do you like it? My left jabs are much faster than before and have an edge to them which makes them even more deadly.
Ryūko, Mako called out as she watched her new friend getting pummeled once again by the boxer. Don't worry, she's doing just fine, Naruto said to the brunette before he lowered his head slightly to the blonde girl that had been sent flying out of the ring and landed in his arms bridal style. She appeared to be okay except for a small lump on the top of her head. Are you okay? The girl seemed to be in a daze as she looked up at him for a few seconds before she looked away with her face turning completely red. That's good, Naruto replied before he lowered her down so she could stand and turned his attention back to the fight, and saw that Fukuroda was launching an attack with his right fist this time.
Get ready, because I am not done yet. Here's my right straight, but really it's a corkscrew, Fukuroda said with a grin as he lunging forward while spinning his fist like a drill and hitting Ryūko right in her chest. 10. Ken. Fun. Sigh. The force of the spin literally teared apart her cloak, revealing that she blocked Fukuroda's fist with her scissor blade, and her new wardrobe much to everyone's shock. What the hell is up with that outfit?
None of your fucking business, Ryūko quickly shot back as a flush of red appeared on her cheeks.
The talking uniform, which she had named Senketsu, was wearing a strange outfit as it had the ability to become a skimpy battle suit of some sort. The strange collar had a strange small scarf that seemed a pair of eyes with the right one covered by a scar. And 3 red suspenders that were connecting the collar to her short black skirt, with 2 of them barely covering her chest in the front while a single one covered the middle of her back. Her arms and legs were fully covered with the same black material with 2 smaller suspenders connecting her skirt to the black leggings that ended on red high-heel shoes. Needless to say, many were getting quite the eyeful much to the crowd's viewing pleasure and Ryūko and Naruto's embarrassment annoyance. You're trying to distract me with your sexiness, are you? Fukuroda shouted as he focused his staring on the red suspenders pressing against Ryuko's large breasts. I am not wearing this because I want. Ryuko answered with a much stronger blush. How dare you? You are mocking not only the wonderful sport of boxing, but all sports in general.
Ryūko gritted her teeth as looked down at the perverted boxer. I am not.
All right, then, if that's the case. Fukuroda took several steps back and reached down towards his trunks, then will just have to strip as well. Now who's the one who's mocking? Ryuko shouted at him as she watched him move his gloves down, but to her surprise he was only moving them down until a small chain on the left glove got caught on one of the belt's hooks before snapping off. The glove on his left hand seemed to shift around like a sheet before it fell off to reveal a more squared boxing glove with spikes at the end of it. I will take off the soft gloves that I use for away battles. Fukuroda grinned before he held out his new glove out proudly above his head. Behold and feast your eyes. These are the true form of the Honnōji Academy's boxing club athletic augmenting 2-star gloves. Reaching his other hand up, Fukuroda pulled on a chain and even more spikes shout of the glove while the ones at the end became more jagged like saws. I usually keep them under wraps because if I didn't then students from other schools would be too afraid to fight me, but now that I have them out for everyone to see I feel even more strength flowing through me. Staring up at the glove with a bewildered look, Naruto couldn't help but let out a groan. These Goku uniforms may be powerful, but they seem like extreme overkill for school sports. Naruto turned his head to the side and saw that the bikini girl was still standing next to him, staring up at him with a red face and glazed eyes. Do you want something? So cool, the girl whispered before she finally noticed that Naruto was looking down at her, letting out a small squeak before running away, leaving behind a confused male transfer student as he watched her run away with a raised eyebrow. Weird, even for someone who doesn't know all the rule like me, I can see these gloves are definitely illegal, Ryuko added as she stared at the large weaponized glove briefly before an amused smirk grew on her face. Well, whatever, let's see what ya got. Here it comes. Unlike before when I didn't know what you were hiding under that cloak, this will be one of my strongest punches. Fukuroda shouted as he heard the bell ring once again to signal the start of the next round and lunged forward with a fist pulled back. His spiked glove started to spin once again as the boxer threw his right glove at the upper half of Ryuko's body, and since you're half naked, this punch will rip that little piece of fabric to shreds and send you flying. The sounds of Fukuroda's fist making contact with Ryuko echoed through the area, and for a few seconds nothing seemed to happen, until the sounds of something starting to crack was heard. Many waited in anticipation for what they thought was going to happen, until they saw that it was actually Fukuroda's glove that shattered. Ryuko smirked as she swatted the remains of the glove away from her. Sorry, but that punch was way too weak. What the hell? Fukuroda shouted as he looked between his destroyed glove and Ryuko in shock. My upgraded glove was. Your glove may be able to turn into steel, but so does my outfit. Ryuko explained as her smirk turned into a frown. In fact, my outfit is even stronger than your gloves. Impossible, the boxer shouted as he kept hitting Ryuko over and over again, but they didn't seem to affect her at all as she didn't even look like she was in the middle of being attacked. Impossible. Impossible, impossible, impossible. Give it up already. Your punches are so weak now that they can't do a thing to me anymore. Ryuko shouted at Fukuroda, who started to sweat as he fruitlessly continued his assault. Up on the tower, Nanan and the other Elite Four looked down at the battle in shock. What the hell is up with those clothes? Could it be a Goku uniform as well? Inamuta commented as he looked down at his touchscreen device, imputing the data he was currently viewing. I've never seen one like that before though. Who? Satsuki raised her head up a little as she seemed to recognize the outfit Ryuko was wearing. Down below, Mako was staring into the ring with a look of awe until it was quickly replaced with excitement. Oh, wow. I didn't know you knew how to box, Ryuko. I don't think she does, Mataro replied as he shifted closer to his sister while dodging her mock punches, before turning his head to look at Ryuko's appearance with a perverted expression. But this chick is awesome. She's totally awesome. This view is a wesso. The brunette boy was cut off from finishing his sentence as he was sent crashing to the floor thanks to Naruto slamming a fist into the back of his head. Shut up, you perverted brat, Naruto said as he looked down at the fallen Mataro before turning his head up to the girl in the boxing ring and had a large grin form on his face. Alright Ryuko, time to go for a knockout combo. Hells yeah. Despite the blush on her cheeks, the skimpy-clad girl mirrored his grin as she stared down at the freaked-out Fukuroda. She could feel a large amount of power building up inside her while the outfit over her seemed to tighten up slightly before letting out a little steam from the small holes under the small shoulder pads. And the red lines throughout the outfit glowed brightly. With a powerful leap, Ryuko weaved through the thousands of spikes gloves coming at her and soon stood a foot away from the boxing captain. grabbing her the safe area of her scissor blade before slamming the handle into Fukurota's head, my left jab. Now for the right hook. Naruto grinned as he watched Ryūko spin herself and the blade around before slamming her weapon into Fukurota's right ribcage.
And then an uppercut to prepare you. Ryūko slid her scissor blade under the boxer and shot her hand upward until it connected to the lower part of his jaw, sending him into the air and several teeth out of his mouth, using the handle of her sword to spin it around multiple times before positioning it in a striking motion. Ryūko dashed forward at the descending Fukurota, for the right straight that will finish you off.
Fukurota was unable to defend himself as Ryūko and her sparkling sword slashed past him, and seconds later his entire wardrobe, Goku uniform and underwear as well, were cut to ribbons leaving him completely naked. Guraahhhh. Senai Soshitsu. That's impossible, Sanejiyama exclaimed in shock. On the roof of the tower, the remaining Elite Four were also shocked by what they had just witnessed. A Goku uniform, Gamagori started to say, was defeated by the new girl. Nanan finished.
Inumuda adjusted his glasses with a calculative gaze. This is the power of the scissor blades. Huh. It's very impressive.
No, it isn't her blade. There's more to it than that, Satsuki said as she took notice to a single red thread coming out of the destroyed Goku uniform before it entered the outfit that Ryūko was wearing, causing it to glow red briefly. Spinning her weapon to that the blunt side was facing outward, Ryūko swung the weapon like a bat at the airborne Fukurota and made contact with his stomach. Now get your naked ass out of my face. This a large amount of strength in her hit. The now bicolor-haired girl sent Fukurota flying into the air in the direction of the tower, and more specifically, Satsuki Karyūin.
Naruto watched as a wall of 1 stars formed a human shield in front of Satsuki to block Fukurota's body from hitting her.
And then the 3 Elite Four members that were up there with her moved in front of her as well to block the blood that came flying out of Fukurota's mouth, but that didn't seem to be enough as a small splash of blood landing on Satsuki's cheek, and while she emotionlessly wiped it away with her thumb, her Elite Four were another story. Sanejiyama angrily made a move to enter the ring which made Naruto leap over the chains to stand in front of Ryūko in a protective manner. Not going to happen, buddy, Naruto threatened as he lifted up the back of his coat to reveal Bakuya and Kansho resting on his lower back. How dare you! Stand down, Sanejiyama. The green-haired teen turned his head upward to look back at Satsuki after hearing her speak. The student body president stared down at the 2 new students of her academy with her hands holding onto the handle on her sword tightly. Tell me, new girl, where did you get your hands on that outfit?
Ryūko was silent for a few seconds before kicking up the microphone Fukurota had tossed to the floor earlier, bringing it close to her lips as she started to speak. This outfit was a keepsake from my father, and this scissor blade was left behind by the scumbag who killed him. Ryūko lifted the blade in her hand high for all to see as she and Naruto stared up at the tower where Satsuki was standing. Now you're going to tell us. The feeling of warmth and being surrounded by darkness, those were the only things that Ryūko could process as her consciousness started to return to her. Ryūko noticed that her body seemed to feel heavy, like there was a pressure on top of her to hold her in place, but she pushed it off as thoughts started to come flood her head. Where am I? That's weird. Why can't I remember anything after beating that stupid boxer? And why does my body feel so heavy and warm? It's making it really hard move. The girl took in a breath as she decided to enjoy the strange warmth surrounding her, though she could have done without the sounds of someone panting.
I told you to stay away from her, damn it. A familiar voice called out, followed by the sound of something being hit and a male grunting several times, and to Ryūko's surprise the weight on top of her lightened greatly. Naruto. He's so loud, Ryūko thought to herself as her face scrunched up before opening her eyes. The girl was greeted by an unfamiliar ceiling, one that was covered with dirt and had clearly been worked on several times by the looks of all the plywood. Tilting her head downwards, Ryūko noticed a thick blanket was covering her form, which explained the warmth she was feeling. I turn my back for 1 second to help out with dinner and I come back to see you hovering over Ryūko panting like a dog. The gear-eyed teen turned her head to see Naruto, who wasn't wearing his overcoat leaving him in his white shirt and black pants, and was standing over a crouched-over man who had blood on the ground surrounding his face. You're supposed to be a doctor, Aaron Shaw. What kind of doctor does stuff like that to their unconscious patients? And now Naruto-san, I was just checking up on her, the man replied as he lifted his face off the ground to reveal the swollen cheek where it seems Naruto had hit him, with blood pouring out of his nose and mouth. Like I'd believe that, Naruto shouted as he gritted his teeth. A groan caught his attention and the blonde turned to see Ryūko was raising herself off of the bed, revealing several bandages that were wrapped around her body. Strangely enough, there were some on Senketsu as well. Ryūko. Are you okay? Shaking her head a few times, Ryūko placed a hand on her head before she sent Naruto a deadpan look.
I would be if some people weren't shouting, but more importantly, it didn't take Ryūko more than 5 seconds to stand over the fallen man and kicked him in the side, which sent him flying into a wall hard enough to leave an imprint. What were you doing with my body? Ya freakin' pervert. Wow, little lady, you've certainly put a lot of strength in that kick. The large doctor whimpered as he slid down the wall with steam coming from the spot where Ryūko kicked him. It wasn't bad at all. I am going to be feeling it for a while. Of course, it was her and Naruto that saved my life after all. Damn right. Naruto and I are the badass duo from Kanto that, huh? Mako? Ryūko blinked as she recognized the voice speaking next to her and turned to see the chestnut brunette standing next to her holding her guitar case with her scissor blade inside. What are you doing here? I live here, silly. Mako answered cheerfully before making her way over to the injured doctor. As for you, Dad, didn't you listen when Naruto told you to not try anything? Dad? Wait, this guy's your dad? Ryūko squeaked as she looked back and forth between the two and turned to look at Naruto, who nodded his head to confirm her question. Bowing her head at the man, Ryūko quickly apologized. I am so sorry. Naruto let out a sigh as he plopped down next to Ryuko's bowing form. Don't worry about it too much, Ryūko. I warned the guy he would get hurt if he got any perverted idea.
The name's Baruzo Mankinshoku. The tall, overweight man introduced himself as he wiped away the blood on his face, flashing the two teenagers a grin once he finished. Baruzo had lick-back brown hair and thick eyebrows, and brown eyes that had pince-nez glasses that hung on his nose. He was wearing a tan jacket with a white shirt and a black tie, along with a pair of salmon-color shorts with blue stripes and a pair of white slippers. After you guys helped my daughter, it was the least I could do to help patch you up.
Luckily for us, despite how this guy looks, he's a competent doctor and was able to help us out, Naruto explained as he motioned a hand to the large man. From what Mako and her brother had told me, this guy's a back-alley doctor. For real? Right. It was thanks to his stolen medicine and tools to get you healed up, Mako explained as she gave Ryūko and Naruto a thumbs up with a proud smile on her face. If you count the number of people he's killed versus the number he's saved, he's killed way more. That's not a good thing at all. Ryūko replied with a deadpanned expression before turning her head to look at Naruto. Were you really going to trust me in this guy's hands? I honestly didn't know about that part of the story. Naruto's eyebrow twitched as he let his head droop with a heavy sigh. I am sorta glad I didn't take my eyes off of you while he was treating you. No need to worry, at least you can't get sued by the dead ones. Baruzo waved his hand dismissively, and look at it this way, you're one of my lucky ones.
I have to admit, swinging that scissor around half naked was pretty badass. Motaro grinned as he slid close to an embarrassed Ryūko as she recalled the outfit she was wearing in her battle earlier, her face going red as she remembered the looks she had gotten from the crowd, not to mention the expression on Naruto's face when he saw it back underground. I mean, nobody that's right in the head would even try to fight.
Shut it, ya dick. It's a complicated situation, all right? Ryūko interrupted as she cut Motaro off by slamming a fist into his head that sent him crashing to the ground. Motaro let out a groan as he gritted his teeth. That hurt, damn it, first Blondie does it and now you. That's some way to show your thanks. Ryūko and Naruto's attentions shifted when they heard the sound of the door sliding open and both turned to see a beautiful, slim woman standing at the door. She had light brown hair that was tied up in a bun, leaving a rather thick fringe over her forehead, and was wearing a pink dress with an apron over it and a light green jacket. In her hands was a tray that had several steaming cups of tea on it. If belting my husband and Motaro make you feel better, then feel free to continue to your heart's content, the woman said with a smile as she looked down at the two with her amber eyes. Oh, Miss Tsukuyo, did you need any help with making dinner? Naruto asked as he looked up at the woman with a smile of his own. You've done more than enough with helping me. Dinner will be ready soon, so leave the rest to me, Tsukuyo replied as she placed the tray on a nearby table before making her way out of the room to get everything ready. So how did we get here? Ryūko looked down to examine her bandages as she asked her question, confused on why she was having a hard time remember anything. The last thing I remember was saving Mako and beating that boxer. You don't remember? Well, I suppose that would make sense. Senketsu had taken a lot of your blood earlier and you passed out pretty quick, so that could have happened, Naruto commented as he crossed his arms, looking up to see Ryuko's confused look. You really don't remember, huh? Well, it'll start from the beginning after you defeated Takaharu Fukuroda. It won't take that long to fill you in. Sewing Club Workshop. The masses are fools. Every single one of them are nothing than pigs in human clothing. Completely domesticated by the established order, they have lost the right and will to govern themselves. That is why they must be governed by Honnōji Academy and in turn by Satsuki Karaiyuan. The sound of Sasuke's heel clicked on the ground echoed throughout the room as she walked along the lookout bridge over the hundreds of sewing club members working below. Walking behind her was the sewing club president and another member of the student council, Shiro Iori. It was thanks to this country's choice for the school uniforms to be based on those from the military that inspired me to create personal combat uniforms for Hanoji Academy. It is the entire sewing club that are the chosen elite for our human conquest and liberation project, so I expect you to take care as you complete your work. Thank you, Lady Satsuki, we will make sure to continue meeting your expectations. Iori bowed respectfully as he bowed his head, his oval glasses glinting as they reflected the lights coming from the various areas surrounding them. He was a fairly slim teenager that had long, yellow blonde hair tied back in a ponytail that reached his upper back, while two long, split bangs frame either side of his face, like the other members of the student council. Iori was wearing his own personal Goku uniform that took the form of a long, white lab coat that's ends touch the ground with two black stars on either flap, connected by a chain, while under the coat he wore a black turtleneck and pants, along with black boots. Satsuki looked over the lines of one-star Goku uniforms being worked underneath her before turning her attention to a display board several feet away from her, displaying images of the sliced remains of Fukurota's first boxing glove and the tatters of his remaining Goku uniform. Iori, have you had a cross-reference the data Inumuda sent you on Naruto Uzumaki along with the remains of the Goku uniforms that he and Ryūko Matoi had destroyed? Yes, I have, though what I have gotten from Inumuda is limited. It still gave me incredible data on the new students and their abilities, which I could put into my new uniforms later on. Iori turned his body to face the screens with a frown, but there is one thing about what I learned that confuses me.
Oh, Satsuki arched an eyebrow at that. I take it you found something then. I am not entirely sure, but it is something to take into account, Iori replied as he pulled out a tablet screen and pressed a few buttons on the touchscreen, causing the images of the two destroyed uniforms to zoom in closer. From what I read in Inamuda's report, the scissor blade and these married swords are similar to your own blade, Bakuzan, in the ability to cut life fibers. Correct, though the legend of the swords in Naruto Uzumaki's possession originates long before the creation of either Bakuzan or the scissor blade. What is the point of this, Iori? Satsuki questioned as she narrowed her eyes.
Iori swallowed nervously as beads of sweat fell down the side of his face.
My apologies, please take a look at this. The image on the screen focused on the remains of the Goku uniform that Ryūko had destroyed. As you can see, Ryūko Matoi's blows were powerful and struck multiple times in an instant, which can be explained by the increase in abilities that she gained from that strange outfit of hers, but at the same time you can see that she was merely swinging her sword at the uniform. Now, take a look at the boxing glove and one-star uniforms that Naruto Uzumaki had cut. Interesting, Satsuki muttered as she studied the new image of the screen, already seeing the difference between the two thanks to her training under the sword. It's almost as if he knew exactly where to cut. Exactly my thoughts. As you know, Lady Satsuki, I have made it impossible for anyone to find the weaknesses of my Goku uniforms.
It is one of the safeguards that I am proud of next to the protection surrounding the Banshee.
And yet it is obvious here that Naruto Uzumaki knew exactly which areas to cut in the uniforms to destroy them. He didn't waste a single movement, Iori explained as he narrowed his eyes at the sight of one of his creations being destroyed so easily. Unlike Ryūko Matoi, however, he does not have an outfit that gives him any enhancement. Everything we've seen him do yesterday was his own natural abilities. So does that mean that he would be able to go on equal footing with a 2-star Goku uniform? Or perhaps a 3-star? Satsuki questioned as videos of Naruto and Ryuko's battles played on the screen, focusing on the very moments they defeated their opponent. From the limited data Inamuda was able to collect, it is unless for us to get a proper reading on Naruto Uzumaki abilities. But at the same time, if I were to make a proper deduction on his full power, I would say that it is obvious that his speed and power exceeds that of a standard 2-star and could match a 3-star uniform with ease if he wanted to. Iori shook his head as he looked away the images to face Satsuki's back, but it is mostly speculation on my part. Inamuda and I would need more data to make an accurate conclusion. Very well, Iori, keep me informed of any further developments, Satsuki ordered as she placed a hand on her hip. There weren't many that could go toe-to-toe with a Goku uniform, and despite how she did against Fukurota the first time, Ryūko was still able to fight off several 1-star students with ease. It would be interesting to see how far both Ryūko Matoi and Naruto Uzumaki would go in their time here at Hanoji Academy. Iori bowed once again. As you wish. Satsuki was still staring ahead when a female voice respectfully spoke up from behind. Tennis club captain Hakodate reporting as ordered, Lady Satsuki. Hakodate. Satsuki didn't take her gaze off the monitors in front of her, the repeating videos of Naruto and Ryūko in action replaying several times in front of her. After a minute or so had passed, the school president turned her head slightly to glance back at the kneeling tennis club captain behind her, Sanejiyama standing next to Hakodate with his hands in his pockets. How are the preparations for the Hokkaido Interleague match coming along? Everything is going fine, milady, Hakodate answered neutrally. Every single club member has been devoting every waking moment of their time to training. Our Bumpkin Bears opponents from the north will soon learn to fear the might of Honnōji Academy and Lady Satsuki Ryūko.
This is an arms suppression in the guise of an interleague match, meaning that our control over northern Japan will be complete upon victory, Sanagayama stated as he looked down at the confident Hakodate. Failure is not an option for you or the tennis club.
Yes sir, I understand, Hakodate replied instantly. There was a loud hissing of escaping air as a container descended from above, opening as it lowered to the floor several feet away from the tennis captain. Walking towards the still kneeling Hakodate, Iori spoke up. This is a tennis spec athleticism augmenting 2-star Goku uniform. Consider it a gift from Lady Satsuki for your complete devotion and loyalty.
Hakodate's one visible eye widened in greed as she stared at the Goku uniform. At long last I have my very own 2-star Goku uniform. I am truly honored. Thank you, milady.
Carry out your mission without fail, Satsuki ordered, dismissing the look on Hakodate's face as she headed to a nearby elevator. Sanagayama, the rest in your hands, make sure everything is ready.
Of course. Sanagayama nodded his head as he watched her walk into the elevator that went directly to a private room that overlooked the rest of Honnōji Academy as well as most of Hono City. It was one of Satsuki's personal rooms that only a select few could enter, and even then it was only when she permitted them to while she was there. The only person that Sanagayama knew that had unlimited access to this place was Satsuki's butler, Mitsuzo Tsuroi. As the elevator doors opened, Satsuki was greeted with the familiar sight of her Tsuroi bowing at her. Welcome back, miss. I have already prepared your tea for your relaxation. Thank you, Tsuroi, Satsuki replied as she moved toward the lone seat located at the center of the room and silently seated herself, resting her bakuzan against the armrest as Tsuroi approached her with a cup of tea in his hand.
It has certainly been an interesting day for you, hasn't it, miss? Tsuroi said as he handed the teacup to girl, who gracefully took it as she kept her gaze focused on the sight before her. If you don't mind me asking, why do you not wear a Goku uniform? I have no need for one. My sword is more than sufficient to helping me achieve my goals. Satsuki stared down at the broth in the teacup, closing her eyes as she brought the cup to her lips and silently drank the soothing beverage. It wasn't as if Naruto Uzumaki needed one to escape earlier either. Flashback begin. This scissor blade was left behind by the person who killed my father. Ryūko shouted as she pointed her blade up towards the top of Honnōji Academy where Satsuki Ryūko was standing, ignoring the stares that she and Naruto were getting as she focused her glare on the long-haired girl above her. So you're gonna tell me right now? Who is the owner of this scissor blade? Satsuki Ryūko. New girl, you said your name is Ryūko Matoi. Interesting, so that means you're the daughter of Isshin Matoi, Satsuki countered with her own question, making Ryuko's eyes widen. Why, you know who my father is? Ryūko shouted back as her body started to tremble, sweat pouring out of her body as steam escaped the outfit's wing-like shoulders. The dual-color-haired girl felt the strength in her legs leave her before she was forced to take a knee, using the scissor blade to help keep her body up. Ryūko, Naruto exclaimed as he moved close to the girl to check on her, not letting his back face their enemies to show that he was prepared for anything they would try. What's going on? You're losing too much blood, Ryūko, Senketsu stated as his one eye moved back and forth between looking at Naruto and Ryūko, focusing more of its attention on the latter. If this keeps up, you'll fall unconscious in less than 5 minutes. Then maybe you shouldn't drink so much of it, Naruto whispered harshly. Both of you shut up, Ryūko whispered through gritted teeth as she glared up at Satsuki's form, though this one was weaker due to her losing so much blood. You're the one who wanted blood, Senketsu, and don't sound so calm about stuff like that. We can come back another day, but right now your body is not. I am fine, I can handle this Mew. Ryūko was cut off as she felt a blow that took her breath away, turning her head slightly to see that Naruto had rammed the bottom hilt of his Bakuya into her stomach. The last thing Ryūko saw was Naruto's concerned expression as he shifted the position of his arm to catch her falling form. Sorry Ryūko, but I care more about you than finding out answers, Naruto replied as he secured the scissor blade on his back and placed Bakuya back in its swords away quickly and hoisted Ryuko's unconscious form over his shoulder, turning his attention to Sanagayama, the large group of men surrounding them, and finally Satsuki standing on the tower with the remaining Elite Four by her side. We'll continue this another day, so be sure to get ready for a discussion. As if we'd let you escape. Get them, Sanagayama ordered as his men charged at Naruto, who held up Kancho with his free hand and seemed to disappear in an instant. To the surprise of many, Naruto reappeared in the center of several 1-stars and slashed through several of them before vanishing again, leaving the frozen men behind before their outfits exploded into threads before they dropped to the ground. No one had time to react as Naruto repeated this several times and was soon standing in the center of the unconscious, naked 1-star students with his blade at his side and Ryūko still on his shoulder. What the hell?
Whoa, Naruto's so fast. Mako exclaimed comically as her cupped her hands around her eyes. He's like a superhero. Go Super Naruto.
How the hell did he do that? Nanan questioned with wide eyes as she and the others watched the battle below. While fighting off 1-stars wasn't necessarily hard to do, it was different when it came to fighting off a large group at once time if you didn't have some sort of enhancement.
Anumuda brought a hand to his glasses to push them up. If I didn't see it happen in front of me I wouldn't have believed it. This will require more data.
He doesn't appear to have a kamui like that girl, Satsuki thought to herself as the corner of her lips turned upwards slightly into a small smirk. Interesting. Naruto grinned as he sheathed his remain sword, keeping his gaze on Sanejiyama's face as placed a hand on Ryūko's back to make sure she was still secure. As fun as this has been, I think it's time to call it a day. You're not going anywhere, Sanejiyama stated as he reached back and grabbed onto the shinai handle sticking out on his back. The green-haired man quickly pulled out his wooden sword and charged at Naruto,
who continued to grin despite the speed attack coming at him.
To the normal students, they were unable to keep up with Sanejiyama's movements and thought he would beat the new student easily. But as Sanejiyama got close, his eyes widened as Naruto moved towards him and leapt over his shoulder and landed on the boxing ring ropes in a crouch with the grin still on his face. The athletic committee chair narrowed his eyes as he spun around and seemed to vanish from sight, causing Naruto's eyes to widen slightly and his grin to disappear before he snapped his head up to see Sanejiyama hovering over him with his shinai held above his head in a striking position. Don't look so surprised, I can go a little faster too, Sanejiyama stated before he swung downwards at Naruto's crouched form, and the impact created by his sword strike destroyed the side of the boxing ring and caused the wreckage and unconscious students to fly off in multiple directions. Everything went quiet as the students watched in silence to see what had become of the new students after that attack, but they were surprised to see that Sanejiyama was standing on the ring's remains alone. You're not too bad, hopefully you and I could have a match in the future. Multiple heads turned to see Naruto was perfectly fine with the unconscious Ryūko still on his shoulder with a large grin still on his face, but the shocking thing was that he was actually hanging on the wall with a hand holding onto the ledge on the second-level star of the academy's gate.
He went so fast he created an afterimage, and then jumped all the way over there without my Tengatsu picking it up. Sanejiyama thought to himself with grit teeth as tightened the grip he had on his sword's handle. He watched as Naruto pulled himself over the ledge and got into a standing position, sending him a mock salute before the blonde turned around and retreated through the academy gates. Damn it.
Don't bother going after them, the sound of Satsuki's voice called out as the bottom of her sheath hit the ground, echoing throughout the area as everyone turned their heads to look up at Satsuki as a bright light shined from the top of the tower. No one noticed as Mako and her brother silently made their way through the crowd to leave the academy and follow after Naruto and Ryūko. But milady, Sanejiyama tried to speak up as he brought a hand up to block the light from hitting his eyes. Satsuki shook her head as she spun around and started walking away. They'll be back sooner or later, leave them be until then. As dazzling as ever, Lady Satsuki. Meanwhile, Naruto was riding the troll back to the lower levels of the city with Ryūko laid completely back on the seats while Naruto was standing next to her. The blonde glanced up towards the academy for a second before turning his head back towards Ryuko's sleeping form, which was glowing seconds later in a pink-red light before it died down to show that her revealing outfit had returned to its sailor suit form. Good, at least that's one thing we don't have to worry about. I guess Senketsu can return to normal on its own, huh? Leaning closer to get a better look at the scarf of Ryuko's uniform, Naruto noticed Senketsu's single eye had shut itself slowly. Is it me or did it look tired? Naruto's thoughts halted as he felt the trolley come to a stop and he looked outside to see they were back in the slums of Hano City. The blonde teen bent down slightly and picked Ryūko bridal style before he exited the trolley with a sigh. Now I just need to find a place for the night. Hey, over here. Naruto turned his head in the direction of the voice and blinked a few times, as he was greeted with three familiar faces from yesterday. Aren't you? Flashback end. So that's what happened, huh? Ryūko let out a hum as she listened to Naruto finish his story. She was a little annoyed that Naruto had knocked her out in the fight, not to mention so easily, but she understood his reasons for doing it, but that didn't mean she wouldn't get back at him for it later. Nodding his head, the blonde turned his head to the side to motion her to follow his gaze, to which she saw Motaro standing near them with his arms resting behind his head. After we left the academy on the trolley, it was Motaro's gang that found us. They took us to a hidden alleyway where Mako and Motaro appeared moments later and they brought us here. The rest you already know. You know, I have to ask Naruto, how were you able to do all that stuff before? You were so strong and fast, not to mention you jumped even higher than anyone I've seen before. Are you some kind of superhuman? Or maybe you have a Goku uniform like Ryūko? Mako's rapid questions continued as her mother re-entered the room with a large steaming pot in her hands and was walking towards the table that everyone was starting to sit around. It's nothing like that, I've always been able to do stuff like that, Naruto answered dismissively as he pushed Mako's head back once it got too close to his. Also, Ryūko's outfit had nothing to do with the Goku uniforms, we don't even know what it is. Ryūko was silent as she remembered the first conversation she and Senketsu had when he had forced himself on her. That sounded really wrong the way she thought about it. Well, whatever Senketsu was, it had something to do with her dad and the stuff he was working on before he died, so if she could use Senketsu and get her answers, then she could put up with the really embarrassing outfit and giving some of her blood to do it. Her thoughts were put on hold as Tsukuyo heaved the heavy pot onto the table, causing some of the brown, whatever it was, to splash over the pot's edge and hit the table. Ryūko grimaced as she studied the strange food spread on the table. I hope you are all hungry, Tsukuyo said with a warm smile still on her face as she turned her attention to Ryūko and Naruto. It's not fancy, but I guarantee that you'll have you fill. The two watched as the smiling matriarch continued to place various plates of food on the table, each one looking more questionable than the last. Mako moved in between the two as she motioned for them to eat. Go ahead, you guys. Don't be shy. It's unidentifiable stuff made into croquettes and unidentifiable stuff in miso soup. I think that croquette just moved, Naruto stated with a twitching eyebrow, noticing some of the objects sticking out of the food wiggled around. Is that really miso? Ryūko muttered uneasily as she studied the brown bubbling liquid. Oh, you're so silly, Mako. Don't listen to her, Ryūko. I only use non-poisonous ingredients, Tsukuyo said with a smile, though that didn't stop Ryūko and Naruto from worrying about the food. They watched as the Menkenshoku family started to devour the food at a fast pace and seemed to enjoy it. Glancing at each other, Ryūko saw Naruto took a deep breath before he took the chopsticks in front of him and slowly grabbed one of the wiggling croquettes. The blonde swallowed hard as he hesitantly brought the fried food to his open mouth before taking a good bite of the food, pausing slightly in mid-chew as he stared down at the food. Hey, it's not bad at all.
Really? Ryūko replied with a shocked expression as she looked down at the meal and copied Naruto's actions, her eyes widening at the delicious taste hitting her tongue. Holy crap, it doesn't look it, but I've never tasted something this good before.
That's because my mom's the best cook in the world. Naruto and Ryūko looked over to see Mako was smiling at them with a large portion of food already making her cheeks puff out like a chipmunk's. Hey little lady, you were anemic not too long ago and were hemorrhaging pretty badly. The best thing for your body to recuperate is to eat as much as you can and get plenty of rest, Barzo said to Ryūko, showing that his profession as a doctor wasn't for show. The man grabbed several croquettes with his chopsticks and popped them into his mouth before he continued speaking. You all have school in the morning, so you need to be at your best, understand? Yes sir. Ryūko nodded her head as she and Naruto started to join the family in eating their meal. Thank you for the food. Guts. Naruto blinked as he heard what sounded like a cross between a bark and someone saying the word guts before turning his head to see the door slide open to reveal a small pug wearing a small light blue hoodie that covered his ears. The dog stared at him and Ryūko for a few seconds before leaping at Ryuko's plate of food while shouting, "Guts!" Ryūko didn't know what she should do as she watched the strange small animal attack the food on her plate. Luckily Mako knew exactly how to deal with the dog.
Bad guts, down. Your meal's outside, Mako shouted as she grabbed the hooded dog by its head and threw it through the open window that Barzo had quickly opened for her to throw the dog through the window without breaking it. Once the dog passed through the window, Barzo simply slid the window shut and the family continued eating their meal. The moment didn't last long as the other side of the window slid open and the dog leapt into the room once again. Though this time Naruto's plate was the target, the blonde simply grabbed the hood of the dog's hoodie and headed a distance away from his food. Not gonna happen. What the? Ryūko started as she started at the dog in Naruto's hands as its touch tried to extend itself as far as it could to reach Naruto's plate. That's our dog, Guts. We call him that because he eats with a lot of gusto, Motaro explained with a grin as he watched Naruto throw the dog into the corner only for it to charge back towards the table and situate itself between Mako and her father before he started to eat. See what I mean? Ryūko laughed weakly at the sight and was about to start eating again, but apparently her actions were too slow as Mako started shoving food into her mouth. Naruto started to laugh himself at his friend's expression from the dozen of croquettes being shoved into her mouth as she tried to chew on them. Despite the chaos earlier that day followed by the craziness of the Mankanshoku family, the two newcomers managed to end the day peacefully before they went to bed. That was a delicious breakfast your mom made for us, Mako, Ryūko said as Naruto and Mako rushed toward the trolley as it was getting ready to head towards the school. Luckily for them, it was almost completely empty, which made it easier for them to get inside instead of repeating Mako's actions from the other day. I just wish we could have had more time to enjoy it more. Yeah, sorry about that, but I already got in trouble for being late in the past, so if I am late one more time then I'll get expelled for sure, Mako replied while rubbing the back of her head with a smile, as the three relaxed in the trolley. Ryūko glanced outside to the different levels that could be seen as they continued to escalate closer to the school. I am amazed you are brushing off what they did yesterday so easily. They did hold you hostage and threatened to put you in a deep fryer after all, Naruto commented with a frown as he crossed his arms. I'd be raising hell about it if it were me. Especially since you didn't have anything to do with this besides that one conversation we had.
Oh, don't worry about it. Like I said, stuff like that happens all the time at the academy. I just wish I had known that it was going to happen. That way I could have worn my sexy panties yesterday instead of my plain whites. The brunette's comment made her companions look at her bewildered, but Mako didn't seem to pay attention to this as she smiled at them with closed eyes. Besides, you both saved me in the end, so everything turned out fine. It's hard to tell if she's being brave or just crazy, Naruto thought before a sweat drop fell on the back of his head when he noticed Mako had fallen asleep while standing up with a snot bubble inflating and deflating. Glancing back at his other female friend, Naruto noticed Ryūko was leaning on her guitar case and looking at the buildings outside.
You can really see it, huh? Ryūko finally said, making Naruto blink in confusion at her words until he looked outside himself and caught a glimpse at the large and very nice-look condo buildings that stretched across the second floor above the level that Mako and her family lived in. Even at a quick glance from this distance it was obvious on how much cleaner and proper the second level was in comparison to the lower levels. The next level was even nicer as the 2 to 3 story houses mansions were divided by walls on each side, and from the looks of it they even had their own yards as well. When it comes to the distinct gaps between the rich and the poor, it's ridiculous how big it really is. That's how Lady Satsuki rules the city, with the top-tier students living the more ritzy areas while the lower tier live in the slums, Mako explained after her snot bubble popped and she moved her arms behind her back. It's a pretty straightforward method that keeps things in balance. Ryūko blinked in surprise as she turned to look back at Mako. So your living status depends on your position at the school. But a system like that to be judged by one person, that's just crazy. From how things looked yesterday, everyone seems to follow Satsuki's command with no issue at all, Naruto said as he thought back to how quickly the group of 1-stars and the members of the Elite Four moved to blood that splash of blood from hitting Satsuki and their reactions after. You said that Satsuki Ryūko is at the top as student council president with the Elite Four being just under her, but what about the vice president? Who holds that position? No one does actually, Mako answered with a shake of her head as the trolley finally arrived in front of the school gates. Lady Satsuki is the one who assigns those kinds of positions, and from what I've heard, she's never made or thought about anyone becoming the vice president.
So she doesn't want or consider anyone to be on her level. Great, so she's a bitch with an ego, Ryūko said as she shifted the case onto her shoulder and stepped out of the carrier with a sigh. Oh well, that's going to make things all the more sweeter when I knock her off her pedestal and force her to tell me everything. Naruto raised arms and placed his hands behind his head as he watched Ryūko clench her fist with a large grin. We still have to do a lot of stuff before we can do anything, Ryūko. Like a place to live, not to mention making sure we are financially secure and have a way to get food, not to mention. Naruto paused as he looked up at sky with a look of longing. I need to find a place that serves ramen soon. Seriously, Ryūko gave her friend a dry look. You had ramen 4 days ago. That's 4 days too long, Naruto retorted with wide eyes with a tightened fist posed dramatically in front of him. Ramen is the food of the gods. To be deprived of such a delicacy is unforgivable. You really like your ramen, huh, Naruto? With a large determined smile on her face, Mako gave the blonde a thumbs up. I understand completely what you're saying. After school I show you a place that makes great ramen, and it's pretty cheap too.
Really, Mako? That's awesome. Naruto cheered, making Ryūko let out a sigh.
The brunette continued to smile as she continued walking with her 2 friends towards the school, coming to a halt at the made it to the halfway point towards the school, and you guys don't have to worry about finding a place to stay. Naruto and Ryūko both raised their eyebrows at her comment as they stopped to look at her, the former standing a few feet ahead of her while the other was standing next to her. My mom said that if you guys need someplace to. Naruto's head perked up as the sound of something small rushing through the air towards them and turned his head only to see a yellow object fly by over his shoulder and hit Mako in the face. What the hell? Looking down at the ground, he noticed a yellow ball innocently rolled along the ground and blinked. Is that a tennis ball? Ryūko could only watch with a gaping mouth as a steaming lump that formed on Mako's face while the girl was still talking. If you guys need a place to stay. Suddenly a large group of tennis balls flew past Naruto's body and managed to hit Mako's face. You can stay. Naruto tilted his head to the side as another volley flew by and hit Mako in the face again, though that didn't stop the girl from continuing what she was saying. With us. A third barrage came at them again, and once again Naruto dodged them with a frown as they hit Mako's face, which was bruised and smoking badly from all the hits. As long as you want. She's already in the process of filling out the paperwork. Okay, that's it, Naruto exclaimed as he saw another volley heading towards them and reached behind his back. The blonde quickly pulled out his sword, slicing all of the tennis balls in half before resting Bakuya on his shoulder. His gaze focused on the row of girls that stood in front of the school with tennis rackets in their hands, and from what he could see all of them had single stars on their uniforms except for a single female that stood at the center of the group. Knowing that Naruto had everything handled at the moment, Ryūko stared in shock and worry at the injuries on Mako's smoking face that was barely visible due to the swelling. I think we've got bigger problems right now. Mako, are you okay? Mako replied with a groan before shaking her head at a fast pace, shocking Ryūko when the brunette came to a stop to show that the injuries were gone, though steam was still coming off her face. I am pretty durable, so you don't have to worry about me. I am still worried, but for a completely different reason, Ryūko replied with wide eyes at the girl's action before dismissing her thoughts on the crazy girl and turning her attention to where Naruto was looking.
What's the big idea? Naruto exclaimed as he glared at the girl and her lackeys, focusing on the leader with the very long blonde hair that was tied up in pigtails with a tennis hat that had 2 stars on it. Her outfit was similar to the girls behind her except for the interchangeable multi-purpose lenses over her right eye and the numerous tennis balls that were under her skirt.
HMPH, you both are the transfer students that were rude to Lady Satsuki the other day, the blonde girl replied, revealing her shark-like teeth as she spoke, and held up her large dark red tennis that was as large as her body and had spikes decorating the edges. I will only say this once, stay out of the way. I am the president of the girls' tennis club. Hakodate, that girl next to you, club member Mako Menkenshoku, has failed to fulfill her club obligations. Obligations? Naruto repeated with narrow eyes, and what exactly did she do wrong? She skipped club practice yesterday and as a result she is being purged from the club.
Hakodate explained with a sneer, making Naruto and Ryūko move slightly in front of their friend to shield her from her attacker. As per the rules of the club, anyone who fails to come to practice will suffer the 110 million cannonball serves. Lifting her large racket from behind her, Hakodate pointed it at Naruto, who had tightened his grip on his swords. Outsiders like the two of you have no right to complain about internal club policies.
Of course Mako missed practice yesterday. She was being forced to be a freaking hostage by the boxing club. Ryūko shouted as she raised a fist up in front of her. It's not like she was trying to miss practice because she wanted to. Hakodate simply shrugged her shoulders nonchalantly at Ryuko's words. Well, she needed permission from me to be taken hostage. Begin the punishment. At the club president's orders, several one-star tennis members tossed up their tennis balls and spiked them at amazing speeds at the trio. Are you fucking kidding me? Naruto shouted as the ball got closer to them and brought one of his swords across his chest before slashing the air in front of him. Surprising many of the tennis club as the balls flying at them were all cut in half. They didn't have time to process what had happened as Naruto took a step forward, staring at all of them with a glare. It is not Mako's fault that she was kidnapped. If anyone needed to get your permission, it should have been that boxing midget or the student council member that was in charge of the whole thing. Don't blame Mako for your school's messed up issues. How dare you? Hakodate said through gritted teeth as her body trembled from anger. A transfer student thinks he can tell me what to do. I won't let you get away with that. Enough, Naruto. Ryūko interrupted as she bopped the back of Naruto's head with her guitar case. You go ahead with Mako. She'll be expelled if she's late, remember. I can count on you to watch out for any problems so she can get to class in time. Oh yeah, Mako's voice called out before Naruto could respond, and the brunette grabbed the back of her male friend's coat, pulling him along easily through the air as she ran around the tennis club and through the school gates. Naruto could only blink his eyes in a cartoonish manner as he looked back at Ryūko. Thanks a bunch, Ryūko. Well, see you later, K.
Yup. Ryūko replied with a smug grin as she heard Naruto's shouts in the distance.
Hey Mako, let me go. I wasn't finished. Damn it, Ryūko. Hakodate and her tennis club members looked at where Mako and Naruto's silhouettes disappeared into the school before the leader turned her head to look back at Ryūko. So, you're saying that you will take us all on? Without your friend's help. I owed Mako for the meal last night and letting me and Naruto stay at her place last night. As for Naruto, Ryūko only grinned confidently as she raised her guitar case up to open it. If he had stayed then things would have ended too quickly and very badly for you guys, so I did you all a favor there. How amusing. Don't get too full of yourself just because you defeated the boxing club's Fukuroda, Hakodate said with a smirk, the lenses on her eyes shrinking and growing with her laughter. Hey, I am gonna tear those Goku uniforms right off your bodies. Ryūko exclaimed as she pointed a finger to the sky, before lowering it as she took a stance. Let's go Senketsu. Later that day, where the hell is she? Naruto muttered to himself as he walked down the hallway outside his classroom. Looking around with a frown as he tried to search for Ryūko, at first he had simply brushed of her not making homeroom since she was going against the tennis club, but after she didn't show up for the next 3 classes Naruto started to worry and decided to look for her during the break. He had told Mako that he would see her later once he had found Ryūko, to which the girl had no problem with in her usual crazy manner.
You really care about Ryūko? Are you guys dating? Are you two doing it? You both need to be careful and think about your futures.
The blonde shook his head with a groan as he remembered Mako's rambling and mentally cheered at his lucky escape when the girl wasn't looking. Crossing his arms as he continued to walk, Naruto closed his eyes while deep in thought, somehow managing to maneuver around incoming students with ease. Alright, so if Ryūko didn't show up to class then something must have happened this morning against Shark Girl. Could it be that she was having trouble with Senketsu?
He was pretty quiet last night after he turned back to normal. Well, look who it is. I didn't think we would run into each other so soon like this. Naruto let out a hum as he continued his thoughts. I'd better find her before anything crazy happens to her, like being found unconscious by a pervert or something even worse, like a nudist.
Hey, are you listening to me? Huh, as if something like that would happen, Naruto dismissed while he shook his head with a chuckle, before his body came to a halt and his eyes snapped open. But what if something like that did happen? I need to find her before the pervert tries to undress her and do all sorts of stuff. Ryūko could really kill the guy.
What the hell are you talking about? Blinking at the male voice, Naruto turned his body around to see the green-haired teen from yesterday was staring at him with a raised eyebrow.
Oh, it's you. How long have you been standing there? Naruto questioned with a tilt of his head. Looking around briefly, the headband-wearing teen noticed that the hallway was completely empty except for the two of them, which was weird since he was sure that there were plenty of students around not even a few seconds ago. A twitching vein could be seen on the teen's forehead before he shouted at the blonde, I've been here the whole time. You just walked past me as I was talking to you. Really? Sorry about that. Who are you again? We saw each other yesterday and even fought. How do you not know who I am? Sanejiyama questioned as he stared down the blank-faced teen. Why are you looking at me like that? We only met once, and that was when you and I were standing at opposite sides of the ring while Ryūko was fighting that boxing midget. Even when you tried to hit me, you never introduced yourself.
Oh, I guess I didn't. Sanejiyama blinked as he realized the new student was right and calmed himself, grinning now as he placed his hands into his pockets. Well, be sure to remember my name from now on. I am a member of the Elite Four and the Student Council Athletic Committee Chair, Uzu Sanejiyama.
Alright, my name's Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto introduced himself before turning around to start walking away. It was nice meeting you, but I need to get going. Those were some impressive moves you showed yesterday. Except for a select few, I've never seen someone move like that without a Goku uniform before, Sanejiyama stated suddenly, which caused Naruto to stop walking at his words. The grin on Sanejiyama's face grew as he continued to speak. There has only been one person that has ever beaten these eyes of mine, and that was because they were a lot stronger and faster than I was, but seeing you in action was something else. I don't know what you mean. All I did was dodge and jump, Naruto replied with a shrug. Maybe those eyes of yours aren't as great as you think they are. Then how about a match between just the two of us? Sanejiyama offered as he kept his gaze on Naruto's form. Studying his body for any signs of motion, the green-haired man wouldn't hesitate to admit that out of the Elite Four he was the one that enjoyed fighting the most and had no issue with also admitting that he could be very prideful as well. But if there was one thing that he was confident about more than his fighting abilities, it was his ability to identify a worthy opponent. Staring at Naruto's open back, he could tell even without his eyes that Naruto was not letting down his guard at all, and getting the chance to fight someone that strong was a very tempting urge.
Naruto was quiet for a few seconds before he turned his head slightly to look back at Sanejiyama. Sorry, but I have more important things to deal with right now, maybe another time. Turning his head back around, Naruto started to walk again only to stop after a few steps. Oh, there was one more thing I wanted to mention.
Oh really? What's that? If you're in charge of the athletic department then you control all of the clubs such as the tennis club, right? Naruto didn't give Sanejiyama time to respond as he continued. You had let Boxer Boy take Mako hostage since she only talked to us once. Not to mention he was threatening to cook her in oil. Taking and threatening an innocent student was pathetic enough, but what happened earlier this morning with the tennis club was even more annoying. This morning, Sanejiyama repeated with a raised eyebrow. Apparently Mako needed permission to be held hostage and now the club wants to punish her for something that wasn't even her fault.
I don't know how things are done here and to be honest I don't give a damn. Naruto raised his right hand, and to Sanejiyama's shock, opened it to reveal his necklace was resting in Naruto's palm before the blonde tilted his hand to let the necklace fall to the ground. Targeting someone innocent and punishing them is unforgivable in my book, and since Mako is my friend that makes it worse for them, so tell the tennis club this, if I see, hear, or even get the suspicion that they did something to Mako, I will make sure that they are not capable of even moving a finger by the time I am through with them. Sanejiyama could only watch as Naruto once again started walking away, this time disappearing from his sight after a few feet leaving the Elite Four member by himself. The green-haired teen brought a hand to his shocked face as he stared down at his necklace on the floor. Incredible. I didn't see his body make any subtle movements or anything, but was it because he was really that fast, or is it something else? You understand now, right? Understand? What are you talking about? Ryūko asked as she stared at the man in front of her with an uneasy look. A little while ago she had woken up from the beating she had received from the tennis club to find herself resting on a couch in a small apartment with a blanket wrapped around her, and that was the only thing on her body. She had discovered that it had been her homeroom teacher, Ikaro Mikasugi, who had found her and brought her to his place to help her heal, not to mention he was the one that had undressed her. To her surprise, the man was not as harmless as he looked as he quickly stopped her from attacking him with just 3 anesthetic acupuncture needles, before taking some of her and squirted some of it onto Senketsu, who was on a hanger next to them. The sailor uniform had finally reawakened with the desire for more blood, much to Ryuko's annoyance. This kamui is awakened by your blood, Mikasugi explained as he brought a hand up to remove his glasses and change his hairstyle in one movement, and at the same time the room started to glow purple. Hold on, what's a kamui? Are you talking about this sailor uniform? Ryūko felt some sweat drops fall down the side of her face at the weird situation before noticing the older man was starting to remove his tie. That's right, it's a uniform constructed by your father, Isshin Matoi, Mikasugi replied as his shirt's buttons undid themselves and the zipper on his pants lowered by itself, and without any care in the world posed in several different positions. Its power is so great that it surpasses that of the Goku uniforms. Ryūko could only look away awkwardly at the mont's actions. This is really messed up. If I knew I was going to end up like this I would have just let Naruto fight off that blonde bitch. Only someone who can master wearing a kamui can fight against Satsuki Kiryuin, Mikasugi continued with no idea on what Ryūko was thinking. Just who the hell are you? Ryūko asked as the purple lights seemed to grow brighter around the blue-haired teacher, who went into another pose before speaking. Prove to me that you are someone who deserves an answer, Mikasugi stated as he brought a hand to his hair for another pose. I can't give answers to someone that's not worthy. Come again. The first order of business as the tennis club president, Hakodate. As he was speaking, the rest of his shirt was already reaching his elbows. Ryūko quickly realized however that his clothes weren't the only thing falling as she felt the blanket wrapped around her start to fall, though due to the needles in her back she was unable to stop it. If you can't master this kamui and defeat her, then you will stand no chance against Satsuki Kiryui. Mikasugi was cut off as the sound of his door slamming open caught their attentions and they turned their heads, or as far as Ryūko could in her current state, to see a glaring Naruto was standing at the doorway with a leg raised in a kicking position while the married swords were in each hand. All right. All you perverts keep your hands where I can see them. Naruto, Ryūko called out in relief once she heard her best friend's voice. Whoa boy, wasn't expecting him to get here this soon, Mikasugi muttered to himself as he let out a sigh. Ryūko. Are you alright? Naruto couldn't finish his sentence as he took in the scene before him with a nearly naked Ryūko standing in front of an undressing man who looked very similar to their homeroom teacher. A small dust of red appeared on Naruto's face as he noticed the blanket wrapped around Ryūko was starting to fall off. It was only a passing thought. Seriously? What the hell is going on? Stop gawking and help me, idiot. This guy stuck some needles in my back and now my body won't move. Ryūko explained, making Naruto snap out of his thoughts before he quickly got closer to Ryūko. Acupuncture, huh? Don't worry, if I just take the needles out then you should go back to normal, Naruto said as he stared at 3 needles going down Ryuko's back. This is not how I wanted things to go for a first meeting, But I guess I have no choice, Mikasugi thought to himself as he silently reached into his pocket to take out some more acupuncture needles, only for a spinning Kanshu to suddenly appear in front of his face before stabbing into the wall next to his head. The blue-haired man froze as he noticed the cold glare Naruto was sending his way. Don't even think about it, seeing that the man was not going to move. Naruto returned his attention back to Ryūko and pulled out the needles as gently as he could. But just as he pulled out the final needle, Naruto found himself face to face with Ryuko's shapely ass due to the loose blanket deciding at that moment to fall to the floor. The girl let out a squeak as her face turned red before she quickly knelt down and wrapped the blanket around her body once again. Looking away from Ryūko with a blush of his own, Naruto turned his attention towards Mikasugi. Alright buddy, just what do you think you were doing? Don't worry, I wasn't going to do anything. Mikasugi raised his hands in a surrendering motion, but before Naruto could say anything else a loud horn could be heard throughout the area. The blue-haired man glanced out his window for a second and redressed himself back into his earlier appearance, turning back to look at Naruto and Ryūko, who was putting Senketsu inside the bathroom so neither male could see her naked. You both better get a move on, afternoon classes are starting. Now hold on a minute, you think I am just going to let you walk away like nothing happened? Naruto was about to say more, but a fully dressed Ryūko raised a hand in front of his causing him to look at her in confusion. I'll explain what happened later Naruto. Right now we have something more important to take care of, Ryūko said while keeping her gaze on Mikasugi. So will you keep your word on telling us everything once we beat that tennis bitch? Of course, do that and I promise to tell you more about the kamui, Mikasugi replied with a grin. Alright fine, well take care of her, but if you try anything I won't hold Naruto back next time, Ryūko warned making Naruto nod his head a large grin while the adult in the room had some sweat fall down his face. Don't worry, oh. And I have one last thing for you Ryūko. Mikasugi went to the nearest cabinet and pulled out a red glove fingerless glove. Use this Seiki Teko from now on. It will make it easier to supply your kamui here with blood. All you have to do is pull this pin and it will handle the rest. What the hell is a kamui? Naruto questioned as he watched Ryūko put on the Seiki Teko and Senketsu's sleeve attaching itself to the glove. Ryūko looked over at Naruto after hearing his question, neither of them noticing Mikasugi had walked over to the wall where Kanshu was rooted into and was trying in vain to pull the white sword out. Apparently that's what Senketsu is. Is that right? And we'll find out more about it after we defeat the tennis club president, right? Naruto closed his eyes in thought as he let out a hum before walking over to Kanshu and a panting Mikasugi, pulling out the blade with ease before resting it on his shoulder with a grin. Then what are we waiting for? Academy courtyard. Very impressive, Hakodate, Sanagayama said as he walked up behind the girls' tennis club president as he looked at the destruction created by her Goku uniform. It looks like you're handling the tennis spec 2-star Goku uniform well. Thank you, it is all thanks to Lady Satsuki for blessing me with this wonderful gift, Hakodate replied with a wide toothy grin as she gleefully stared at the rubble remains from her target practice. With this, our victory over Hokkaido is assured. Very good, but there is something I wanted to talk to you about, Sanagayama said as he glanced down at the blonde girl. Of course. Hakodate stood up straight as she turned her attention to the green-haired man and was surprised by the serious expression on his face instead of his usual laid-back. Is there something wrong, sir? Just something that happened earlier that could get in the way of our match against Hokkaido. It has something to do with a member of your club, one that from what I've heard is currently being purged. Sanagayama started causing his subordinate to blink in confusion. You are talking about our unmotivated club member, Mako Mankanshoku, Hakodate deduced, quickly making the Elite Four member nod his head. We are currently purging her as we speak. Sanagayama narrowed his eyes at that, turning his head as he heard the sounds of something being hit. Or to be more specific, someone. He could see Mako was tied to a post in the center of a ring of 1-star members and was currently being pelted by a barrage of tennis ball from every angle. While he would not usually care about such things and simply shrug them off, Naruto's earlier threat on what he would do to the tennis team was still fresh in Sanagayama's mind. It wasn't fear, as Sanagayama had very little he was afraid of, but one issue that he could face was what Satsuki would do if she found out. The last thing they needed was someone like Naruto or the other transfer student, Ryūko Matoi, to get involved and ruin their plans to subjugate Hokkaido. Hakodate, Sanagayama spoke up, catching the girl's attention. I want you to let untie the girl and leave her alone for now. Taking down Hokkaido is your top priority and I don't want any. The sounds of something impacting against metal repeatedly could be heard throughout the area, and both Sanagayama and Hakodate were surprised to see a large guitar case positioned between Mako and the girls' tennis club members. The guitar case was held firmly in Ryuko's hands as she blocked the tennis balls from hitting Mako. Not so fast, people. Mako quickly recovered in time to see the girl that saved her once again, Ryūko. What are you doing here? The girls surrounding the two didn't have time to move or prepare themselves as a blur sped past them and weaved around all of the girls. Black and white swords glinting from the sunlight as they slashed through all of their uniforms, leaving the girls lying on the floor in only their undergarments. The blur came to a stop on the ground in front of Mako to reveal that it was Naruto, who had a deep frown on his face. So they both showed up, Sanagayama muttered with an amused smile. While it was exactly what he was trying to prevent, part of him was very interested in seeing what the two were capable of. Hakodate walked forward from out of the group as several more 1-stars appeared and surrounded the three of them. Have you come for another beating, transfer student? As if, this time it's your asses that are gonna get beaten down. Ryūko shouted back before bringing her right hand to now gloved left hand and clasped tightly onto the pin. Let's do this. Senketsu. Pulling the pin on the side of her glove with a powerful yank, Ryūko didn't have to wait long as a small flash of red light covered her body, followed by Senketsu-clothed form growing to a monstrous size with a large mouth of teeth that chomped down on Ryūko before turning into its stronger, more revealing form. Hakodate rolled her eyes at the sight of Ryuko's panting form. That looks both painful and embarrassing, you masochistic exhibitionist. Bite me, bitch. I ain't no exhibitionist, Ryūko exclaimed as Naruto helped Mako down, cutting the ropes that were restraining her movements. Quit complaining, let's get started. 110 million serves. Hakodate shouted as she and several of her 1-star lackeys tossed their tennis balls into the air and spiked them at the three with a lot of power and speed, fueling the yellow balls. Ryūko pulled her guitar case off her back and took out her scissor blade out. As soon as the tennis balls were close enough, she slashed through them repeatedly, one by one. Each tennis ball hit the ground and split into 6 quarters before exploding into fiber fragments. Hakodate's body with anger, her eye twitching and her free hand slowly squeezing down on the tennis ball in her hand. Fault. You're disqualified, transfer student. Sanagayama interrupted, making Ryūko blink at his words. Huh. Crossing his arms with a large smirk on his face, Sanagayama continued. I'll admit you did very well in evading Hakodate's attack, but slicing away at balls is against the rules in a match. To put it simply, you've won the fight but lost the match. Now Naruto was joining Ryūko in looking confused at Sanagayama's words as question marks hovered over their heads. Listen up. Right now, you two are standing on a tennis court. Which means that you can't say you've won if you didn't win according to the rules of tennis itself.
Looking down at the ground, Ryūko saw that she was indeed standing in a tennis court before gritting her teeth as she looked at the green-haired man. Hey, wait just a minute. Why the hell are you getting picky about rules when we are in the middle of a fight? What about all that crap you pulled yesterday?
Yesterday was yesterday. It has nothing to do with today. That's just crazy. When we were boxing, it doesn't matter. You're disqualified. Sanagayama interrupted. Don't give me that crap, Naruto said as he took a step forward before pointing his blade at Sanagayama. A sore loser like you has no right to talk about rules, so if you think that you'll win like that then you're fucking wrong. A sore loser? Well, it doesn't matter what you say. You break the rules, you lose. End of story. Sanagayama exclaimed while crossing his arms again with a nod of his head as if what he had said made sense, only to hear Naruto let out a chuckle. Then it's a good thing that I am not disqualified, isn't it? Naruto said with a smirk, causing Sanagayama and Hakodate to blink in confusion. If you want to poke holes and get picky then you can see that I wasn't in the court when Ryūko was having her match, which means I am still in, not to mention the fact that you were disqualified as well due to interference, or do you not see where your foot is? Naruto pointed down at Sanagayama's feet, making several heads look down to see that the front tip of his toe was inside the tennis court. The match itself was between Ryūko and the tennis club, which means you are an outsider like me, so by stepping into the court, you disqualified yourself. What the hell? Sanagayama was surprised that his words were being used against him. So how about this? We have one last match between the two people that weren't disqualified, Naruto stated as he turned his attention to Hakodate, who was resting her tennis racket on her shoulders. How does that sound? So you're saying that you want to face me, tennis club president Hakodate, in a tennis match? Hakodate smirked in amusement as her lenses changed from green to red. Even if you try, there's no chance in hell you can beat me, not with my tennis spec 2-star Goku uniform. No, hell win for sure. Everyone stopped, as they turned to look at the source of the voice, who was now standing right in the middle of them all. Mako stared at Sanagayama and Hakodate puffed cheeks before crossing her hands above her head, followed by a spotlight coming out of nowhere that shined down on her. Hallelujah. What the hell was that? Naruto looked around in confusion to find out where that chorus had come from, turning his head to look at Ryūko. I am not the only one who heard that, right? Ryūko didn't get a chance to reply as Mako started to speak. Naruto will win. Just like Ryūko won. What? Sanagayama was dumbfounded at the girl's words while he and Hakodate stared in confusion. Naruto and Ryūko rescued me. Ryūko may have lost the match, but she won with friendship. Winning with friendship means winning at life. Mako shouted comically as she started to move around in an animated fashion and doing random things such as jumping into Ryuko's arms, pretending to be dead, and somehow donned a coat that looked similar to Naruto's while having spiky hair. Mako. Listen. Ryūko tried to interrupt the girl, but a normal-looking Mako held strong as she pointed her index finger directly at Sanagayama's face. If you're going to be like that, you leave him no choice, Mako exclaimed before holding a tennis racket out for Naruto to take. Naruto will win. Even in tennis. Even in tennis. Even in tennis, he'll win for sure. As soon as Mako finished her tangent, the spotlight on her vanished, leaving Ryūko, Naruto, and Sanagayama to stare at the brunette in stunned silence while they tried to process the strange logic going through Mako's mind. Okay, seriously, does anybody know where the lights and music came from? Naruto wondered out loud, only for Mako to appear next to him while still holding out the tennis racket for him to take from her. Here, Naruto, do your best out there. Hey. Well, I did talk a big game just now. Alright. Bring it on. Naruto grinned as he took the tennis racket from Mako, making the girl cheer while Ryūko grinned. Honnōji Academy Tennis Court. It didn't take long for a large crowd to gather around one of the tennis court that was used specifically for matches between schools, as unlike the previous ones, all four walls surrounding the tennis court had stone spikes covering every single inch of them. Sanagayama was standing on top of a large seat that allowed him to oversee the match while a massive scoreboard was held up behind him. Special rules. The match is one game, no 2 or 3 point leads, decide who serves first. Ryūko and Mako were located on Naruto's side of the court, Mako cheering loudly from on top of one of the spikes while Ryūko was talking to Naruto as he was pulling lightly on the stings of his racket. Resting on Ryuko's shoulders were the straps holding onto Naruto's swords since he couldn't use them during the match. Are you sure you are okay playing, Naruto? I can take over if you want. No way, Ryūko, you're not taking this from me this time, Naruto replied as he let go of the string and started swinging his racket a few times. You had your fun beating that other guy, now it's my turn to have fun. But you've never played tennis before. You don't even know all the rules, Ryūko said, only for the blonde to shrug his shoulders. All I have to do is hit the ball into the other side and make sure the ball doesn't bounce twice on mine. Oh, and not to touch the ball with anything except the racket, see? I know enough. The grin on Naruto's face only made the girl shake her head with a heavy sigh as she knew that despite her best friend not knowing the rules, he was going to be fine. Anytime someone bet against Naruto or challenged him to a game, even if Naruto had no ideas on the rules, his devil's luck always seemed to come out on top. It's the main reason she never made a bet or played against him at anything, especially after the last time. Ryūko couldn't help but shiver as she remembered the penalty game she had to play when she lost a race against Naruto when they were kids. She could never look at tomatoes the same way ever since. Just don't do too much damage. Oh come on, Ryūko. This is me we're talking about. When was the last time I took things too far? Naruto questioned, only to receive a deadpan look in response. Nara, Kyoto, that was all, Ryūko said, making Naruto's eyebrow twitch. Those assholes were asking for it. They were harassing the deer and was going to hurt them. But you didn't have to beat them and hang them upside down on the street lamps by their shoelaces. I am not even sure how you did that anyways. Ryūko took in a deep breath after that and looked at the tennis racket in Naruto's hand. Just be careful with those rackets. I doubt they're made to deal with the intensity of both your strength and against a Goku uniform. Don't worry, if things get bad then I have an idea in mind that might help me later, Naruto said before glancing down at Senketsu, who was still transformed and looking up at him with its lone eye. So how are you doing with Senketsu? Nodding her head, Ryūko looked down at her revealing outfit. So far I am doing fine with being in this form. I wonder if that glove is responsible for this. It's not like yesterday. The Seiki Teko is helping, but the main reason you are fine is because the blood you are giving me is not as much since you are not fighting. Senketsu explained while Ryūko lifted one of her gloved hands up. It is thanks your blood that allows me to access my power, but make sure to not drain yourself in the process. What an annoying outfit you are, Ryūko said with a sigh before looking at Naruto with a serious expression. Good luck, Naruto. Right. Naruto nodded his head before turning to face the waiting Hakodate. Senketsu's power, the power of the kamui, can be used once it is given blood, so since it also absorbed my blood yesterday. Since he's the rookie here, Hakodate's voice called out from the other side of the court, making him focus on her to see that she was looking at him with a smirk. I'll give him the first serve. Naruto could help but return the smirk as he caught the tennis ball that was tossed at him and bounced it a few times. Thank you for your generosity. With a single toss, the tennis ball rose high into the air before coming down towards the crouching Naruto. I'll be sure not to hold back on you. The ball sailed straight to space right in front of Hakodate, The shark-teethed girl licked her lips as a large grin before she brought her racket back, pathetic. Though the strings of the large racket easily managed to intercept the ball. The pressure of the collision caught the girl by surprise as she was forced to take a step back. Hakodate narrowed her eyes before she sent the ball soaring back at the corner away from Naruto, only to blink in surprise as he appeared behind the tennis ball after its first bounce and smacked the ball back at Hakodate's side. Not only is he strong, he's a lot faster than I thought. If he wasn't an enemy I would be impressed, but even so. Here it comes, Naruto muttered to himself as he watched Hakodate spike the ball back towards him. This time it bounced a few feet from the net before taking off high into the air. The blonde male moved quickly and raised his racket as high as he could and was able to reach the tennis ball before it got too far, only to feel it dig into the strings despite his attempt to send it back, before breaking through the mesh of strings and speared itself through one of the spikes lining the walls. Not bad. Love 15. Sanagayama's voice called out while Ryūko looked over at the destroyed spike before turning to Naruto, who was steadied as the hole in his racket for a few seconds until a grin grew on his face and tossed in their direction. Now that is a Goku uniform with some power. It's a lot different from that boxer, Naruto said as he was handed a new racket and ball. His gaze focused on the girl across from him. You really know how to make things interesting. Oh really? I am flattered, but to be honest I am just getting warmed up here, Hakodate replied with a sneer as she and Naruto sized each other up. Soon you'll see might of the tennis spec athleticism augmenting 2-star Goku uniform that I received from Lady Satsuki. Naruto couldn't help but laugh as he bounced the ball. Alright then, time to change up my style then. Spiking the ball at Hakodate once again, Naruto grinned as he dashed forward as he watched Hakodate intercept and return the ball at ferocious speeds. The blonde reached the net just as the ball was finishing going over and hit the ball with the edge of his racket, halting its movements briefly before twisting his racket upwards as it actually started to head towards his face. I anticipated that was what you had in mind, so I put a unique spin on it. Instead, the ball hitting Naruto's face like she planned. She was shocked to see Naruto continue to twist his racket as the spinning ball moved and directed it back to land back on Hakodate's side, where it hit the ground with such intensity that it left a small crater behind as it flew high into the air before it spiraled into the crowd to Hakodate's left, causing students to retreat from the now destroyed area. But how did you? I may not be a professional like you, but there are plenty of things that I am good at. One of them is fighting while another is being unpredictable. Naruto grinned widely before turning his head to look at the stunned Sanagayama. Hey, I believe that's my point, right? Sanagayama quickly shook his head and reluctantly held his hand up in Naruto's direction. Fi, 15 all. Alright. That's how it's done. Ryūko cheered before pointing at the angered tennis club president. How do you like that, cocky bitch? Go Naruto. Mako shouted in glee as others around her looked on in shock. Heh. Naruto flashed Mako and Ryūko a grin as he made a peace sign. 1 point down, 3 more to go. Hakodate's shark-like teeth grinded against each other as she glared at her opponent. Don't get cocky. That was only a lucky shot, and luck can only do so much for you. Well, see about that, Naruto said as he served another ball at Hakodate, who lost the smirk on her face as she smacked the ball back towards Naruto's side heading in the other direction. Naruto quickly moved and knocked the ball back towards Hakodate, though he noticed that there was a crack on his racket. Damn, these things aren't as sturdy at all. Take this. Hakodate exclaimed as she spiked the ball at the area next to Naruto, a malicious grin on her face as she watched it bounce. As he turned towards the ball, Naruto was surprised when it suddenly changed course and headed straight towards him, giving him barely enough time to raise his racket in order to block it as it dug into the mesh. But unlike before, Naruto felt the racket in his hands continue to crack as he tried to push the tennis ball back. The two opposing forces was too much for the tennis racket, and to the surprise of many, it broke into fragments and the ball nailed Naruto in the stomach that sent him spinning into the spiked wall. His body's collision into the spikes caused debris to fly all over the place while Naruto's body was covered in a dust cloud. Naruto! Mako exclaimed as she stared at the smoke for any signs of movement, only to see an almost completely ripped tennis ball fell from the smoke and landed with a light bounce. 1530. Sanagayama shouted as he glanced the smoke before turning to look at Hakodate with a small grin. Nice one. Hakodate shook her head as she placed her free hand on her hip. There's no way that he survived that. This match is over. Too bad. Shut it, bitch. The glare Ryūko was sending Hakodate was so intense that steam could be seen escaping her revealing outfit. Calm down, Ryūko. If you get worked up then your blood will just run out quicker, Senketsu warned as he felt Ryuko's blood start to warm up from her anger building. Before Ryūko had a chance to reply, a voice called out from the dissipating smoke, "Aw man. That was close, but look what you did to my coat." Everyone snapped their heads to see Naruto was sitting on top of one of the spikes with his coat in his hands, several large rips taking up most of the back. They quickly noticed that it wasn't just his coat that was ripped, as his shirt had several tears in it as well. I mean, look at this thing. Do you have any idea how long it will take me to fix this? How are you still alive? You should be pierced through. Hakodate shouted as she, Sanagayama, and most of the student bodies stared at the blonde teen in shock. Oh, that was an easy dodge. Naruto shrugged as he jumped off the spike and landed with ease before he walked over to where Ryūko was standing. Sorry to worry you. I wasn't worried, it would take a lot more than that to do you in. Ryūko smirked as she pulled lightly on a large hole on the shirt, though I guess that's what you get for showing off. HMPH, whatever, turning his head away after his retort. Naruto let out a sigh as he started pulling off his ruined shirt. With how damaged this thing is, I can't play and wear it at the same time. Everyone watched as Naruto removed his shirt to reveal his surprisingly lean form that still had a surprisingly decent amount of muscles and a modest six-pack over his abs. A lot of the female students couldn't help but blush as they took in his sinewy body, some of them starting to drool as they saw him begin to do some stretches. Alright, I guess it is time to end this, I guess. Yeah, the sooner we get this over and done with the better. As she said this, Ryūko was glaring at the masses of students that were looking at her childhood friend like he was a piece of meat, turning her attention back to Naruto as he finished up his stretches. Ryūko found herself watching as a bead of sweat fell from his neck down his chest before she turned away with a red face. But what about a racket? You don't exactly have another one that they'll just give you. I know, that's why I am gonna need you and Senketsu to help me out for a second. Naruto dismissed the curious looks that he was getting from Ryūko and her outfit as he looked over at Sanagayama. Time out for a second, alright? The green-haired man cocked an eyebrow at that before frowning at Naruto. You can't call for a timeout unless there is an emergency. You have 30 seconds to prep. A Sanagayama was cut off as a bright light shined from the towers, making a few students cover their eyes. It's alright. I will allow it. Satsuki's voice echoed, making some look up at her in shock. Hakodate, show him the power of your 2-star uniform and win. Yes, milady, Hakodate replied with a deep bow. Milady. Sanagayama only bowed as he complied with her wishes and granted Naruto his timeout. She's just the same as before, standing up there acting like a queen while ordering your slaves down below. It's sickening. Ryūko growled out as she glared up at Satsuki despite Naruto holding an arm out in front of her. Why are you even here? Originally I was here to watch your battle, to see you kamui in action, but being able to observe your comrade is just as interesting. Satsuki turned her attention to Naruto, and even from the distance they had both locked gazes and silently stared at each other. Ryūko didn't wait long to speak up as she instantly picked up what Satsuki had just said. You bitch, how the hell do you know this thing is called a kamui? Well, worry about that later, Ryūko. Right now we need to deal with this opponent. Naruto interrupted as he motioned his head towards Hakodate before he started pulling Ryūko towards the benches, grabbing the meshless racket as they made it to the opposite side, under a blocked area where Sanagayama and the others could them. Alright. I've got a plan and I am gonna need Senketsu's help for a second. Huh? My help? It was a few minutes later that Naruto and Ryūko emerged from the covered area with Naruto holding the white racket in his hands, only this time there was a new black mesh instead of its previously destroyed one, though the string seemed to be too long as it wrapped around the edge of the racket and the handle itself. Going back to his previous position, Naruto positioned himself at the serving area of the tennis court while holding a hand out to receive a ball. Okay, I am ready. Resume the game. Sanagayama shouted as an aide tossed Naruto a tennis ball. Hakodate only smirked as she slammed her racket into the ground, kicking up some dirty as she was ready to challenge her. I'll use you as a target practice for the away matches against Hokkaido. Let's just see about that. Naruto grinned as he tossed the ball up into the air and spiked the ball at Hakodate, surprising the girl as the ball moved even faster than before and was barely able to intercept the ball in time before sending it back. But this time Naruto was ready as he appeared behind the ball and whipped the racket into the ball, causing it to spin from the movement and head back over the net. I don't understand. His hits are so much stronger now. Hakodate exclaimed as she used both hands to hold the racket to hit the tennis ball back, but to Sanagayama's surprise he could see Hakodate's body skidded back almost 6 feet before she sent the ball back at Naruto. A new mesh of string couldn't have done anything. What did you do? Hey, you should be so shocked. This is my real strength, not holding anything back in my swings. Naruto shouted as he appeared in front of the ball again with his racket already intercepting the tennis ball. Sanagayama could only watch with wide eyes as he watched Naruto's movement, before his eyes focused on something else. Something on the hand Naruto was using to hold the racket. Something red. Is that blood? Naruto used my thread as the strings for the racket and purposely used one that was longer to wrap around the racket itself, thus giving it a stronger durability to handle the pressures of his swings. Senketsu said to Ryūko as they watched Naruto spike the ball at Hakodate, once again making the girl panic as the ball actually landed right between her legs before passing under her skirt.
Naruto realized that with his abnormal strength, he was at a disadvantage against that girl since the rackets are not suitable for the power that you and he possess. Under normal circumstances, just having my thread wrap around the tennis racket and tied like that would not do anything if the object is not sturdy itself. But that's where Naruto's blood comes in. He used his swords to cut his own palm so the blood would get onto the thread and in turn enhance the racket.
Right, that guy did say that I needed to give blood in order to activate your power, so Naruto's blood should work. Ryūko nodded her head before glancing down at Senketsu. It's funny that you don't remember anything about what you were and yet you are still so knowledgeable on how you work. 30 all. Sanagayama shouted as the scoreboard changed to show that both Naruto and Hakodate had 30 points each. What's the matter? I thought that I was going to be target practice. The large grin on Naruto's face only enraged Hakodate more as he held up a tennis ball. Too bad for you. I am ending this now. Tossing up the ball into the air. The eyes of a very select few widened greatly when they saw Naruto's hand and his tennis racket start to glow as glaring stars surrounded them before he sent the ball crashing into Hakodate's side of the court. The tennis player moved quickly to intercept and gritted her teeth as she did her best to not lose her footing. I've trained for years. I've done everything I could to get this far, and after so long I finally got my 2-star Goku uniform. I can't lose to someone like you. Putting all of her strength into her swing, Hakodate sent the tennis ball soaring back with a satisfying grin, only for a shocked expression to replace it as she saw Naruto's azure eyes staring her down from his place right in front of the net, his racket prepared to spike the ball. Hakodate took a step back with fear evident on her face as her mental perception of Naruto changed, his intimating figure growing much larger than her. It doesn't matter how long you've trained, Naruto roared as his racket collided with the ball, sending it spiraling at Hakodate, who brought her racket up in front of her face in a last-ditch effort to protect herself. You lost the moment you hurt my friends and pissed me off. Hakodate could only feel pain coming from her face as the tennis ball hit her racket so hard that it slammed her own racket into her face. The force of both slingshot the girl back into the spike wall behind her. The impact from her crash sent debris flying towards Naruto, who tossed away his racket. Ryūko. Right. The dual-color-haired girl shouted as she tossed Bakuya and Kanshu at Naruto. Catching both of the blades without looking, Naruto began to swat away all of the incoming rubble without any issues before turning his attention to the cries belonging to the Airborne Tennis Club president, who was flying towards her from the explosion created from some of the debris. With a twist of his body, Naruto spun the two swords. They were both in a reverse grip and swung the blades at Hakodate before appearing behind her in a post-strike position.
Seni Soshitsu. For a second, Hakodate simply spun around in the air before her entire outfit exploded into ribbons and threads, leaving her completely naked as she landed on the top of a large spike unconscious. Her naked form laid bare for everyone near her to see, and get her nude pictures taken by the cell phones belonging to the male students. Everyone was distracted by the excitement of the match and the conclusion that they didn't notice a single red thread floated close to Ryūko before entering Senketsu's body. Naruto and Ryūko looked back at Hakodate for a second before the former quickly moved over to his coat and grabbed it, returning to the spiked wall and tossed his coat onto Hakodate's unconscious form. Though the large hole revealed a large portion of her abdomen and the very bottom of her breasts, the black coat managed to cover a great deal of her body. Ryūko couldn't help but cracked a smirk. Well, since she's unable to continue, it looks like the match is yours. I guess so. Hey, maybe I should look into playing tennis. The two transfer students turned their heads to see Sanagayama with over a dozen one-star students standing behind him, the man himself looking at them in anger. Don't get too full of yourselves. He is the victor of this match. Sanagayama, restrain yourself. Sanagayama and the other students quickly bowed their heads and moved out of the way as Satsuki finished walking down the stairs leading to the tower, Naruto narrowing his eyes as he took notice to the sheathed sword in Satsuki's hand. Ryūko glared at the girl before them. Well, are you going to tell me? Are you the one who had the other half of the scissor blade that night? The next thing Ryūko knew, a black blur was coming towards her shoulder and was halfway deep into one of the shoulder vests near her neck before something white stopped it. The girl could feel a bead of sweat fall down to her chin when she saw that Naruto was using Kansho to block Satsuki's weapon. A pure black katana with a white hilt that had 2 bars protruding from the guard. Satsuki locked gazes with Naruto briefly, impressed with how well he was holding her off, and turned her attention to Ryūko. If you wish to know the truth, then ask your questions with your blades instead of your words. This is my sword Bakuzan. A blade that is so powerful and with an edge so keen that it can cut a kamui easily. Ryūko narrowed her eyes at the sword before she reached for her scissor blade. Fine then, I'll just beat the answers out of you. Ryūko, the girl, looked down at Senketsu, who stared wearily at the black katana the student council president wielded. If you're going to fight, you'll have to win within the next 2 minutes, otherwise, you're going to pass out like last time. Then maybe you should drink so much of it.
Ryūko whispered harshly until she felt a heavy pressure coming from in front of her, making her look up to see Satsuki coming at her with her bakuzan raised above her head, the intent surrounding Satsuki so great that for a brief moment, Ryūko wasn't sure what she should do. "Ryūko, block now." Senketsu's voice snapped her out of it, and Ryūko raised her scissor blade in time to block her blade from striking her down. To her surprise, the force behind Satsuki's attack made the ground behind Ryūko crack and blasted away several of the no stars and one stars that surrounded them. The only ones that were not sent flying by the blast were both Sanagayama and Naruto, who raised his blades in preparation to intervene. Ryūko couldn't help but sweat as she realized that Satsuki Kiryuin wasn't just in charge for show. She was a lot stronger than anybody that Ryūko fought before now.
Even the 2-star that she fought yesterday and the one today were chumps compared to her. Never mind the 1 stars, there was no doubt about it. If Ryūko were to fight the student council president now, beating her within 2 minutes would be impossible. Even with Naruto's help, that would also mean dealing with all the other students ranging from 1 star all the way to the 3-star that was standing behind the long-haired woman.
As much as she hated to admit it, there was only one option left. Satsuki narrowed her eyes as she noticed Ryūko was struggling under the pressure of her sword. But even so, the girl was managing to push back on her blade. Suddenly steam started to escape the vents on Ryuko's outfit, releasing a large amount until the two of them were blinded from view, and then Satsuki felt something collide with the back of Ryuko's blade, which pushed her bakuzan back. When the steam dissipated, Ryūko stood several feet away with her scissor blade held in front of her while Naruto was next to her with Bakuya and Kanshu at the ready. "Next time we're going to finish this once and for all, Satsuki Kiryuin. Let's go, Naruto, Mako." "Sure. Right behind you." Satsuki watched as Ryūko picked Mako up like a block of wood, carrying her under her armpit while Naruto was following after the skimpy-clothed girl. The student council president watched Ryuko's back as the girl retreated before focusing her gaze on Naruto's bare back. "Forgive me, Lady Satsuki, I underestimated the transfer student." Sanagayama apologized as he bowed his head at his leader, who kept her gaze on Naruto's form as he and Ryūko disappeared beyond the gates. Hakodate is demoted to a no star. As for Hokkaido, set up an interleague match with the sumo club, Satsuki ordered as she spun around and began walking up the stairs leading to the tower. Sanagayama nodded his head before he turned to his 1-star lackeys. "All right, I want you all to start cleaning this up immediately." As expected, a kamui is most formidable. To think it could give her power capable of standing against my blade. I got to see more of what her companion is capable of. I never thought I would see someone with his abilities without the use of the life fibers, not to mention I got to see something very interesting as well. An amused smirk appeared on Satsuki's face as she started to sheath her sword. The image of the glittering glow surrounding Naruto's hand still fresh in her mind. "I'll remember this day. Ryūko Matoi, and Naruto Uzumaki." The Hitler cabinet was inaugurated on January 10, 1933. Mikasugi, currently in his teaching persona, explained to his class as he wrote down information on the blackboard. Afterwards, it pursued a dictatorial system, and with the death of President Hindenburg in August of the following year, Hitler soon became head of state. This in turn completed the transition to that system. The blue-haired teacher's eyebrow twitched as he felt a bead of sweat descend the side of his cheek. The reason for this being a certain female student that had been glaring at his back ever since class started, her body practically oozing malicious intent as she sat in her seat. MMMRGH. Naruto on the other hand had a bored expression on his face as he rested chin on his propped-up hand. Before glancing towards the window, which had a perfect view of the courtyard and Honnōji Academy's main gate. All of the damages done to the courtyard had been cleaned up and repaired before the students even got to school that morning, leaving nothing behind, though his coat had been another story due to the many holes and tears it had suffered, leaving Naruto limited to what he could repair and was forced to turn his coat into a jacket that reached below his belt with the lower part of the jacket lifting up a bit. "I wonder what happened to that tennis shark girl after I beat her yesterday," Naruto thought to himself as he turned his attention to Mako, who was resting her head on her desk and snoring. "No one came after her this morning, so I guess that's a good thing. We didn't see Satsuki Kiryuin or anyone from the Elite Four either. Look at him, acting like nothing happened yesterday," Ryūko whispered to Naruto in a very low tone, who looked at Mikasuga's back briefly before he narrowed his eyes. "And then there's this guy. A stripping teacher who brought Ryūko and Senketsu back to his apartment, not to mention he knows a lot about everything that is going on." Naruto narrowed his eyes as he remembered the paralyzed state his childhood friend had been in when he found her, a small bit of redness appearing on his cheeks as he recalled the blanket wrapped around her falling to the floor. Class continued for a while until everyone heard the school bell ring. Signaling class was over, both Naruto and Ryūko silently watched as Mikasugi get all of his stuff together before saying his goodbyes to the class and exited the room. Standing up from their seats, Naruto followed Ryūko out of the room as she was a good distance behind their teacher. who casually continued to walk down the hallway until he reached a corner and made the turn, picking up her pace in order to not lose sight of him. Ryūko quickly reached and started to turn herself, only to come to a halt as she didn't see any signs of the man they were following. "What the hell?" Ryūko said as Naruto stopped right behind her with a confused look, but the girl didn't acknowledge him as she angrily gritted her teeth. "Where'd he disappear to?" "Ryūko. Naruto." A familiar voice called out, making the transfer students turn their heads to see that Mako had leapt towards them with a smile on her face. Ryūko simply caught the girl with both hands before spinning Mako in a cartoonish manner and placed her gently on her feet. "Where are you two wandering off to by yourselves? Oh, were you two sneaking off to make out or something?" Neither Naruto or Ryūko replied to Mako's comment as they were staring at her back, or more specifically, the note pinned to her back with one of Mikasuga's needles. The blonde reached out and removed the note from Mako's back. "When did he do this?" "What's it say?" Ryūko questioned as she leaned close to Naruto to get a good look at what was written on the paper. It only had one sentence on it: "See me after school where we met before, Ikaro Mikasugi." Crushing the paper in his hand, Naruto shared a glance with Ryūko and the two nodded their heads at the same time. It's time they got some answers. Mikasugi apartment. There is an old saying about how a watched pot never boils and how time seems slower when you are expecting something. So the day seemed to go slow for both Naruto and Ryūko as they waited for school to come to an end. Thankfully they didn't have to deal with any of the other students' 1-star or 2-star students as they continued their school day, though that just made things boring for Naruto since he silently wished for some action. Nevertheless, the school day's end soon came and both of the students followed the path leading towards the apartment that Mikasugi resided, the light created from the setting sun shining on the city as the two arrived at the apartment. Both Naruto and Ryūko were sitting on the couch as they stared at Mikasugi, who was sitting on his open windowsill and staring at the sunset, before rubbing the back of his head as he looked back at the two transfer students. "You know, it's a big problem for me if you keep looking at me with such passion in your eyes, especially when we are at school. It'd be bad for the both of us," as rumors started to spread about there being a relationship between us. Ryu. Mikasugi was cut off as a pin needle, one of his own from what he could see, had flew into the wall next to his head and lodged itself deep into the stone. Naruto lowered his hand with a frown. "There are some jokes that should be said." "You're certainly protective of her, that's for sure," Mikasugi said uneasily as he studied the needle, which was so deep in the wall that there were cracks stretching out from it. "Are the two of you dating or something? I swear, kids these days get into relationships younger and younger now." "Don't try and change the subject. Naruto and I have had each other's backs ever since we were children," Ryūko replied with a small blush, crossing her arms as she glared at Mikasugi, who had undone the first 3 button of his shirt. "All we want is for you to fulfill your side of the deal and tell us who the hell you are and why do you know so much about Senketsu." "My side of the deal, huh?" Due to the large glasses on Mikasuga's face, it was hard for both Naruto and Ryūko to get a proper reading from him. "That's right," Naruto spoke up as he rested an arm on the armrest of the couch that he and Ryūko were sitting on. "Ryūko told me that you gave her your word that you would tell us after we beat that tennis chick, Hakodate or whatever her name was." Sliding onto the couch on the other side of Ryūko, Mikasugi let out a sigh as the remaining buttons of his shirt came undone. "A man's word is only good on the day he makes it, the next day." Well, his words only made Ryūko angrier as the dual-colored hair student took out her scissor blade from her guitar case while Naruto pulled out his kanshu and both pointed their blades at the amused teacher. Bringing a hand up to his smirking face, Mikasugi removed his glasses and pushed back his hair in a single motion to reveal his face to the two. "They're called life fibers." "Huh?" Ryūko raised an eyebrow at what the teacher said. "It refers to fighting fibers that have a life of their own," Mikasugi explained in a serious tone as he rested his arms on his knees. "The Goku uniforms of the 1-star students are made with 10% life fibers, and 2 stars contain 20%. These special fibers enhance human strength and draw out special abilities." Ryūko narrowed her eyes as she remembered what happened after her battle against the boxer. "Now that you mention it. So those red thread things from before were life fibers?" Naruto questioned as he kept his blade pointed at the man sitting next to him, recalling both times that he and Ryūko destroyed the Goku uniforms before a single thread would fly into Senketsu's body when Ryūko was using his battle form. However, the two teens turned back to the half-naked man as he started speaking again. "There exist certain outfits in this world that are woven entirely of life fibers. They are known as the kamui." "So you're saying that Senketsu is one of these kamuis?" Ryūko asked as she looked down at Senketsu's lone eye over her chest. "The only people who know the secret of life fibers are the Kiryuin clan and Ryuko's father, Isshin Matoi, and his assistant." Mikasugi continued, "It is a strong possibility that the Kiryuin clan attacked Dr. Matoi to steal the kamui that was in his possession and keep the secret for themselves." Naruto narrowed his eyes slightly at what the man just said. But what about the assistant? What happened to them? Unfortunately, she has already been dead for about 17 years now, the blue-haired man answered, one of his hands clenching tightly into a fist as he said that. How do you know all this? Ryūko asked, bringing a hand up to his chest. Mikasugi had a determined expression on his face as he spoke, just like Dr. Matoi. I too hated the Kiryuans and their despotism. The two of us were working together to try and thwart their plans for world domination. Closing his eyes, Mikasugi lowered his hand and recalled what happened a few months back. Shortly after he died, I received a letter that he had written before his death. A letter? Naruto and Ryūko repeated at the same time. Yes, as well as a key to his laboratory. The letter was very simple in its instructions. When I die, give you know what to my daughter, it's just like dead leaves in the forest. Also, while I am sure you won't be able to find it immediately, there is something that I want you to give it to Naruto. You will know what it is when you see it. Mikasugi watched as Ryūko sat on the other side of Naruto and glared at the teacher. While the search took me a while, I soon found the kamui buried underneath a pile of clothes. So, the two of us falling down the trapdoor and meeting Senketsu was set up by you, then? Ryūko deduced as she watched Mikasugi try to slide closer to her, only for Naruto to raise his sword once again and stop the older man in his tracks, accidentally cutting the buckle of Mikasuga's pants in the process. Thanks to you deciding to return to the mansion, it made it easier for me to provide the perfect meeting spot. Mikasugi continued to smile as he backed away from Kashu's reach, which in turn lowered as Ryūko patted Naruto's shoulder. What was this thing that the old man wanted to give me? Naruto questioned with a raised eyebrow. Is it another kamui? No, I doubt that it's that. Mikasugi shook his head as he leaned back on the couch, his pants slowly lowering by themselves. As far as I know, Dr. Matoi only had one kamui in his possession and it is currently being worn by Ryūko. I honestly don't know what he could be talking about. That can be something we look into later on. For now I just want to know if Satsuki Kiryuan was the chick that killed my father. Ryūko interrupted as a small blush formed on her face, trying to do her best to ignore the fact that the man sitting on the other side of Naruto was almost naked. I can't say for sure, Mikasugi replied with a calm voice and a smirk. Fine, then. Ryūko turned away from Mikasugi and lifted her gloved hand into a tight fist. We'll just beat the truth out of her with our own hands, right Naruto? With a grin on his face, Naruto punched his fist in the palm of his other hand. Right. And he'll have your back if anyone, even those Elite Four guys, get in our way. I went undercover at Honnōji Academy under the guise of a teacher to try and find out what Kiryuans are up to. Mikasugi informed as he stood up from the couch and pulled out a belt from out of nowhere and used it to hold up his pants, taking a few steps forward before he turned around to face Naruto and Ryūko. At school, I am a teacher and you both are my students. Don't make contact without taking precautions, of course. Mikasugi moved in close to Ryūko with a smile. You're more than welcome to cross that line here. The blue-haired man was cut off as Ryuko's scissor blade suddenly appeared with the blade lightly pressing against his neck. Ryūko kept her arms crossed as she used her foot to hold the scissor blade up by its handle, an unamused look on her face. By that line, do you mean the border between life and death? You really don't know how to take a joke, I see. Mikasugi let out a sigh as he took a step back, grabbing his discarded shirt while ignoring the glares he was getting from both the girl and her companion. Though I suppose you would act like that with your boyfriend sitting right next to you. I told you before, it ain't like that. Ryūko shouted with a heavy shade of red on her cheeks, not noticing that the color of Naruto's face mirrored her own. And there's one more thing I want to know. Why does Senketsu turn into that sleazy, midriff-bearing outfit when I use his power? Chalk that up as your father's tastes, maybe, Mikasugi replied with a shrug as he looked down at Ryūko, who had a look of disbelief on her face. Why, you're kidding. Who knows really, there's a lot that I don't understand about the kamui, either. Turning his back to the two, Mikasugi held a hand up in a whatever motion. Those are answers that you'll have find out for yourself. I've got a question for you about the life fibers. Naruto spoke up with a serious tone as he mentally dismissed his thoughts of Ryuko's transformation appearance to focus on another matter. You said that the Goku uniforms are made of a percentage of life fibers, 10% for 1 stars and 20% for 2 stars, and I am guessing that the Elite Four's uniforms have 30% based on the fact that they're 3 stars. You are correct about that. The Four's uniforms are so strong that they don't even need to activate their true power completely, and yet they can take on both 1 stars and 2 stars without breaking a sweat. Mikasugi explained his memories of when Gamagori had publicly annihilated a student who had stolen and wore a 1-star Goku uniform. If you want to get to Satsuki Kiryuan, it is a strong possibility that you'll have to face them beforehand. Alright. But here is my question. Why are the percentages of how much life fiber within the uniforms so low? If the Kiryuans have such dangerous knowledge about life fibers, then shouldn't they have camus of their own? Naruto asked as he motioned a hand toward Ryūko, whose eyes widened at the blonde's words. I mean, If the old man was able to create Senketsu for Ryūko, then it should be possible for them too, right? A surprisingly good question. I guess that delinquent look of yours doesn't reflect your intelligence after all. Mikasugi said in a mockingly surprised tone, only to duck as Naruto grabbed one of the textbooks that was in a stack next to the couch and threw it at the older man. Looks like humor is lost on both of you, but as to your question. It is impossible for them to create kamuis for the students, because those students wouldn't be able to handle it. In fact, there are only a very select few, such as Ryūko, who can withstand the power of a kamui thanks to her above-average strong resonance with life fibers. As of right now, 30% is the strongest and safest amount of life fibers that a normal person can handle without it consuming them and make them lose all self-control. Meanwhile, this is a 5-star Goku uniform whose weave is 50% life fibers. Yura's voice called out through the speakers as he and Inumuda watched through the security glass as several members of the sewing club surround a large metallic isolation chamber with a chained-up male student inside, who was only in his briefs and had a terrified look on his face. The sewing club members each held a piece of fabric in their hands that were glowing with a red hue. This area was the sewing club's special laboratory that dealt with life fiber experimentation, installed with all the latest security features and technology to make sure everything ran smoothly. Both Iori and Inumuda adjusted their glasses as the sewing club members inside the room finished their preparations and secured their gloves before inserting their hands into the various holes that allowed access to the inside of the chamber. The sewing club president narrowing his eyes slightly before giving the order, commence sewing. First button location confirmed. Don't inhale the dust. Commencing sleeve length alterations, modifying side vent shape. Chest adjustment complete. Activation of life fiber confirmed. Don't let go of those chains. Almost immediately after the club member said that, dozens of sparkling lights flashed around the bound male student before his body started to grow rapidly and shattered the containment chamber. A few of the sewing club members were sent flying into walls as the male student let out a beastly roar and snapped the remaining chains still wrapped around him. Iori gritted his teeth at the sight before giving his next order, 1-star security. Fire all tranquilizer rounds and neutralize the subject. The male student let out another roar as security fired tranquilizers from their rapid-fire guns, all of them connecting, and yet none of them seemed to even make the now behemoth flinch as it charged straight towards them. It didn't take long for him to knock them all out of his way as he continued his charge towards the window, where Iori was bracing himself for whatever might happen. But to his surprise, Inumuda appeared on the other side of the window and was staring the 5-star behemoth done before putting out a touchscreen device that was still connected to the pocket of his Goku uniform via blue cables. The blue-haired teen quickly scanned through various images and graphs on the screen before lifting his head back up towards the beast and pulled an arm back, analysis complete, making his hand resemble a dagger. Inumuda intercepted the 5-star with a stab to the gut, making the teen freeze for several seconds before the experimental Goku uniform turned to shreds and the male student returned to his normal self. After seeing the man fall to the floor, Iori made his way inside the room and made his way up to the unconscious subject. Thanks for the save, Inumuda. It was your decision to stop at the test-fitting stage, Inumuda replied as he turned to face Iori while putting his hands into his pockets. All I did was unravel the threads. Still, I am not sure we could have beaten him if a 3-star like you hadn't been here. Placing his hands into his pockets as well, the blonde-haired teen studied the almost nude, unconscious student, whose body was covered in bruises. Simply increasing the life fiber percentage to 50% made the test subject lose control to this extent and caused a good deal of damage to the wearer. It's hard to believe that some are able to wear kamui, which are entirely composed of life fibers. If that Matoi girl's uniform is a kamui, then she and the other transfer student, Uzumaki, will be a threat to Lady Satsuki's plans, especially if the latter is able to go toe-to-toe with the Goku uniforms without any type of enhancer, Inumuda said as he took out his touchscreen again and started swiping something on the screen. If that is the case, then Lady Satsuki is sure to take action herself. Welcome home, Mistress Satsuki. This sentence echoed as Satsuki, with her sheathed bakuzan in hand, walked down the corridor of her family's manor with her personal butler, Soroi, following several steps behind her, lined up along the corridor on either side of the walkway. Maids and security were bowing their heads as the young lady walked past them, but Satsuki paid them no mind as she continued walking down the rugged path towards her destination, an area that she hadn't been to since she was a child. Back then, I was simply entranced by its beauty, Satsuki thought to herself as she remembered when her father brought her down to see it, her wedding dress. Stepping into an elevator, Satsuki and Soroi took it down to the lowest level and arrived at a flight of stairs. As a child, I could hardly wait to be able to wear that outfit. I didn't have any idea what wedding dress meant, but now is the time for me to stop waiting. It's time, Junketsu. As Satsuki reached the bottom of the stairs, she was greeted by 2 security guards that moved to block her path. Please, milady. This is a restricted area. We can't allow anyone to pass, not even you. Step aside, Satsuki ordered as she tightened the grip she had on her sword's sheath. I won't repeat myself. We can't do that. Mila. The men were silenced as Satsuki slammed the tip of her sword's sheath into their guts, the force of the blows knocking them out instantly. Lowering her sword, Satsuki continued walking down the metal corridor with a large restricted sign hanging overhead. HMPH, I don't have time to waste on fools. It took only a few minutes for Satsuki and Saroi to reach the entrance of the secret laboratory that resided under Kiryuin Manor. The doors slowly opened and revealed a familiar sight to Satsuki, who wasted no time in walking up the few steps leading to the box where Junketsu was sealed away. Placing her hand on the touchpad next to the machine, Satsuki watched as it scanned and confirmed her handprint before unlocking the box containing Junketsu, allowing Satsuki to see it in its sealed glory. I have come for you, Junketsu. Saroi, how could you stand there and allow this to happen? A male voice called out, making the old man turn around to face the speaker and saw a large, obese man with black hair and eyes standing at the entrance. He was wearing tinted glasses and a tuxedo with a bow tie, and a small box-shaped mustache. Well, if it isn't Master Kuroido, Saroi commented to himself as he watched the shorter man take a step forward. Lady Satsuki, our mother has expressly forbidden the removal of that outfit, the large man shouted to the girl. Please, return it to its rightful place at once. I can't do that, Satsuki stated as she rested her Bakuzen against the scanner. This won't do at all. I am Takiji Kuroido, steward to the Kiryuin family, Kuroido stated as he took a step forward. Lady Ragyo entrusted me with the care of this manor in her absence. Even if you are the young lady of the house, I cannot and will not allow such willful behavior. You won't allow it? You cannot allow it? Who the hell do you think you are talking to with such disrespect? The light seemed to shine brighter around Satsuki as she brought a hand to the top button of her outfit. A young lady is changing her clothes. Turn around and leave, shameless fool. Lady Satsuki. Kuroido quickly brought a hand to block his sight of Satsuki's nude form, while Saroi did the same with his arm and the cloth draped over it. Surely you don't mean to try to wear that kamui. For me, there is no try, Satsuki replied with conviction in her voice as she reached out and grabbed the plastic wrapping covering Junketsu, ripping it off with one strong tug. All that I do is an inevitable step towards fulfilling my ambition. Kuroido let out a grunt as he continued to look away from the young lady of the Kiryuin clan, though the worry was still present on his face. But if you put it on now, there is no guarantee you will survive it. Nonsense. Do I look like one of those weak pigs? I will be fine. Clothes are meant to be worn, Satsuki replied as she unsheathed her Bakuzen, sliding one of her fingers across the sharp edge of the black blade and let the blood flow out of her freshly made cut, bringing Junketsu close to her nude form. Satsuki held her bloody finger over the white and blue sailor uniform and let the red drops fall onto the outfit, though it didn't seem to ruin its color as the red stains were absorbed and vanished from sight. For a few moments nothing seemed to happen, and then the neck lapels changed and widened to reveal that they were 2 blood-red eyes with orange scleras. The outfit shifted into a more feral and demonic appearance before violently latches itself onto Satsuki, making her drop Bakuzen and grit her teeth as she felt the tight pressure of Junketsu's attempt to draw out more of her blood. Shifting her stance lightly to regain her footing, Satsuki felt her body being strangled by Junketsu's tight hold and stretched at an awkward angle. Lady Satsuki. Both Kuroido and Saroi called out worriedly as they watched Satsuki struggle with the crazed outfit. Hold your tongues and watch, Satsuki shouted at the two, silencing them as she gripped the machine in front of her so tightly that cracks were starting to form. Ask not the sparrow how the eagle soars. All you do is nothing more than the shallow thinking of those beneath me. No one on this earth can do something before Satsuki Kiryuin. I will not allow Matoi to have that right. Lifting her head, Satsuki slowly started to straighten herself as blue sparks came out of Junketsu and, to Kuroido's shock, it came to a halt. Even a kamui is a mere garment, and I will make it submit to me. My will is absolute. RRRGHHH. With a powerful shout, Satsuki's new appearance was covered in an explosion of blue energy and bright sparkling lights blinded everyone in the laboratory. Mankanshoku residence. Okay. It's bedtime, Mataro. Bedtime, Barazo shouted as he and his son were running around in a circle inside the bedroom, brushing their teeth as they ran. Yes, let's, Dad, Mataro called back as he took a sip from his cup and gargled before spitting into the air. Naruto watched look of disbelief as the two, well, 3 if you counted Guts too, continued to get ready for bed and somehow washed themselves with bubbles before changing into their nightwear. If we stay up, the power bill goes up and you get hungry again, so sleeping's the only way to go. Barazo called out as he finished changing before tripping and falling on his face. You got that right, Dad. Leaping into the pile of beds, Motaro tossed out the beds to various places while his father somehow spread them out neatly. Falling into the beds, the two shut off the lights and instantly fell asleep after exclaiming one final, "Good night," to everyone, snoring away as they piled up on each other. Naruto shook his head a few times as he walked out of the room and closed the door behind him. I don't know what the hell I just saw, but it was weird and a little cool at the same time. Is that normal around here?
Tsukuyo only smiled as she let out a giggle. Those two can be a handful at times, but you get used to it. The matriarch of Menkanshoku family turned her attention to face Ryūko and handed her some pajamas with bunnies on them. I am sorry Ryūko, I only have Mako's hand-me-downs.
And no, don't worry about it, I am just glad that I have something to wear. Ryūko bowed her head briefly with a smile. Thank you for everything, ma'am. Nodding her head with the warm smile still on her face, Tsukuyo turned slyly and handed Naruto some nightwear as well. It was a white t-shirt that was a little big and night pants that looked like they would reach his shins. These are some of my husband's clothes when he was younger, he was much thinner so they should fit you. Thank you. Naruto replied with a slightly surprised look before looking down at the clothes. Wait, these clothes look like they could fit me perfectly in a few years. How did he go from this thin to that? Naruto thought to himself as he glanced back to the room where Barazo was still snoring away, his large belly jiggling lightly as Motaro's legs propped themselves on the large lump of flesh. I meant what I said before, you both are welcome to stay here as long as you like. Tsukuyo rested a hand on her cheek as she too faced the closed door. I am surrounded by these loafers and deadbeats, so I am thrilled to have another girl like you and a man that actually is a hard worker around here. Laughing a little at her words, I really do appreciate it. Mako says that you both saved her from a pummeling by the tennis club this time, becoming essentially naked in the process. Tsukuyo's comment made Ryūko blush as she let out a sigh. Not essentially, it was more like pretty much. Naruto's clothes got damaged so he had to do the rest of his tennis match without a shirt or jacket. I am gonna miss that jacket, though at least I got it back, sorta. Naruto grumbled to himself. Tell me Ryūko, are you Tsukuyo stared to say, not noticing as Senketsu's eye moved to look down at the pajamas in Ryuko's hands before returning to its original position, one of those people who enjoys putting your naked body on display. No, that's not it at all. It's really embarrassing. Ryūko quickly replied with a red blush on her cheeks. In fact, I hate to get undressed in front of people. Yeah, Mako's voice called out as she emerged from the bathroom, waving her hands excitedly as she continued to speak. You'd never wear a getup like that if you didn't enjoy it. I want to try it. It's in one ear and out the other with this whole family. The black-haired girl chuckled as she watched Mako tell her mother that the toilet was clogged, turning her head to Naruto. Ryūko motioned her head towards one of the open room. I am gonna go change. Be back in a bit. Raising two of his fingers in a mock salute, Naruto kept his gaze on Mako and Tsukuyo as they disappeared into the bathroom. Ryūko nodded her head at the blonde's actions and went into the next door, closing the door behind her with a small sigh to herself, removing the skirt half of Senketsu's outfit, which surprisingly was just like normal clothes when there was no blood being injected into the fabric. As Ryūko reached her hands up to remove her upper clothing, she heard Naruto's voice on the other side of the door. What the hell are you three doing? Oopsie. We got caught. Ryuko's eyebrow twitched as she recognized both voices of Menkanshoku men as slid the door open to see Naruto punishing the two with a heavy beating that sent them flying throughout the bedroom. I thought you guys were going to bed pretty early. It was just so you could peep on me? That was the plan. Their reply only made the beatings even worse for the two as Ryūko joined Naruto in sending them flying. And before long Naruto pulled out some rope and duct tape from the family's storage closet, which was almost filled with these items based on the work done to the roof and walls. After tying them up in their beds and binding the mattresses around them to restrict their movements, Naruto and Ryūko left a struggling Barazo, Motaro and Guts in the bedroom to continue changing. Tsukuyo quickly changed into her own nightgown and peacefully slipped into her bed, ignoring the pleading looks from her husband and son to free them. Oh, wow. You both look so good in pajamas. Mako cheered as she playfully poked Ryuko's side. Hey, cut it out Mako. Taking a step back to escape Mako's reach, Ryūko went back to hanging Senketsu up, only to pause as her fingers brushed against the kamui's fabric. Huh? Is something wrong with Senketsu? Naruto asked as he and Mako leaned a little closer, the latter more confused since she didn't know what Senketsu was. Senketsu? Mako repeated in confusion with a cartoonish question mark over her head, but the teen brunette was ignored as Ryūko kept her gaze on Senketsu. Hey Naruto, feel this, is it just me or does the surface feel rough? Ryūko questioned, making Naruto raise an eyebrow before reaching a hand up to feel the fabric. though Mako already beat him to the punch as she patted a part of Senketsu. That's crazy. I didn't think uniforms could get goosebumps, Mako said in awe, causing Ryūko to look back at her. Did you say goosebumps? Ryūko asked, brushing his fingers against Senketsu. Naruto had a surprised look on his face as he halted his movement. She's right. It does feel like goosebumps. Senketsu said nothing as it continued to stare off into space, which in turn made Naruto and Ryūko narrow their eyes as they wondered what was affecting the kamuis so badly. Soon after, Mako had gone to bed, leaving the two teens to themselves as they silently made their way to the roof of the back alley clinic and stared up at the night sky. It was an interesting sight for them to see how the stars in the sky were lining up perfectly, with the most stars revealing themselves over the lowest district while the upper levels dwindled in numbers until the last level didn't have any stars at all due to the bright lights coming from the large houses. It was almost ironic since it was the people who were no stars that had the most stars over their heads, while the students who were 1 stars and higher didn't have any stars. I can't believe we've learned more about what happened to my father in this 1 week after 6 months of finding nothing, Ryūko said as she brought her legs up and wrapped her arms around them. But there are still things that we don't know yet, like why these life fibers were so important that my dad had to die to keep them secret, not to mention we are not sure as to who was it that killed him. Maybe so, but like you said, we are closer to the truth than we were before, though. I feel like that Mikasugi guy knows a lot more than what he is telling us, Naruto replied as he moved his arms behind him and used his hands as a leaning post to keep himself propped up. And I wish I knew what it was that he wanted to give me. We'll just have to go looking ourselves as soon as we get the chance. Resting her head on her knees, Ryūko closed her eyes briefly before snapping her head upwards to see a helicopter flying overhead. Who the hell rides a helicopter this late at night? How much do you want to bet that Satsuki chick is in there? Naruto questioned, making Ryūko snort as she let go of her hold before falling back until her back was resting against the roof tiles, resting her arms behind her head. That's a sucker's bet if it's against you. Turning her head slightly, Ryūko noticed the frown that slowly grew on her friend's face. What's up? There is something that's been bothering me. Naruto started while crossing his arms before lowering himself back to join Ryūko in lying back. After seeing what the Goku uniforms look like on all the students, including those Elite Four guys, I noticed that there are those star marks on every single one of them, but after getting a good look at Satsuki's outfit, I didn't see anything like that. Seriously? What's up with that? Gaining a puzzled look briefly at the thought, Ryūko couldn't help but feel her body tremble slightly as she remembered the power behind the student council president's strike. It had taken all the strength she received from Senketsu's transformation to block the first strike, and to her dismay, Ryūko was sure that she wouldn't have been able to hold the older girl back before she would have passed out from blood loss. You don't think she has a special Goku uniform of her own, do you? I doubt it actually, Naruto answered, making Ryūko tilt her head towards him again. We may not know Satsuki Kiryuin like the rest of these people, but it is obvious to see that she is a proud woman, so I don't think she would put up with something that has a certain percentage of these life fiber things. Aw man. All this crap is too much to think about before bed. Ryūko grunted as she picked herself up into a sitting position before getting back to her feet, scratching the back of her head as she made her way to the edge of the roof. I don't know about you, but I need some sleep. Naruto let out a laugh as he kicked up onto his feet. I am with you there. Hey, Ryūko? Yeah? The dark-haired girl turned her head to see Naruto looking down at the roof with an expression she never saw on his face before, one that she couldn't really place. What's wrong? You know that no matter what happens, I've always got your back, right? Naruto questioned as he looked up to meet Ryuko's gaze. That I am always on your side. Of course, I do. That's how it's been between us since we were kids. What brought this up so suddenly? Ryūko raised an eyebrow while she watched Naruto go silent for a second before shaking his head, flashing her a small smile with the moonlight hitting his back. It's nothing, just wanted you to remember that, no matter what stands against us. Ryūko stared at Naruto for several seconds before turning away, not letting him see the small blush that formed on her cheeks before she violently shook her head, scratching the side of her head as she took a step off the roof. Well, thanks. I guess. I appreciate it. Good night. Yeah, you too, Naruto replied before looking up at the night sky one more time, the stars reflecting in his azure blue eyes before he closed them. Though if you knew the secret I have been hiding from you ever since the old man died, I doubt you would still be saying that. The morning sun shined brightly over Honnōji Academy as Mako, Naruto and Ryūko exited the trolley and started walking towards the entrance gate, the black-haired girl letting out a loud yawn before raising a hand up to rub the small tear from her eye. Mako raised an eyebrow at the girl's action as she turned to look at Ryūko, who adjusted the strap of her metal case. "What's wrong, Ryūko?" Mako asked. "Didn't get enough sleep?" "Not really, I managed to get 3 hours in, but for some reason I couldn't go back to sleep," Ryūko replied without taking her eyes off the path in front of them, the evidence of her exhaustion present under her eyes. "A strange feeling, like something bad was going to happen, kept me up all night." "Is it just me, or does it seem a little quiet this morning?" Naruto pointed out as he looked around to see that there were no other students walking towards the academy. Usually there were a handful of students still trying to get to school by this time, but for some strange reason there wasn't anybody beside the three of them. "Now that you mention it," placing a finger on her chin, Mako looked up at the sky and thawed before they made it under the large tunnel gates and the shadows covered them. Dismissing the tired look on her face, a frown quickly replaced it as Ryūko took notice to something on the other side of the gates. "I get the feeling that it might have to do with that." Following her gaze, Mako and Naruto turned their heads to see a large white barricade with Honnōji Academy's symbol on them circling in front of the school with almost 100 white flags. Bearing the symbol as well, were standing tall and blocking the way towards the school. Before the three could process why there was a blockade in front of them, a familiar bright light shined above them and made them, as well as the disguised Mikasugi, who was watching the scene from his classroom, look up to see Satsuki standing at the very top of Honnōji Academy with a cool look on her face and her hands resting on her sword. Naruto narrowed his eyes as he quickly noticed the different outfit that Satsuki was wearing. It was a white and blue sailor uniform that had a design that was more militaristic and regal than the normal look, with a high collar, shoulder epaulets and gold adornments along the sides. Why did she change her outfit? Naruto thought to himself, a part of him getting a bad feeling that continued to grow the longer he stared at it. "Satsuki Kiryuin," Ryūko said to herself as she narrowed her eyes as well. "So, you've both come. Ryūko Matoi, Naruto Uzumaki." Satsuki's response was the opposite of Ryuko's words, cool and composed. Ryūko was about to say something, only to feel Naruto place a hand on her shoulder and make her realize that she was losing her cool before the battle even started. Taking a deep breath, Ryūko felt Naruto remove his hand from her shoulder and had a small smirk on her face as she placed a hand on her hip. Well, this is a surprise, so, to what do I owe the honor of the grand welcome? For you to go through the trouble of waiting for us, what brought this on? Remember to keep your cool, Ryūko, she's definitely up to something," Naruto whispered to his childhood friend before lifting a free hand up and closed Mako's still gaping mouth, though the brunette continued to stare up at Satsuki in shock. Ryūko nodded her head as she watched the stair system finish deploying from the tower that Satsuki was standing on, the loud clicking of the student council president's heels echoing with each step that she took. "I know, but we can't back down." The spotlight continued to shine of Satsuki as she stared down Ryūko and Naruto, each step she took seemingly commanding respect. "It was you who said that the next time we met, you would settle matters between us once and for all, remember? How very conscientious of you," Ryūko replied while moving the metal case from her back, shifting her gaze to the third member of the group. "Mako, stand back, things are about to get dangerous." K. Ryuko's words seeming to snap Mako out of whatever thought she was having. Like they say, having your health, that's the important thing. Watching the brunette retreat behind the barriers, Naruto watched as Satsuki made it to the ground floor and slammed her sheath into the dirt. "Rejoice, Ryūko Matoi, you will be the first offering to my Junketsu." "Junketsu, purity? Is there anything about you that's pure?" Ryūko retorted with a smirk, though it didn't seem to bother Satsuki as she continued to smirk. Narrowing his eyes as started to reach back for his swords, Naruto's action was halted as Satsuki spoke up. "That is far enough. Naruto Uzumaki, this battle is between Ryūko Matoi and myself. TCH, as if you have any intention on keeping this fair." Ryūko gritted her teeth as she looked at the crowd surrounding them. "One word from you and everyone here can try to get the jump on us, not that they would succeed. Rest assured, I have no intention of doing such a cowardly thing. I have given them the order to not to interfere in our battle, and they know full well the punishment that awaits them should they ignore my orders. As for keeping this fair," Satsuki reached a hand up to a blue metal band on the upper part of her left sleeve where 3 clasps were sticking out. "Let me show you why I don't need them." Watching Satsuki flip all 3 clasps down, Naruto and Ryūko watched as the whiteness of Satsuki's outfit start to turn red. Not being able to see that there were 3 needles sticking into Satsuki's skin and drawing blood from her veins. All the blood was being dispersed through Junketsu as every single white thread gained a reddish tint until the entire outfit turned bright red. Before it swirled out into an array of dazzling blue stars and exploded outward in a threaded dome around the older girl. Underneath the bright white and blue lights surrounding her, Satsuki stood naked with her breasts and hair moving around wildly from energy enveloping her body, and she closed her eyes as Junketsu's power continued to flow through her. Ryuko's eyes widened, a red and orange flame like beast flew out of energy and hovered over Satsuki briefly until it opened wide and chomped down upon her. Blue threads exploded out of the monster and bounded tightly to Satsuki's body, turning it into white armor. Life fiber override, Kamui Junketsu. Satsuki's voice called out before she emerged from the explosion of energy to reveal her new appearance, one that seemed to be even more revealing than Ryuko's and had blue highlights throughout the outfit instead of red, giving the outfit a bluish hue. What the hell? Ryūko exclaimed in shock as she took in Satsuki's form, blocking out the applause the entire student body was giving the girl in front of her. So, she does have a kamui, Naruto whispered to himself as he clenched one of his hands into a tight fist, though there was a small bit of red on his cheeks. But why do they have to be so revealing? I mean, come on, it shows even more than Senketsu. That's right, Satsuki said as she pulled her bakuzan out of its sheath. Her new outfit was mostly an armored top with a thong, long gloves and stockings, and two spike-like appendages that appeared to be Junketsu's eyes, which had turned black around its pupil. From the shoulder portion of the outfit was a chest part that covered the outside of her breasts and pushed them together to prevent any movement. And yet it was barely covering all her breasts. Two sleeve gloves covered her arms and hands completely and were like Ryuko's except for the coloration and wrist guards that Ryūko had. Descending from her chest piece were two blue ribbons that stretched across her stomach before splitting into four that acted as supports to her thong and frilly garters over her heeled stockings. The thigh-high stockings under the frills reached down to her high-heeled boots. This is my Junketsu. You are not the only one who possesses a kamui. Adjusting his glasses as he watched from his class window, Mikasugi could only frown as he watched steam shoot out the vents under Satsuki's shoulder spikes. Well, isn't this a pickle? It seems little Miss Satsuki went and brought something dangerous to show and tell. Naruto, stand back. Let's go Senketsu. Ryūko called out as she brought a hand up to the Seiki Teko and grabbed the pin before pulling it out with a tug. Several red flashes covered Ryuko's body and transformed her into her armored state, one that made her red in embarrassment as several perverted male students let out wolf whistles. Naruto, I don't want you to interfere, especially since she has a kamui. Okay, but be careful, we don't know what her kamui is capable of. Naruto warned before he retreated several meters back until his back was to the barrier, but he didn't go behind it. Shifting his gaze to the side, Naruto noticed that all the members of the Elite Four were standing opposite of him behind Satsuki. They must be here to keep an eye on me. While it'd be a thrill to fight against 3 stars, I need to keep an eye on Ryūko just in case she gets close to passing out from blood loss again. Both blue and red star-like glitters spread across the battlefield and surrounded the two transformed girls as they approached one another, though it was clear that the blue lights around Satsuki was the dominant of the two. Senketsu, was the reason you were afraid yesterday because you sensed that thing? Ryūko asked Senketsu as she continued walking towards Satsuki. Ryūko, I should warn you right now, Senketsu spoke up as its eyeball on her shoulder narrowed slightly, your opponent is much more powerful than you are now. Gee, thanks for the prep talk. Ryūko grumbled with a frown as she and Satsuki reached a few meters away from each other. The wind started to pick up around them, and as soon as Ryūko and Satsuki took their next step, a powerful blast of wind stretched around them and blew all the no stars and 1 stars into the air while destroying the barrier and flags that had been set up. The Elite Four braced themselves as they felt the continuous ripples of wind, and were able to remain in their spots. Inumuta's eyes were wide while he studied the scene before them. Their incredible will powers are creating these blasts of wind? Incredible? Naruto remained in his spot as well, raising a single arm to block the dust from getting into his eyes. Ryūko. It's impressive, I'll admit, Ryūko said as she ignored the flying bodies all around her, staring down Satsuki with a smirk before taking off in a run, but if you lose mentally, it's all over. Satsuki didn't reply and with a calm expression swung her sword in front of her, sending an air-based sword attack at the charging girl, who raised her scissor blade to block it. To Ryuko's shock, the pressure behind the attack was so strong that it cut various parts of her body several times before continuing past her and hit the crowd behind her. Ryūko kept the grip on her blade as strong as she started to breath heavily. What the hell? She didn't even look like she was trying. The two color-haired girl didn't have time to think as Satsuki swung her blade again, this time in greater numbers, causing Ryūko to go on the defensive. But the power behind Satsuki's attacks were much stronger than what Ryūko could block, and more of Ryuko's blood went flying into the air. Be careful, you should avoid losing any more blood as best as you can, Senketsu's voice called out as Ryūko continued to block as many of Satsuki's attacks as she could. You'll lose consciousness much faster if you are not careful. You don't have to tell me that, Ryūko shouted as she blocked another one of Satsuki's attacks before pushing off and sliding behind the girl. swing her scissor blade as fast and with as much power as she could, only for Satsuki to move her arm behind her and block Ryuko's attack without even looking. The pressure of Ryuko's swing continued and destroyed much of the area in front of Satsuki, though neither paid this any mind. Raising up her free gloved hand up to her face, Satsuki let out a breath as she clenched it into a fist. This is magnificent. This is the power of the kamui. Turning her head back towards Ryūko, Satsuki easily broke the transfer student's stance before raising the bottom part of her hilt to Ryuko's chest, and where Senketsu's eye was, and delivered a quick jab. While the attack seemed small, the power behind it was another story as it sent Ryūko flying and crashing into the upper levels of the academy building. Gah! Ryūko shouted painfully as she felt her back collide with the building's exterior walls. Meanwhile, Naruto shouted as he watched his childhood friend go flying towards the school before crashing through one of the windows and destroyed the classroom she landed in.
Satsuki wasn't far behind as she walked towards the school, the additional power given to her by her white kamui increasing her speed as she started running up the wall of the school towards Ryuko's location. The blonde narrowed his eyes before he drew both Kansho and Bakuya and took off towards the school, only for a mob of one-star students to block his path, which made Naruto grit his teeth as he moved Bakuya and Kansho across his chest in an X shape. Get the hell out of my way.
The one-star students were caught by surprise as the pressure in the air surrounding male transfer student grew intense and suddenly sent all of them flying away. Naruto continued his charge as he continued to cut down all the students that got in his way, before snapping his head to the side as a thick brown whip with spike came flying towards him and jumped out of the way just as it collided with the ground, leaving a large hole. Sliding back a few feet, Naruto came to a halt and silently glanced around him to see that the Elite Four were surrounding him. As Lady Satsuki told you earlier, Naruto Uzumaki, this battle is between her and the transfer student, Ryūko Matoi. Don't interfere, Gamagori stated as his whips returned to his sleeves. Though if you really want to join the fight that badly, we'd be happy to be you opponents, Sanagayama continued as he reached a hand up and grabbed the shinai hilt sticking out of his back. Inumuda smirked as he lifted a hand up to push his glasses into place. That would actually give me some great data. I hope you are ready for a beating, transfer boy, Nanan said with a smug grin, though with those looks I can imagine you've gotten a lot of fights. Great, just what I need, an overconfident monkey, Naruto grunted as he glanced to his left towards Sanagayama and then right towards Nanan, a lowly snake with a mouth, looking back at Inumuda standing behind him before turning to look at Gamagori, a smartass dog and a loud toad. That sucks, I kinda like toads. Don't know why, they just always seemed cooler than frogs. That's a weird thing to say, aren't they the same thing? Sanagayama questioned only to take a step back as Naruto snapped his head back to send him an anime-style glare. They are completely different. Inumuda let out a chuckle with an amused smirk on his face. He is right about that. I am not surprised you can't tell the difference, stupid North Kanto monkey. Nanan snickered, which made the green-haired teen grit his teeth as he held up a fist threateningly. Shut it, two-faced shrimp. Naruto quietly stared at Sanagayama for a few seconds with a deadpanned expression. That was a terrible insult. What the who asked you? It's true, I mean, really? You can't think of anything more offensive than that. I mean, look at her, she's basically a pink-haired Lolita wearing a marching band uniform. I mean, sure, she is a little bustier than the common image of one, but she still is underdeveloped for someone her age. Naruto retorted as he pointed a finger at Nanan, who was now emitting a dark miasma-like aura as one of her eyebrows twitched irregularly. Not to mention she is mixing gothic into her outfit with that weird skull on top of her hat and the weird stick she is carrying around. Who knows what weird things she does with da. Nanan didn't give Naruto any more chances to speak as she appeared over his head with a pissed-off look on her face, a leg raised up before bringing it down. Die asshole. To Nanan's shock, however, the blonde tossed both of his swords up into the air before quickly intercepting the pinkette's attack and grabbed her by her boot. Huh? How did you? Naruto said nothing with a smirk on his face as he spun around and tossed the shorter girl at Sanagayama, who wasn't prepared for his companion to be sent flying at him and collided with his chest. Before raising his arms to catch the girl, this moment allowed Naruto plenty of time to rush towards the two and slid past Sanagayama while grabbing the tail of his coat before rushing around again to wrap it tightly around the two. Following this up with a leg sweep that caused the bundled-up duo to crash to the ground, Naruto raised an arm as one of his swords, Kanshu, came back down and caught it with the blade already poised to strike. Before the blonde could move, several spiked whips sailed through the air and wrapped several times around his arm, making Naruto turn his head to follow the whips to see that they were coming from Gamagori's spiked gloves. That's enough out of you. The disciplinary committee chair of the Elite Four, Ira Gamagori, will show you just punishment. The large man shouted as he started pulling on his whips to bring Naruto in close. the size of the dark-skinned man seemingly growing with each word he shouted. You will pay for trying to get in Lady Satsuki's way. Gamagor's eyes widened as he watched the male transfer student's body stop moving as the smirking whiskered teen raised up his arm and started pulling back on the whip. Impossible. His strength is actually equal to my own. No, he's not even trying. I must admit, you are pretty strong, but how much is that coming from that Goku uniform of yours? Naruto questioned as he put more strength into his pulling and was forcing Gamagori to move towards him instead. But suddenly Naruto stopped and looked up, causing his opponent to do the same. Naruto's second sword came spinning down at incredible speed before curling slightly and sliced through Gamagor's whips in one strike. Naruto raised his other hand and caught Bakuya before ducking under Inumuta's dagger strike from the side, sliding back a few feet away from glasses-wearing teen. Wow, I almost. Men. Naruto was interrupted by Sanagayama slamming his shinai into the back of the blonde's head, sending Naruto crashing into the ground. I gotcha this time. Now you are mine. As Sanagayama was about to continue his assault, to feel one of his legs slide forward, causing him to fall back. Before he was felt a fist dig into his stomach, the green-haired man let out a grunt as he fell onto his back. What the hell? Looked down at his leg. Remains of Gamagor's whip could be seen wrapped around his ankle, though it looked like it had just been cut as it was less than 2 feet long. Sanagayama growled as he got back to his feet and saw Naruto was already on his feet and was once again surrounded by the other Elite Four members. You guys are pretty good. Naruto rubbed the back of his head with a grin, moving it in front of his face to see that there was some blood on his hand. I haven't been injured like that in years. All of that, and you only got one hit? Pretty sloppy there, stupid monkey. Nanan taunted with before turning her head away with a snicker when Sanagayama growled at her. Shut up. Impressive, you are smarter than we gave you credit. You intentionally provoked Nanan into attacking you and took advantage of the distraction, Inumuta said as he lifted his touchpad up and started inserting data into the device. Not to mention you were able to predict Gamagor's actions and used your swords to prepare for it. You were even able to predict both my distraction and Sanagayama's sneak attack. Meh, not really, I am just a fan of manga, Naruto replied as he rested Bakuya on his shoulder. Noticing the look of confusion on Inumuta and the other Elite Four's faces, that might sound weird, but despite what some people think, you can learn a lot from reading them. One manga that I enjoy reading is called JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Ever heard of it? There is one character who is known for being able to outsmart his enemy through tricks and making them make mistakes that he can use to his advantage. Interesting, but what does a fictional character have to do with this, unless you base your fighting style off his? You might think that, but no, Naruto grinned widely as raised his swords high above his head, slamming them into the ground, causing large rubble and dust to pick up and create a pseudo smokescreen. I just learned to be unpredictable. So, it's easy to figure out what my opponents will do next. Brace yourselves. He might try a sneak attack through the dust clouds, Gamagori warned while he narrowed his eyes as he braced himself for any sort of attack. I can't believe I am saying this, but we should just transform and beat him quickly, Nanan growled as she clenched her grip on her wand. There's no way he can stand up to true power of 4 3-star Goku uniforms at once. Inumuta nodded his head as he pushed up his glasses. I agree, though I wish I could have collected more data. Hold on, he's not there, Sanagayama shouted as he swung his shinai to dismiss the clouds, revealing that Naruto was nowhere to be seen. Where did he? Damn it. He used the dust as smokescreen to escape. He must be going back to interfere with the battle. Gamagori deduced as he turned his head back towards the other side of the battlefield in time to see Ryūko's body come flying out of the school. We cannot let him get in Lady Satsuki's way. Leave him to me. Sanagayama stated before the 3 silver stars on the collar of his uniform shined brightly. At the same time, that's it, I am done. Ryūko muttered to herself as she tried to lift her body up, only to feel her strength leave her as the kamui transformation ended and fell back to the floor in her normal form. Senketsu, why did you? Landing gracefully behind her, Satsuki stared down at Ryuko's beaten form before grabbing the girl by her hair and lifted her easily with one hand. How pathetic, that was the best you could deliver, and your kamui saved you from passing out from blood loss. A kamui is in a dormant state, you may as well be naked. I am not sure you of all people should be laughing at me while you're in that exhibitionist get-up. Ryūko smirked through the pain as she let out a low chuckle, only for Satsuki to toss her to the ground like a ragdoll. An exhibitionist, you say? Satsuki repeated before gritting her teeth slightly in disappointment at Ryuko's words and waved her hand out. Nonsense. The form you see before you are what allows a kamui to unleash the most power. The fact that you are embarrassed by the values of the masses only proves how small you truly are. If it means fulfilling my ambitions, then I, Satsuki Kiryuin, will show not shame or hesitation even if I were to bare my breasts for all the world to see. Raising her bakuzan over her head, a spotlight seemed to shine brighter on Satsuki as she swung her sword down. As such, My actions are utterly pure. It's like I thought. Satsuki is on a whole other level. A shocked Mikasugi halted his movements as he watched Naruto suddenly appeared between Ryūko and Satsuki, raising Bakuya and Kanshu to block Satsuki's attack. The ground underneath Naruto and Ryūko cracked and rubble exploded into the air behind them, but the blue-haired man couldn't believe his eyes as he watched Naruto hold off Satsuki's blade. No way. I won't let you hurt Ryūko. Naruto growled out as he pressed his swords against Satsuki's, who stared at Naruto briefly before letting out a laugh. What's so funny? Every time we cross paths, you do something that fascinates me, Satsuki said with an amused smirk as she felt Naruto hold strong in using Bakuya and Kanshu to push her Bakuzan back. You truly are an interesting man, Naruto Uzumaki. But tell me, can you continue to stand up to the power of my Junketsu? Pulling her sword back, Satsuki swung her blade to the side to strike the left side of Naruto's head, but as the blonde raised his Kanshu to block it, Satsuki and her sword disappeared and reappeared several times around Naruto before stopping directly behind him. Naruto. Ryūko called out, only her eyes to widen as she watched Naruto intercept Satsuki with Bakuya without looking back at her, the same way that Satsuki had done to her. Very impressive, I am amazed you were able to keep up, Satsuki said as she watched Naruto tilted his head to look back at her. It doesn't matter to me what kind of outfit you're wearing. Or what ambitions you have, I simply refuse to lose. Naruto narrowed his eyes as he rotated his body with a spin of his heel and used Kanshu to knock Satsuki's arm back before following it up with a high kick. To which Satsuki raised her free arm to block the attack, wincing lightly as she felt the incredible pressure behind his kick. Underneath them, rubble and dust kicked up while a good distance off to side. More of the student audience was caught in the attack as the pressure from Naruto's kick sent them crashing to the floor. Not as long as someone I care about is in danger. This strength, so, I was right. He didn't use the Kamui's life fiber to give himself a power boost again. Hakodate, Satsuki thought to herself as she thought back to the tennis match when Naruto's racket using the threads Ryūko's Kamui to make the racket more stable, meaning that all the strength he used back then was all his. A small smile grew on her face as she stared directly into Naruto's eyes. You certainly are a lot more entertaining than Ryūko Matoi. Lady Satsuki. Naruto and Satsuki snapped their heads to the side to see a large shinai coming straight for Naruto's head, making the blonde jump back in time to grab Ryuko's body under his arm and skid back to avoid the attack. Both Naruto and Ryūko looked on in shock as the shinai was coming from the gauntlet of a hulking giant suit of armor that was a dark green color and resembled the standard suits used for kendo. There was a lot more armor on this suit that made it hard to believe that it was as fast as it was. What looked containers with 6 holes on each shoulder, and on the left shoulder pad were 3 green stars. The giant figure bowed its head as it turned to look at Satsuki. Forgive me for intruding, but since Naruto entered the battle I thought that it would be best for me to enter as well. It is fine, Sanagayama, Satsuki replied as she watched Naruto place Ryūko down. Staring at the bulky figure for a few seconds, Naruto looked down at the shinai in its hands before a look of realization appeared on his face. Hold on, you're the monkey. Why do you look like that? Hey, what you see before you is the true form of my 3-star Goku uniform, Blade Regalia. Taking a small pose, a green flash sparked from one of the 3 stars on Sanagayama's shoulder. You might be been able to go toe to toe with the 4 of us in our regular states, but I doubt you can beat my Blade Regalia's true power. Hold on, Sanagayama, Satsuki interrupted as she took a few steps forward, passing one of her Elite 4 members without looking at him, focusing her gaze solely on Naruto. I would like to continue this battle. Naruto Uzumaki has shown me something interesting and I wish to test him out myself. But Lady Satsuki, very well, Sanagayama replied as he moved several steps back, not undoing his transformation. Now then, Naruto Uzumaki, raising her Bakuzan up while shifting into a stance, Satsuki continued to smirk as she spoke. Give me a much better battle than Ryūko Matoi. This will be a true offering to Junketsu. Hallelujah. Naruto blinked as he looked around in confusion. There it is again. What the hell was that? Come on, Ryūko. Get naked. Naruto turned his head to see Mako standing in front of Ryūko with the spotlight on her with her hands in that weird crossed position again. Where the hell did she come from? Naruto asked as he looked back at Satsuki and Sanagayama, the former saying nothing as she shifted out of her stance while the latter seemed to shrug his armored shoulders. I can say for certain that you, yes you, are not inferior to Lady Satsuki. Mako called out as she started moving around and taking different poses before bringing her hands to her chest. Your boobs are way bigger than hers. Her boobs? Naruto repeated in confusion before he started to blush as Mako began groping Ryuko's chest, her actions stunning a lot of viewers including Mikasugi, who's had a large sweat drop falling down the side of his face. I know because I saw them. Everyone in my family agrees with me that you have a nice rack. We've talked about how smoking your body is all night. All night? Wait. Even your Mo Naruto couldn't finish as Mako continued to make different poses before extending her arms out as far as they could go. So, stop being embarrassed. Rip off your clothes and get naked. Hold on, could it really that simple? Naruto thought to himself as he processed Mako's words. He wasn't the only one having such thoughts as a look of realization appeared on Ryuko's face. Get naked? What kind of nonsense is this? Satsuki questioned as she narrowed her eyes as the shaking Mako, who refused to move away from Ryuko's side. Your immaturity is infectious. It causes people to spout such garbage. Naruto's eyes widened as he noticed the blue highlights of Satsuki's kamui glowed even brighter and with a leap, instantly appeared over Mako and Ryuko with her sword held high. You've utterly disappointed me, Matoi. Ryuko. Naruto shouted as he ran towards the girls as fast as he could, only for Sanagayama's large form to block his path. I don't have time for you. Get out of my way. Before Sanagayama could say anything, both men heard metal clashing against metal and turned their heads to see Ryuko back on her feet and using her scissor blade to intercept Satsuki's attack. What? Satsuki said in surprise as she watched Ryuko hold her ground with a single hand on her scissor blade. It ain't nonsense. Ryuko's words made Naruto smirk while Satsuki made a tch sound. The white-garbed girl feeling the pressure of Ryuko's attack get even stronger as the two-color-haired girl raised her red glove to her face. It ain't nonsense at all. Ryuko. Senketsu's voice called out as the pin of the Seiki Teko popped out. Let's do it. Grabbing the pin with her teeth, Ryuko pulled it wood with a snap and red glittery stars started to cover her body. These a lot brighter than earlier. Underneath Senketsu's outfit, a single needle stuck into Ryuko's skin and started taking blood from her body, and just like with Satsuki, the black kamui was covered in a red tint before it swirled out into an array of dazzling red stars and exploded outward in a threaded dome around the girl. I finally get it now. I need to get naked. Putting on the kamui means becoming one with it, Naruto whispered with a smirk as he knew that underneath the bright red and black lights surrounding her, Ryuko was in the exact same nude position as Satsuki had been in and this time was truly receiving Senketsu's power. It means you becoming my skin. That's what it means to master wearing you. Ryuko said as her breasts and hair moving around wildly from energy enveloping her body and felt Senketsu's power continued to flow through her. More than she ever felt before. The others watched as a red and orange flame-like beast flew out of energy just like with Satsuki's transformation, except this one only had one eye like Senketsu, and hovered over Ryuko briefly until it opened wide and chomped down upon her. Black threads exploded out of the monster and bounded tightly to Ryuko's body, turning it into her black and red armor, only this time its appearance seemed more secure and form-fitting. Am I right, Senketsu? Yes. You're exactly right. Gritting her teeth as the bottom highlights of her hair turned bright red, and two chest plates that made up Senketsu's eyes grew large as an explosion of energy surrounded her new appearance, revealing it to everyone. Life fiber synchronize, Kamui Senketsu. Everyone watching the battle were either shocked at Ryuko's transformation or staring at her in awe at how amazing she looked. Even Mikasugi was unable to say anything as he watched with a smile as Ryuko took hold of her sword again. With a burst of red energy coming from her back, Ryuko charged forward. Sorry, Naruto. But I am cutting in. That's fine with me, Ryuko. Naruto shouted back as he extended one of his arms outwards. Show her what you're made of. You don't have to tell me twice. Ryuko let out a roar as she charged at Satsuki, who was shocked at the sudden increase of speed before quickly collecting herself, swinging her sword to intercept Ryuko's. The two women continued to swing their blade and make sparks fly. To Satsuki's slight surprise, the force of Ryuko's strikes were actually making her retreat each time their scissor blade and Bakuzen met. Ryuko could only grin as she glanced down at Senketsu's eye. I feel awesome. So, this is the real you, Senketsu. Correct, this is our true power. Knocking away Satsuki's blade, Ryuko started spinning until she resembled a mini twister, causing Satsuki to raise her blade up to block as much of her opponent's attacks as possible. That's the reason you were drinking so much of my blood. It's because I was rejecting you out of embarrassment. The more my heart closed you off, the more you need my blood to keep the connection. That's what happened, right? As you are now, the blood I just drank is more than sufficient. Senketsu informed Ryuko with a voice filled with excitement. At this moment, you are really wearing me, and I am really being worn by you. Raw. Ryuko ended her spinning to swing at Satsuki one more time, only for the latter to raise her leg as she dodged the attack, but that was what Ryuko wanted. Suddenly, the handle of the scissor blade latched open and turned it into a longer hilt which allowed Ryuko place her other hand on it, and the blade part of the sword opened to reveal a hidden compartment with an addition blade popping out. Let's do this, Senketsu. Right. What is that? Naruto muttered in awe and surprise as he watched the scissor blade transform and turn into a long sword. This was the first time he had seen it do anything like that, and he was sure that Ryūko didn't know about it either, and yet the girl seemed to know exactly what she was doing. Scissor blade. Decapitation mode. Both Ryūko and Senketsu called out at the same time, before the dual-color-haired girl swung her extended blade at Satsuki, who was barely able to dodge the attack by bending backwards as far as she could. But the long-haired girl could see the damage done by the attack as Ryuko's sword destroyed most of the wall. Regaining her footing, Satsuki's heel clicked against the ground, and a satisfied grin appeared on her face before she raised her body back up, switching to the stance she had intended to use against Naruto. This fight between the two of us has finally gotten interesting. A smirking Satsuki and silent Junketsu stared off at an equally smirking Ryūko and determined Senketsu. Before the two suddenly charged towards each other and slammed their blades against in a powerful clash. The air was filled with dust clouds and sparkling stars as the two continued their battle. Neither one giving the other an inch as they met with equal strength. The force of their blows was so strong that they were tearing up the battlefield and causing crater after crater, sending the rest of the student body flying into walls and other debris. Mako let out a shout herself as she felt her body lifted into the air and start to fly back. Only for Naruto, who had placed Bakuya and Kanshu away, to jump high up into the air and intercept her before landing on the ground next to Sanagayama, who finally returned to his normal state. Neither male looked at one another as they focused on the battle alone, and Mako, who was about to say something, saw the serious look on Naruto's face and went silent as well. Off to the side, the rest of the Elite Four were watching in awe at the fact that one of the new transfer students was fighting their student council president to such intensities. "Now, you're going to tell me, Satsuki Kiryuin," Ryūko exclaimed as she slammed her sword against Satsuki's in a stalemate clash, both girls and their kamuis emitting enormous amounts of energy. "Were you the one that killed my dad?" Satsuki could only frown as she slammed her forehead against Ryuko's. "And just tell me, what good will knowing do for you?" "I don't know. But not knowing who did it, it just doesn't sit right." Pushing Satsuki off, Ryūko drew a fist back and threw a powerful punch at Satsuki. "The fact that you seem to know something and not tell me pisses me off." TCH. Satsuki raised an arm up to block Ryuko's punch, though the power behind it destroyed the wall behind her. The blow didn't stop the white-clad girl as she sent a kick towards Ryuko's stomach in retaliation. "You have no aspirations or ambition. I have nothing to say to someone such as you." Brushing off the kick, even as the wall behind her crumbled, Ryūko gritted her teeth as she placed both hands on the scissor blade's hilt. "The way you talk just pisses me off even more." "That is just fine with me," Satsuki shouted back as she did the same with her Bakuzan, mirroring Ryūko as the two charged at each other with a battle cry. With a swing of their swords, the final clash between the two girls was the most destructive as the area around them was instantly destroyed except for the circle they were in, and the students were caught in the shockwave and sent flying. The Elite Four regrouped and defended themselves from the dirt and rubble heading towards them. Naruto was standing close to Mako and shielded the both from getting hurt, both staring worriedly into the dust cloud for any sign of Ryūko. Soon they were granted the sight of her and Satsuki, still in their clash, and both were smiling, until Ryūko fell into a crouch. Naruto didn't even hesitate to run towards Ryuko's side, kneeling next to her. "Ryūko, are you okay?" "Yeah, don't worry," Ryūko replied before looking up at Satsuki with a determined look on her face. "I am gonna crush them." "What?" Satsuki replied with a raised eyebrow. "I don't know what you're planning." Ryūko started as a cool smirk appeared on her face. "But I am gonna take all that bull crap you spouted about ambition and aspirations, and crush every last one of them. Maybe that ought to loosen your lips a little." Ryuko's smirk turned into a frown as Satsuki pointed her blade at her head, only for Naruto to move in front of her and grab Bakuzan's blade barehandedly, causing a large cut on the palm of his hand and making a lot of his blood fall to the floor. "Naruto, don't worry, I am fine," Naruto stated without taking his eyes off Satsuki. "This blood is my vow, my promise, to help Ryūko take you down." Staring down at the two of them for a few moments, a smirk appeared on Satsuki's face before she pulled her sword back, to which Naruto loosened his grip, and turned around towards the stairs she had taken down. "How amusing, you both are going to crush my ambitions, are you? Honnōji Academy is my kingdom." Spinning around to face them, Satsuki's heel clicked hard on the staircase as she faced them, with the Elite Four and the rest of her two-star subordinates joining her and staring them down. "If you say that the two of you will topple it all by yourselves, then I accept your challenge. Starting tomorrow, all clubs will be after your heads. Do you still think you both can win?" "You bet your ass I do." Standing up with her scissor blade in hand, Ryūko pointed her sword at the crowd, Naruto joining her by pulling his swords out once again, ignoring the pain from the cut on his hand, and pointed his Bakuya at them as well. "There is a reason why the two of us are a team. As you wish, then defeat each and every student who comes after the two of you." Satsuki explained as she looked down at Ryūko and Naruto. If you do so, then Junketsu and I will face you again. And if we win, you're gonna tell us everything. The conviction in Ryuko's voice was matched by the intensity of her glare. We're in agreement, then, Satsuki replied with a grin. Naruto, Ryūko and Senketsu all stared up at all the enemies that had made today. The two transfer students had completed their first week at Honnōji Academy and now they had an objective and a goal. They would defeat everyone that Satsuki and her Elite Four sent after them and get the truth from the student council president. And to all their future opponents, the two transfer students only had one thing to say. Bring it on. Blinking once with a blank expression on his face, Naruto turned his head to look at his childhood friend. I officially hate commuting to this school. You're saying that as if this is my fault, Ryūko replied as she closed her eyes, one of her eyebrows twitching as she crossed her arms. Don't forget that the circumstances aren't in my favor compared to you. It wasn't my choice to wear my pajamas to school, now was it? Could be worse. At least we aren't getting distracted by some stupid drama that would result in more embarrassment, right? Naruto pointed out as he moved his body to the side to avoid a giant pendulum from cutting him in two. Honestly, I feel bad for Senketsu since he was getting beaten pretty hard back there. Don't remind me. Why did Mako's mom decide to clean and wash Senketsu today of all days? Ryūko questioned with a grumble as she leapt over a trapping pit that opened up just before she fell in. It wasn't exactly comfortable to be standing in front of all those students, especially that Elite Four member. Speaking of which, is it a requirement or something for those higher-up idiots to make such stupid, dramatic entrances? I wouldn't say they were so bad, though I wonder if the Elite Four gets billed for all the destruction they cause. Naruto wondered as he moved his hands behind his head. That Toad guy seemed like the reliable type, even though he destroyed a lot of those buildings. You're just saying that because you like toads and his name starts with Gamma, letting out a huff as she glanced up at incoming checkpoint and saw that they were 3/4 of the way there. Ryūko turned her head back to look at the hundreds of traps that they had managed to successfully pass. That guy has to be a sadist to set all of this up. Actually, Gamagori is most honorable member of the Elite Four. He doesn't turn a blind eye to lawbreakers or that kind of thing, but at the same time he does his best to bring out the best in the other students. It is because of this that he can be seen as the most dangerous member. Mako called out from her place on Naruto's back, being tied securely to the blonde with a few sturdy wrappings in order not to fall into any of the traps while Naruto and Ryūko maneuvered around them. I am more surprised that he acknowledged you and let Ryūko get away with wearing her pajamas since your mom was washing Senketsu. Naruto muttered as he thought about the weird standoff that happened between Mako and the large Elite Four member, though he could have gone without learning about Gamagori preferring to sleep in the nude, even in a crazy place like Hono City and its academy. There was such a thing as revealing too much information. Upon waking up to the sound of a loud siren that could most likely be heard throughout all Hono City around 4 a.m. Long before the sun came out, both Naruto and Ryūko were greeted by the sound of a panicking Mako struggle to change into her uniform while eating breakfast at the same time. She had a lot of crumbs to shake of when she was done. Another thing to greet them was the painful shouts coming from Senketsu as the two found him being washed and cleaned by Tsukuyo, who was not gentle in the least as she twisted the sentient outfit several times before smacking it dry as it was hanging from a stick, though he did seem to enjoy being ironed, anyway. The three departed with Barazo and Mataro promising to drop off her uniform as soon as it finished drying, and were greeted by a river of no-star students heading towards Honnōji Academy. Apparently, today was no late day, which was a day where no-star students could not be late to class for any reason, or they risk expulsion from the academy. One of the members of the Elite Four and the disciplinary committee chair, Ira Gamagori, had shown up on a platform, destroying several homes in the process, and explained how no late day was an event that happens once a semester. To make it to the school, all the no-star students must survive through 999 obstacles that the disciplinary committee had created to stand in their way, including numerous varieties of traps, which only the most determined students could overcome to make it to school before the first period bell rings. The man had tried to talk down to Ryūko because she was still in her pajamas, only for Mako to somehow appear on the platform next to Gamagori before countering his lecture and stumping the man into silence, deciding to let the issue slide due to him acknowledging Mako's words. Gamagori questioned if Ryūko can make it without her kamui. At least we didn't have to worry about that little sneak Mako Ogure getting in our way, Ryūko said as she thought back to the glasses-wearing student that pretended to be an injured student, when in reality, the girl was a secret member of the disciplinary committee that was trying to prevent them from making it on time. At first, they had believed the girl to be truly injured and brought her along, only for Naruto to reveal her true colors after making it past several obstacles. If you weren't around, I might be fallen completely for her acting until it was too late. Well, it wasn't as if her actions and motives were impossible to read, especially when she kept pulling down you pants whenever Barazo and Mataro got close. Naruto commented with a sigh and a small blush appearing on his face. Only an idiot would repeatedly do the same thing repeatedly and think that it wouldn't get noticed. Thinking back to when Mako would fake being in pain or pretend to be weak and cause problem for Ryūko. Like getting her stuck in a trap or revealing her underwear to the world, causing the Mankanshoku men and their dog to get nosebleeds and crash into things. Eventually Naruto confronted Mako and sent her packing when she revealed her true intentions of taking Senketsu for herself and overthrowing the academy. Not really the smartest thing to do when one hand was bandaged up too much and facing someone who was not only stronger than any of the two-star Goku uniforms without any sort of aid, but was just as loyal to Ryūko as the Elite Four were to Satsuki. It didn't even take Naruto and Ryūko 10 seconds to send the girl flying and crashing into one of the obstacles that looked like a roulette table, sending her spinning down a street path that led to the bottom of Hono City. Crossing her arms with a small smirk on her face. In any case, at least we know that Ms. Lightbulb's followers aren't as loyal as she would like. Whether they are or not doesn't mean a thing with the powerful supporters that she has, not to mention the power of her kamui. It's a good thing that we have Senketsu on our side or you'd be in trouble, Naruto said, making the girl next to him nod her head in agreement. I just hope that someone manages to get Senketsu to me before we reach the school. How much time do we have left, Mako? The pajama-wearing girl asked as she looked at her still tied-up friend, who lifted her watch closer to her face before a panicked expression formed. We have just over 30 minutes left before the bell rings, Mako exclaimed, causing Naruto and Ryuko's eyes to widen before they turned to each other with shocked looks. Shaking her head a few times, Ryūko turned her head to look up at the remaining obstacles, with Mako and Naruto mirroring her actions, though it was slightly harder for the former since her back was pressed against Naruto's. We managed to make a lot of time thanks to that one-star armored bus, but I guess we can't afford to slow down. Right, though I could have gone without flying through the air thanks to missile explosions. I guess it can't be helped, Naruto muttered as he turned back Ryūko, who noticed the blonde as he was getting closer to her with a serious look. What are yo? Ryūko was cut off as she was picked up bridal style while her guitar case was looped over Naruto's shoulder. Hey. What's the big idea picking me up like this?
Isn't it obvious? I am going to get us to the academy as quickly as possible, and to do that you guys need to hold on tight, the blonde pointed out as he turned his head slightly to glance at Mako, who tilted her head a bit as she tried to look at her two friends without breaking her neck. Mako, things are about to get a little bumpy, so try and bear with it.
Roger that. I am gonna stick to you like my dad does when he finds a wealthy target to get more money, Mako replied with a salute, her words making Naruto and Ryūko look at the girl in disbelief and uneasiness. Your dad is freaking scary, Ryūko muttered while Naruto nodded his head in silence. With a powerful leap from their spot on a water tank, Naruto and his two companions went soaring high into the air as the blonde headed towards one of the taller buildings and landed on the cement wall of balcony belonging to one of the apartments. One of residents, a woman who was nursing her baby near the window, stared at Naruto with a shocked expression at his sudden appearance on the 30th floor of the building, but the blonde transfer student paid the woman no mind as he kept his gaze focused upwards and leapt once again towards a higher destination, the power behind his leap destroying the railing and a good portion of the balcony, leaving the screaming mother behind as the window in front of her cracked heavily. Sorry, Naruto's voice echoed from the higher floors. The shaken woman couldn't find any words to come out of her mouth as the strength in her legs vanished and her trembling body fell to the floor, her wide eyes staring at the destroyed balcony before lifting an army walkie-talkie to her ear. T3 no-star students are trailing up the building and skipping all the traps, and they destroyed my balcony completely. What? Give a description of the students. One of them appeared to be a normal no-star, while another was wearing pajamas with bunnies on them. The final student had blonde hair and was dressed like a delinquent. He was the one carrying the other two and jumping around, the woman informed as she poked her head out of the destroyed balcony to see Naruto avoiding the barrage of bullets being fired at him and his female companions. There's no way he's human. Roger that. The other two must be the transfer students. Thank you for the info. Please keep an eye on the remaining no-star students.
Never mind that. Who's going to pay to fix all of the damages?
My apologies, but that is something you'll have to take up with a different department. You can't be serious. I was told that we're sorry. This call has been disconnected or is no longer in service. Please hang up and try again later. Are you fucking kidding me? Meanwhile, are preparations for the final trap proceeding on schedule? Gamagori voice echoed as he entered the surveillance room of the trap department, a subdivision of the student council's disciplinary committee and the ones that are charged of developing traps for the No Late Day. It was thanks to the collaboration of this subdivision and Gamagori's disciplinary committee that No Late Day produced such amazing results. Walking up to many computer screens that overlooked all the obstacles, Gamagori raised an eyebrow as he noticed that there was no one sitting in any of the seats. Is there no one here? Glancing around with a frown, The dark-skinned man turned his attention to the large model of Hono City and noticed a holographic image spinning down the highway leading to the bottom of the city, but his attention was more focused on a certain figurine that was located at the very top of the model. I see. Near the Honoji Academy gate. This is amazing, Naruto. It's like we're flying through the air. Mako cheered with wide eyes as she got a view of all the obstacle that they were avoiding, until she was greeted by an incoming crow that was flying in the air before it smacks itself into her face. Blah. I got feathers and a weird taste in my mouth. Are you okay, Mako? Ryūko called out as she used scissor blade to knock away an incoming boulder that was being launched from a catapult. It seemed that the ones working with the trap department did not appreciate the three avoiding the obstacles entirely. I am okay. At least it wasn't bird dookie. Hopefully, Naruto mumbled to himself as he finally managed to reach one of the mansion platforms on the 2-star level of Hono City. Landing on a shiny limousine that was currently being washed by an older man wearing a yellowish tracksuit, the impact from the blonde's feet landing on car causing the roof to complete bend and form a large cave-in while all the windows of the limousine cracked and shattered. The old man washed the limousine took a step back in surprise at the sudden appearance of the three before an enraged look appeared on his face. Fucking no stars. Do you have any idea how much that limo cost? Shut up, Naruto and Ryūko interrupted at the same time with darkened expressions and their weapons pointed at him. Ryūko with her scissor blade while Naruto had shifted Ryuko's body around a bit to pull out his Bakuya, causing the old man to freeze completely as his heart skipped a few beats and a wet spot to form on his pants before he fell back with foam coming out of his mouth. Staring at the results of their killer intent for a few seconds, the two transfer students put their weapons away before Naruto shifted his body's position to make sure that his female friends were secure enough for him to continue jumping towards the academy. See, Ryūko, I told you learning how to do that would be helpful, Naruto said with a grin before once again continuing his journey of leaping onto each mansion platform, leaving the unconscious man behind as more servants rushed out of the mansion to see what the commotion was. Maybe, but it's not like it works on everyone. Hey, look! There's the entrance, Ryūko pointed out as the three got closer to the gate. Naruto taking one final leap before entering through the gates and landed in the courtyard in front of the school. Almost immediately, Ryūko leapt out of Naruto's arms before stretching her arms into the air. We made it. This is awesome. If we hurry then we'll make it to class before the first bell, Mako called out as she detached herself from Naruto's back. Several of the wrappings tightened around her arms and legs causing them to be bent at awkward angles. The brunette was looking up at her watch which was curled over her head with the ropes pressing her palm back. Needless to say, it was amazing that the girl wasn't struggling with how painful her position looked. Something doesn't seem right, but I don't know what it is, Naruto thought to himself as he stared off at the academy in the distance, only to blink as he heard barking sounds coming from behind the three making the blonde turn around to see Guts running towards them with Senketsu on his back. The kamui riding the dog as if he was a horse. Huh? Ryūko. I finally made it. You won't believe what I've been through. Senketsu shouted with a relieved look on his. Was it considered a face? As he held tightly onto Guts' hoodie. Look, Ryūko. Guts is bringing you your uniform. Mako pointed towards her family pet with an excited grin before waving at the hoodie-wearing pug. Hey, Guts. We're over here. Guts. The dog roughed back as it got closer to the three. That's something you don't see every day. I kinda want to try that, Naruto said with an excited grin and his fists pumped in front of his chest. You'd crush him before he could take his first step, Ryūko pointed out with a deadpanned expression before letting out a sigh at her friend's childish stupidity, which liked to rear its head occasionally and give her a migraine. Naruto may be intelligent and very reliable when it comes to having her back, but sometimes he lacked the common sense that normal people would have, though that bar of normalcy was greatly lowered after arriving at Hono City. Don't underestimate Guts. Taking a similar position to Naruto, Mako spoke up with a look of determination on her face. He might be small, but he makes up for it with gusto. In fact, there are a lot of times when we use him to pull bodies several times his size out into the back while Dad and Mataro clean up the infirmary. That's awesome. A large sweat drop formed on the back of Ryuko's head as she stared at the two, pretty sure that a strange combination of animal abuse and murder cover-ups. Geez. Why is your dad making Guts the one to bring it? Raising an eyebrow in disbelief, Ryūko placed a hand on her hip as she looked from Mako to the incoming animal. More importantly, how did he manage to catch up to us when we were so far ahead? Blinking a few times at the question that came out of the girl's mouth, Naruto turned his head back towards the academy building as stared at it a few times before narrowing his eyes. The blonde teenager bent down and picked up one of the small stones at their feet and tossed it into the air a few times before catching it in a tight grip, pulling his arm back enough for Ryūko and Mako to notice his actions and watched as Naruto threw the stone at the large building in the distance, only for a hole to form a few feet in front of them followed by a large tear that revealed the school to be an optical illusion with the image over a wall. What the? Ryūko managed to get out before the wall started to fall over, followed by the walls around them, revealing that the group was standing on a platform on the highway leading up to the school with the actual school gates visible not so far away. What the hell is going on? Ha ha ha. Morons. You've fallen into my trap. A familiar voice called out from around them before a metal slab emerged from the ground in front of the running Guts and caused the small dog and Senketsu to smash into it. The impact caused Guts to fly back a bit, only for a foot to slam down on him, with the shoe belonging to a grinning Mako. Mako. Damn it, how the hell did you catch up to us? Naruto questioned as he clearly remembered watching the glasses-wearing girl being launched towards the bottom of the city. Snatching Senketsu from Guts' back, the girl let out an eerie chuckle as she lifted it up high for the three to see the kamui in her uninjured hand. Don't tell me you forgot. Naruto Uzumaki. Ryūko Matoi. I am the disciplinary committee head of trap development. It is basic knowledge to know all the routes and quickest ways to reach any spot in the city without running into my own traps. I've been waiting here for you all to arrive with this kamui, thanks the surveillance cameras watching over the no-late-day obstacle courses, and thanks to all of you lowering your guards. I've finally have it in my grasps. Of all the crap to happen to us now, we have to deal with a shameless power-hungry bitch as well. Ryūko muttered as she clenched one of her hands into a tight fist. I thought you would have learned your lesson after that beating we gave you. Ah, but there is no way I would give up so easily when victory was so close. Not when I have the chance to steal your kamui, a Goku uniform that had such amazing power that it allows the user to face Lady Satsuki on equal terms. Mako continued to chuckle as she thought back to all her plans to rise to the top, surpassing even Satsuki Kiryuin herself. This kamui will make me even more powerful than any 2-star no, the Elite Four no. With this kamui I can take Lady Satsuki's throne for myself. Yeah, you already stated this crap early. Ryūko was cut off as Naruto raised up a hand in front of her before discreetly pointing upwards towards something. Making the girl quietly follow his finger before catching sight of what he was pointing at before a small smirk appeared on her face. Nodding at each other with grins on their faces, the two turned to see that the monologuing girl had finished her speech and pulled out their weapons. Well, Mako, it sounds like you had almost everyone fooled. Hallelujah. Seriously, how does she do that? Naruto asked as Mako appeared between them and Mako with her hands crossed over her head with another spotlight shining down on her. There is no way that can be normal. We're in a school being led by a crazy bitch who is only a year older than us, and uses threads called life fibers to give insane powers to the students, while I have a talking outfit that we found in my dad's secret basement that drinks our blood. Ryūko pointed out with a deadpan look. We've gone through all that, and a chorus and light show is weird to you? You've got a point, but are we sure Mako is normal? Ryūko looked as if she was about to say something before pausing and silently closed her mouth. It was obvious that Mako wasn't one of Satsuki's lackeys, and she definitely didn't know anything about the life fibers except for the existence of Goku uniforms, but there were things that she and her family did that seemed too ridiculous to be true, not to mention her crazy ability to heal injuries in a cartoonish manner, and that went for the rest of her family as well. Mako. Return that uniform to Ryūko right this instant. Not paying attention to the conversing duo behind her, Mako once again began to move around in a crazy manner that left her friends stunned as they listened to her speech. When she puts on that uniform, yes, that uniform, she transforms into a powerful exhibitionist with nearly everything out for the world to see. It's her only joy in life. Just what kind of image does she have of you? Naruto whispered to Ryūko with a weirded out expression, with a similar look on the girl's face. I am kind of afraid to find out. A look of realization appeared Maiko's face as she lifted Senketsu up to her face with a crooked grin. Oh, yes. The transformation. I believe it was life fiber synchronize, correct? I have to try that out right away. Grabbing her no-star disguise uniform, Mako ripped it off her body with a sharp tug before sliding Senketsu on. Off with the old, on with the new. Now I just need to. Wait, where's the glove? Hey Mako. Looking for this? Turning her head at the sound of Naruto's voice, the glasses-wearing girl's eyes widened at the sight of the red glove that was in the blonde's hand as he waved it in the air. A knowing smirk on both his and Ryuko's faces while the latter was cracking her knuckles as she walked closer to Mako. Why do you? You can thank Naruto for that. He suggested that we keep the glove separate from the uniform when I am not wearing Senketsu, just in case something like this happens. Now then, Ryuko's smirk grew as she grabbed Senketsu's collar to bring Mako close. I think you have something that belongs to me. Wait, please. Stop. Let's not be hasty now. Mako exclaimed fearfully as she could see the bloodlust coming off of Ryuko's body as the transfer student glared at her. I am so sorry I tricked you. What's the matter? You were talking all the big shit before. Maybe the next time you think about who you are dealing with before you make such stupid plans. Slamming her fist into Maiko's face. Ryūko was rewarded with a satisfying snapping sound followed by cracking as she continued to put more force into the punch and sent the brunette crashing into the platform floor. Several cracks formed in the platform upon impact as Mako laid motionless, giving Ryūko plenty of time to pull Senketsu off of the unconscious girl before quickly replacing her pajamas with the kamui. Naruto stared down at Mako, who was now only dressed in her undergarments as she was still face first in the ground, before taking notice to her uniform that was a few feet away and something sticking out of one of the skirt's pockets. There, that much better, Ryūko said to herself as she patted the shoulders of her outfit. It was a little stiff from the starch from the cleaning, but not something for her to really worry about. I'll say, I could tell that girl's blood would have been vile. Thank God you both stopped her from forcing me to drink it. Senketsu replied as it blinked its one eye with a look of relief, which was kinda weird to see on an outfit. Never mind that. We've got less than 10 minutes before the first bell rings, or else we'll be expelled for no late day. Mako interrupted as she held up her watch for everyone to see. We need to hurry. I don't want to be late and expelled. But we still have 1/4 of the obstacle course left. Even if I transform, we still won't make it. Ryūko stated with grit teeth as she thought about how much time was wasted thanks to Mako.
Actually, I think we can make this work. Look at what I found in our sneaky bitch of a trap committee member. Naruto called out as he walked up to the two girls with a remote in his hand, one that had two buttons with one saying up and the other saying down. We're going to ride this thing to the very top. Ryūko, get ready to transform.
The girl blinked a few times at that before a look of realization appeared on her face followed by a confident smirk and crossing her arms. Oh, I see, we're going to flip the table? Exactly, Naruto replied with a large grin, both he and his childhood friend ignoring the looks of confusion they were getting from Mako, Guts, and Senketsu. Let's go. Pressing the up button, the three students braced themselves as they felt the platform under them start to move as it slowly went up the ramp while picking up speed. Not even a second later, Ryūko pulled up the pin of her glove and transformed into her life fiber synchronized form. Positioning themselves on opposite sides of the platform with Ryūko being the one facing the academy while Naruto was standing on the other side. The Matoi girl raised her scissor blade over her head before slamming the blunt side against the platform, causing the side where Naruto was standing to rise into the air. After making sure that Ryūko had secured herself and Mako by stabbing the red scissor half into the platform, the former tossed a long thread from her kamui towards Naruto, who caught it before jumping behind the raised half of the platform. Putting a lot of his strength into his swing, Naruto slammed his two swords into the large concrete and caused it to fly off the ramp. Flipping through the air as it headed towards the Honnōji Academy gate, with a powerful jerk on the thread still connected to her kamui, Ryūko pulled Naruto towards her and Mako as the platform was quickly reaching the gates before crashing into it. The force of the collision caused the three, plus Guts and the unconscious Mako, to sail through the large openings onto the courtyard in front of the school. That was awesome. Naruto cheered as he instantly rose to his feet with an excited look on his face, while Ryūko and Mako were a little green in the cheeks. We've got to do that again. Now I remember why I hate flip the table. I am gonna puke. Ryūko groaned as she brought a gloved hand to her mouth while Mako had swirls for eyes. It appears that you three have made it one time. Mako Mankanshoku, Naruto Uzumaki, and finally, Ryūko Matoi. Standing to the side with a clipboard in one hand and a pen in the other was Ira Gamagori, who was actually wearing reading glasses as he stared at the list in his hand before checking off their names. All three of you managed to make it through the obstacles and officially completed No Late Day. Congratulations. Though while I am a little surprised you all managed to do without the assistance of that kamui until the very end, I had a feeling that you would make it. Just goes to show that you shouldn't underestimate us, Naruto responded with a large grin. Exactly. But even so, what the hell kind of school is this where you all would not care if students died? Ryūko shouted in anger as she angrily pointed a finger at the surprisingly calm Gamagori, who removed his glasses as he continued to listen to Ryuko's rant. Aren't you supposed to be part of the student council? Even if the rest of the no stars are insects compared to you 3 stars, there's no reason to put them through obstacles that can nearly kill them. Don't be ridiculous. While it is true that Lady Satsuki and the rest look down on the no stars, they are still students in my eyes. Gamagori's form seemed to grow bigger as he shouted at the transfer students, his large image seemingly towering over them with each word. I am the disciplinary committee chair. I would not ask any student of any rank to do something that I wouldn't do myself. That is why I personally go through each obstacle myself to make sure that it is perfectly capable for the no stars. Easy for you to say with your Goku uniform, Ryūko retorted. Ha! Don't make me laugh. Obviously I wouldn't wear my 3-star uniform. The dark-skinned man crossed his arms over his chest with a small smirk on his face. I go through each obstacle bare and use only the abilities that I can perform myself. Granted, Those of the Elite Four are physically and mentally superior than any of the other students at this academy, but even so, when it comes to bringing order to the chaos and following the rules, Ira Gamagori, do not put myself above those rules. See, I told you so, Mako said while she waved her arms in the air, looking at her two friends with a smile. Looking at slightly dumb-folded Ryūko with an amused expression after hearing Gamagori's speech, Naruto nudged the black-haired girl's side, admitted, he just earned a bit of your respect. His words seemed to snap Ryūko out of her thoughts as she turned to look at the grinning Naruto with an annoyed look. But before she could say anything, a groan could be heard coming from behind them, making everyone turn their heads to see Mako regaining consciousness as she slowly lifted herself off the ground. Huh? Where am I? It's about time you joined us, Mako Ogure. Gamagori's voice called out, causing the glasses-wearing girl to freeze before lifting her head up in a slow, robotic manner, only to let out a terrified squeak when she saw the man towering over her with glowing red eyes. Master Gamagori. I saw your little model back in the control room, not to mention the recordings of your confession through the surveillance cameras. Huh. It's almost sad how you forgot about the cameras, even though you mentioned to us that it was how you managed to track us. Naruto spoke up with Ryūko crossing her arms over her semi-revealed chest. While you were ambitious, your planning skills sucked completely. Quite, now then, Mankanshoku, Matoi, and Uzumaki. Gamagori turned his head towards them. The three of you may be on time, but you need to still be in your classroom before attendance if finished being called. Yes sir, Gamagori. Have a nice day, Mako saluted as she pulled Naruto and Ryuko's arms, leading them into the school. Come on, Ryūko, Naruto. We need to hurry. Calm down Mako, stop pulling us. Ryuko's voice could be heard as the three disappeared into the building. Gamagori was silent as he stared at the entrance to the building before turning to face the shivering girl, and it wasn't because of the fact she was just in her undergarments. As for you, planning to steal Matoi's kamui and overthrowing Lady Satsuki. That's far beyond the likes of you. Please. Forgive me. Mako tried to speak up, only for one of Gamagori's whips to emerge from his sleeve and struck the ground in front of her, making her let out a fearful shout. Never. You don't deserve to attend this academy. You are officially expelled, the large man exclaimed as he turned to face the glasses-wearing girl with a fearsome aura surrounding him. Get out of my sight this instant. Meanwhile in homeroom, let's see, next up is, Matoi, Ryūko Matoi. Mikasugi called out as he read from the attendance book in his hands. As soon as the words left his lips, the classroom door opened to reveal Mako, who had guts on top of her head, Naruto, and a normal-looking Ryūko walking into the room with disheveled appearances. The room was silent as everyone watched them walk to their seats, the three making it to their seats, as Naruto's head slammed into the desk and Mako and Guts instantly fell asleep. Ryūko slowly raised her hand into the air with a tired look on her face. Right here. Almost 2 weeks had passed since Naruto and Ryūko went through the trials of No Late Day, and the two had gotten used to their routine. They'd get up and ate breakfast with the Mankanshoku family, head to school with Mako while going through some drama involving a 2-star student that either Naruto or Ryūko would deal with, depending on who won their quick game of Janken, rock paper scissors. After that, the two would attend their classes, which still surprised them on how much the Honnōji Academy stayed true to the academics despite the messed up system that the school had. There were random times that more 2-stars would try and attack them, to which the person who lost the game earlier that morning would deal with the afternoon opponent. Once school was done for the day, the three would head back to their home where they were greeted by the rest of the Mankanshoku family before eating dinner together. When it came to bedtime and baths, Naruto showed no mercy in preventing Barazo and Mataro, and sometimes Guts, from peeking in on Ryūko as she was changing or in the restroom. Naruto still wondered where Tsukuyo managed to acquire a spiked baseball bat, not to mention, a little fearful of the woman when he saw her punish her misbehaving son with a smile on her face. At the moment, they were currently attending one of their classes with Mikasugi teaching them history. For an undercover spy with a nudity fetish, the man certainly had the credentials and knowledge to be a teacher. As Mako was sleeping at her desk with a large, noticeable snot bubble coming out of her nose. Both Naruto and Ryūko had bored looks on their faces as they listened to the history lesson involving the conclusion of World War II. Neither transfer student could tell that they were being watched, not by Satsuki or the Elite Four, but rather, it was a mysterious man who was sitting on the rooftop of the school's gates. He was staring at the two of them through the scope of the rifle in his hands, his attention focusing on Ryūko for several minutes before shifting his gaze to Naruto. the man's eyes narrowing slightly as he watched the blonde teen yawn. "What do you want?" the man called out as he pulled away from the scope, revealing himself to be a tall, muscular man in his 20s. Most of his hair was cut short and black with the exception of his bright red mohawk. He has thick eyebrows, 2 earrings in his left ear and a bandage on his nose, turning his head slightly to see a group of students standing not too far behind him with the 2-star in front of them wearing gardening equipment that was enhanced by his Goku uniform. Letting out a little snicker, the 2-star student spoke up as his sunglasses glinted. This teen was the manager of the gardening club, Terrence. "Kusanosuke Yaguruma, I see that you've been looking after our flowers for us." Glancing down at the flower bed between the man and the students, a clear path of footprints could be seen cutting diagonally through them and destroying many of the flowers in the process. "We thought we would offer a little thank you, Mohawk Man." HMPH, the man said nothing as he placed a cigarette in his mouth before lighting it with a flick of his uncapped lighter. "Hey, this is a non-smoking area," Kusanosuke shouted as he pointed one of his glowing tools at the man. Letting a puff of smoke escape his lips, the Mohawk man adjusted the cigarette in his mouth as he finally spoke up. "People like you, who rely on life fibers, aren't entitled to complain." "Bastard. How do you know about those?" "I don't need to answer that, either," the man replied as he finally turned to completely face the group, pulling his cigarette from his mouth before tossing it away, directly in the middle of the flower bed. This caused many of the 1-star students surrounding the gardening manager to freak out at the sight, some of the smoke escaping out of the flowers. He threw a cigarette butt into the sacred flower bed. Each word seemed to piss off Kusanosuke even more as he signaled to 1-star students, who immediately crowded around the large, glowing red flower pot hanging off of the 2-star's back and started filling it with water. Seconds later, the plants inside the pot started growing to gigantic proportions and mutating into monstrous creatures with mouth. The sounds of the Kusanosuke's laughter could be heard as the monstrous plants lunged at the man. Meanwhile, back in the classroom, Naruto's head perked up as he heard the sounds of explosions echoing outside. The blonde glanced outside to see a large cloud of dirt coming from the rooftop of the gates. "What the hell is that?" As the blonde continued to stare at the smoke, a strange plant-like monster emerged with a roar before seemingly attacking something, only for it to shrivel up and die seconds later. This caused Naruto's eyes to narrow at the sight, before suddenly raising one of his hands to catch a piece of chalk that was being thrown at him. "Mr. Uzumaki, if you have time to daydream, you have enough time to pay attention to my lesson," Mikasugi called out as he continued to write something down on the board. Grumbling a little at the blue-haired mon's words, Naruto turned his head back to face the front, shaking his head as he struggled with his next few words. "Sorry about that, sensei." Back on top of the rooftop, the Mohawk man could be seen standing over all of the unconscious 1-stars and destroyed plants as he walked closer to 2-star student, who was on his knees with all the energy drained out of him. "I am possible. My power is completely drained. What did you do to me?" The Mohawk man pointed his weapon at the student, which looked like a sewing machine that had been modified into a gun. "Let me tell you 2 important pieces of info. 1. I smoke whenever and wherever I damn well please." The now scared 2-star wearer couldn't stop shaking as the situation seemed to worsen by the second with the weapon pointed at his head. "Please. I'll do whatever you want, just spar." And 2. Shoving the weapon closer to the teen's face until the needle sticking out of the weapon was less than an inch away from his face. The Mohawk man continued to speak with narrow eyes and a pissed-off look. "If there is one thing I hate besides than life fibers, it's being interrupted." A little while later, where the hell did Naruto disappear to? Ryūko grumbled to herself as the scissor blade in her hand shrunk down to the size of normal scissors. She had just taken down the biology club and its members after they kidnapped Mako and tried to dissect the girl. It wasn't even a challenge for her while she was using her kamui. Disappearing after class ended out of nowhere like that. "Whoa, I didn't know you could change the size of your scissors now, too," Mako said in amazement as she and Ryūko sat on a set of gigantic chains that were connected behind the school. "Pretty much, I learned how to do it the other day," a soft smiling Ryūko replied as she placed the tiny scissor blades in a special compartment in her uniform, one that she discovered after learning her weapon could shrink. "It's not really a big deal." As the 2 girls sat on the giant chains, Senketsu let out a noise before lifting his lone eye to look up at his wearer. "Your blood has been pretty salty lately, Ryūko." His words surprised the girl a little before she met the kamui's gaze with confusion. "Don't you think you are getting a little cocky? You can really tell something like that from how my blood tastes?" Ryūko questioned with a raised eyebrow, an obvious tone of disbelief in her voice. "I can immediately spot any and all changes that occur in your physiology," Senketsu casually answered. "Everything from your weight to your BMI, to how your heartbeat speeds up whenever you are around Na." The kamui was quickly interrupted as Ryūko pulled on the bottom of her top, the girl's cheeks becoming a decent shade of red. Hey, don't go butting into stuff like that. There is such a thing as privacy, ya know." I am simply telling you the necessary info for things you need to work on so we can continue fighting at optimum efficiency. Senketsu didn't seem to acknowledge what Ryūko was saying as he continued. Speaking of which, you've been eating too many of those croquettes, Ryūko.
There's such a thing as butting out where you're not wanted. Ryūko shouted angrily as she glared down at her talking outfit. I can't waste time on chumps like these guys. That's why me and Naruto are going to destroy anyone in our way until we knock that bitch, Satsuki Karyuin, off that pedestal of hers.
You need to calm yourself, Senketsu retorted as it blinked slowly. Impatience is bad for you both mentally and physically. Speaking of which, greasy foods will ruin your health and mess up your movements both in and out of battle. Give it a rest. Damn it. Ryūko swung a fist into the air as she continued to argue with the kamui, and wiped that smug look. You and I both know that I am incapable of making a smug face, as you call it. Quit nitpicking every little thing I say. The sound of clapping caught the attention of the two and made them turn their heads to see that it was Mako, who had an amazed look on her face. Wow, Ryūko, that's amazing. You're doing a comedy act all by yourself. Usually you do it with Naruto, but it really works with just you. A confused look formed on the black-haired teen's face as she stared at the female brunette. Oh, you were talking to Senketsu, weren't you? Mako let out a soft giggle. Ryūko blinked at the brunette's words, before she remembered that for some reason, the only ones that could hear Senketsu was both her and Naruto. As she lowered her arms, the girl watched as Mako reached in her shirt and pulled out a large bento in a yellow cloth that lifted up her shirt high enough to expose her bra. Still, that was a close call earlier. If they had sliced open my belly, then my lunch would have spilled out. I'd have to eat it all over again if that happened. I think your life is more important to worry about than your lunch, if you get fatally wounded, so that means no more food at all. Letting out a sigh as she turned away from the strange girl as the latter had starry eyes while staring down at her food. Ryūko couldn't but think about her only other friend at Honnōji Academy. Seriously, where the hell did that idiot go? Did he head off to gather more clues or something? Maybe he got into a fight? Not that they would stand a chance against him.
Itadakima. Ryūko snapped out of her thoughts at the sound of Mako's voice suddenly cutting off and turned to face the girl, only for her eyes to widen as she saw what looked like a sewing needle stabbed directly between the girl's eyebrows. Before Ryūko could do anything, dozens of similar needles came out of nowhere and stabbed various points in Mako's body, which fell off the giant chains and hit the floor below.
Mako! Ryūko shouted as she leapt down next to the girl and shook her shoulder. Hey, Mako. Say something, please be alright. You don't need to worry. I only got her out the way so she wouldn't interrupt, a male voice called out, to which Ryūko snapped her head back to see an older man in his 20s walking towards them. She is unharmed, in fact, thanks to the needles and the points I hit. She'll wake up without any of the fatigue she had before, any form of sickness will be cured, and her body will be full of energy. While she was confused at the fact that Mako was suddenly attacked and turned into a human pincushion, Ryūko was relieved that she was going to alright, or better than alright if what the man said was true. Thank you, I guess. The same can't be said for that uniform of yours. The man shouted as he raised his custom rifle and pointed at Ryūko. I will show no mercy to such an abomination. Ryūko, get ready to run. He's coming, Senketsu warned as not even a few seconds later, the man started opening fire at the two. Jumping out of the way as a barrage of needles came soaring at her, Ryūko sprinted away from the paralyzed Mako while pulling out her scissor blade and returned the weapon to its true size. Seriously? What kind of weapon fires needles like this? The female transfer student wasn't prepared for the several needles that pierced the soles of her shoe and halted her in place. Damn it. Glancing back at the man, Ryūko was caught off guard when she saw that he was already a few feet away from her with an arm stretched out, grabbing her arm before tossing her to the ground, slamming her into the floor. The man pinned her right arm with his foot, making her release her scissor blade before pointing his sewing gun at her torso. Bastard, what club are you from anyways? Ryūko questioned, only for the man to move the weapon closer to her face. Take off your clothes, that was the only thing the man said as he glared down at the teenager under him. Huh? What the hell are you asking? Ryūko glared back up at the man as she finished processing what he told her to do. I know, you're a member of the pervert club, aren't you? The way you're built and dressed, you've got to be in the pervert clue. Let me tell you two useful pieces of information, the man interrupted with an emotionless face. First of all, I am not a pervert. Keep telling yourself that. Pervert? Ryūko retorted as she moved her glove to her face and started biting down on the pin that was sticking out, only for the man to knock her arm away and pin it to the ground with a fork-like object. Moving his left arm back to its previous position, smoke coming out of the launcher in his bracelet, the man continued to speak. The second thing you should know is that I will not allow you to transform in front of me. If I fire at this range, you'll die, so take off your clothes or else. Ryūko said nothing as she glared up at the Mohawk man. You leave me no choice. Then, the mon's eye darted to the side before leaping back as two blades nearly cut his head off. If you want Ryūko, you'll have to go through me first. Naruto's voice called out as the blonde appeared over Ryūko, both of his swords in his hands as he sliced the air where the Mohawk man was originally positioned before kicking off the object that was pinning Ryūko's arm down and landing in front of the girl. I don't know who you are, Mohawk man, but anyone who attacks Ryūko and Mako will not receive mercy from me. Naruto shouted while letting out a growl as he glared at the Mohawk man, whose eyes widened at Naruto's sudden appearance. Though she was slightly surprised at Naruto landing in front of her, a look of annoyance appeared on Ryuko's face as she glared at his back. And where the hell did you disappear to? Mako and I were looking for you for almost 10 minutes before she got kidnapped by the biology club. They were trying to dissect her. I was ambushed by one of those clubs while I was in the bathroom and had to fight them off. Believe it or not, it was a Go club. Naruto replied, making Ryūko gain a look of disbelief before the annoyed look returned. Oh, come on. What the hell could they've done that was so bad? Toss those little stones things at you? Ryūko shouted as one of her eyebrows twitched, though this was mirrored by Naruto as he spun around and glared back at the transformed girl.
Yes, they did, and they were not little at all. They were the size of basketballs and came at me like a tidal wave. Not to mention those weird table things were falling from the ceiling. Do you know how annoying it was to dodge all of that stuff with my pants down? Naruto exclaimed as his face pressed against Ryuko's, not caring as the girl gained a look of disgust at his comment. I mean, I finished, but what kind of shit is that? What kind of person attacks a man while he's doing his business?
Gross. I don't need to hear that. Ryūko snapped as she turned her head away from Naruto, her eyes scrunched closed as she shook her head several times to prevent her mind from wandering. Letting out a heavy sigh, the kamui-dressed girl turned her attention towards the man standing not too far away from them, seemingly frozen in a mildly surprised expression as he kept his weapon pointed at them. First this guy attacks us and threatens me to strip, now he's frozen. What's his deal? Naruto shrugged his shoulders at that. Who knows? Wait, he was trying to strip you down and made Mako into a pincushion? Well, I don't think Mako is in danger. He said he was getting her out of the way, and something about her being healthier and livelier. As if we needed more of that. Well, as long as she's okay. But as for this guys, we can take him easily with the two of us, Naruto replied as he shifted his gaze back towards the man, who shocked the two as he lowered his arm. There's something off about him and I don't think you should face him alone. As much as I hate to admit it, you might have a point. He was able to catch me off guard so quickly, almost as if he knew what I was going to do with Senketsu. Oi, those twin swords and markings on your face. You are Naruto, aren't you? The man spoke up with his expression returning to his hardened battle gaze as his eyes focused on Naruto alone instead of Ryūko. How do you know my name? Naruto narrowed his eyes as that while Ryūko was holding her scissor blade in front of her as she moved closer to Naruto's back. The man stared at Naruto's determined face, noting the unwavering look in his eyes as he stood in front of Ryūko. It was seconds later that the man lowered his strange gun-like weapon. You really are just like your mother, down to that look in your eye. Why, you know my mother? Naruto questioned as the monk's words processed through his brain, before a desperate look formed on the blonde's face. Who is she? More importantly, who are you? I don't see any reason to answer your questions, the man answered as he raised his weapon back up and pointed it at the two. It doesn't matter who stands in my way, it'll just take both of you. Dao pausing in mid-sentence as he felt something pierce the back of his hand. The man looked down discreetly and saw an acupuncture needle with a paper tied to it. The man let out a grunt as he glanced to the side before lowering his weapon and turned around, surprising the two teens as they watched him walk away. Where the hell are you going? Ryūko didn't get a chance to finish her sentence as the man spun around quickly and fired another firing pin at her, which was knocked away by Naruto before it reached her. Don't be in such a hurry, the Mohawk man said with smoke coming out of his gauntlet. I'll be back tomorrow, to tear those cloths off you. You're not going anywhere, not until you answer my questions. Naruto shouted as he gripped the handles of his sword tightly and was about to rush at him when two grenade-like objects fell to the ground. The two devices detonated at the same time, one of them being a smoke bomb while the other was a flash grenade. The blonde teen covered his eyes quickly as he continued to run forward and swung his blades to blow away the smoke, only to find that he, Ryūko, and the paralyzed Mako were the only ones still in the area, falling to his knees as he let go of his swords. Naruto gritted his teeth as he raised a fist into the air before slamming it into the ground, causing cracks to form around him. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Ryūko watched in silence as Naruto continued to punch the ground. The impacts of his fists creating a crater around him that kept getting larger and deeper with each punch. Clenching one of hands into a tight fist, Ryūko started walking closer to the deep crater while shrinking her scissor blade down before putting it away. Walking to the edge of the crater, which was already over 2 meters deep, the girl made her way down until she was standing behind Naruto, who had raised his fist one more time but was interrupted as he felt a pair of arms wrap around his torso and Ryuko's head rest against his back. "It's all right, Naruto, Ryūko," Naruto spoke up as he let his arm drop. "Save those punches for tomorrow. We'll need them to get answers out of that bastard," Ryūko replied, not moving from her spot behind Naruto. The topic of Naruto's mother had always been tough for the blonde ever since they were kids. Sure, Ryūko didn't have her mother either since she died when she was young. But when it came to Naruto's parents, Isshin Matoya was secretive about it. The only thing that he had ever told Naruto was that he had been put under drive. Matoya's care after his mother died when he was 1 year old. Since it was unknown who his father was, but that never stopped Naruto from trying to find out himself, and Ryūko always helped out as much as she could, except neither of them had found out anything about her, not her name or even a photograph. The only thing he did have from her was a red scarf that she had apparently made for him, though he lost it in the fire that killed Isshin. Today had been the first time they came across anyone besides Ryuko's father that knew who she was. Reaching a hand up to grab Ryuko's gloved hand, a small smile formed on Naruto's face as he gave it a gentle squeeze. "Thanks, Ryūko." "No problem, honestly, I am looking forward to taking down that gorilla pervert." Ryūko pulled away with a small grin, though it diminished as she looked back. "Though for now I think we should go check on Mako. Those were a lot of needles in her." "Right, it sounded like he used acupuncture to take her out, not an easy thing to do with sewing needles and a rifle like that." Pausing as he made it to his feet, a thought went through Naruto's mind as he took on a thinking pose. "Wait a minute, acupuncture? What is it?" A curious look appeared on the female teen's face as she noticed the look on her friend's face. "A thought just occurred to me, but first we need to check those needles to see if I am right." Later that night, inside one of the many bars that were located in the lowest district of Hono City, Ikaro Mikasugi was sitting in the corner, not in disguise as he drank his cup of sake in silence amongst the crowd around him. Opening his eyes lightly and pulling the cup from his lips, he saw one of his needles floating in the sake. "Don't get involved with me business again, is that what you wanted to say to me, Sumugu?" Mikasugi commented as he pulled the cup from his lips before taking the needle out. "You're lucky I noticed this in time." Standing next to the man with his hands in his pockets and leaning against the table, the Mohawk man, otherwise known as Sumugu Kanagase, had an amused look as he dismissed the teacher's joke. "Why did you call me here? You don't need to be so tense, pull up a seat. The Kiryuans and their subordinates don't have eyes down here," Mikasugi said as he motioned to the seat next to him. "Why did you call me?" Sumugu repeated with a sharper tone. Letting out a heavy sigh at the monk's response, the blue-haired man decided to be blunt with his next statement. "Leave Ryūko Matoya alone. This is a critical moment where we need both her and Naruto's support. Those two are practically joined at the hip, so neither will work with us if one of them is against it." "I can't do that," Sumugu denied quickly as he closed his eyes. "Satsuki Kiryuan's national school conquest is almost finished. All that remains is Kansai," Mikasugi explained as Sumugu started walking away, only to pause at his next statement. "You remember the goal of both Dr. Matoya and what we of Nudist Beach have agreed upon, right? The only way to thwart the Kiryuans and their ambitions is by using the kamui. Your actions are interfering with that." Lighting a cigarette as he listened to the seated man speak, Sumugu let out a puff of smoke while Mikasugi placed an empty cup next to him. "That uniform is too dangerous, the life fibers are too dangerous. What if Ryūko proves herself to be a powerful ally?" Mikasugi countered as he was about to pour some sake into the extra cup, only for Sumugu to cover it with his hand to prevent him from pouring. "If she's consumed by that thing, it'll create a threat even greater than the Kiryuans. That's why I am going to terminate it now, before it becomes a threat," the Mohawk man said with a determined look in his eye. "That girl could be consumed by that uniform and turn into a monster." "Are you just saying that out of concern for her, or for Naruto as well?" Mikasugi questioned, the mention of the blonde causing Sumuga's hand to twitch. "You certainly were cold to him, and that mention of his mother was like putting salt on an open wound for the kid. He's not a bad kid, and he's definitely loyal to Ryūko, so you'll have your hands full if you face the two of them." HMPH. I took a glance into his records. Well, the stuff that Dr. Matoya allowed the public to see anyways. Despite his appearance and incredible physical abilities, the boy certainly possesses his mother's intellect. Did you know that he was one of his class's top students in just about every school that he and Ryūko attended? Mikasugi smirked as he brought his cup to his lips and took a sip of the drink, enjoying the burning sensation going down his throat. Hearing the man next to him let out another grunt. The blue-haired man glanced over at Sumugu with a raised eyebrow. "I would have thought you'd be happy to hear that about him, as his uncle. You are his last living relative." I don't have any right to be that boy's uncle, not when I couldn't do anything while Kamui died right in front of me. I am not going to stop until all the life fibers and outfits created with them are destroyed. Tsumugu replied as he crushed the cigarette in his gloved hand. Wasn't it Kamui herself who said that? People and clothing are not enemies, Mikasugi pointed, only for the sound of Tsumugu crushing the empty cup under his hand to be his response. The smile on the spy's face replacing itself with a frown as he knew that he touched a nerve. Mikasugi, I owe you a debt. If it were anything else, I would do it, but when it comes to a kamui, I draw the line. Lifting his hand from the shattered cup, the gorilla man started making his way out of the bar. Taking another sip of his sake, a small smile formed on Mikasuga's face again before he called out to the retreating man. You know that if HQ were to find out, they'd confiscate all that life fiber countering gear of yours. So what if they do? Tsumugu countered as he stopped at the exit. That's not going to stop me from going after the kamui. I just keep fighting as a naked nudist. Silently watching the Mohawk man leave the bar, Mikasugi let out one final sigh before drinking the rest of his sake. Staying like that and drinking for another hour, the man finally decided to leave the bar and return home. Making his way through the district, the man ruffled up his hair and put on his glasses to resume his disguise once he reached a certain point. There wasn't much that he could do when it comes to the situation with Tsumugu, though part of him had a feeling that things were going to be interested tomorrow. Finally arriving at his apartment and making his way inside, the man discreetly disabled all of the traps that he had set up in case any unwelcome guests showed up. It never hurt when you were in the spy business. After making his way to his bedroom and placing his glasses on the counter, the man brought a hand up to his hair and brushed it off his face as he sat on his bed. Maybe I should keep watch tomorrow, Zhu. Suddenly Mikasuga's eyes widened as he felt a large amount of killer intent flooding his room before the image of a blade cutting him down flashed through his mind. The man felt something that felt like rope wrap around both of his wrists and tied them together behind his back, before the tip of a blade pressed lightly against the back of his head. Don't make a sound, or I'll kill you. A familiar voice called out menacingly behind him, making Mikasuga's eyes widen as he glanced towards the mirror a good distance away from his bed and saw that Naruto was standing behind him with a sharp expression. Move even a finger, and I'll kill you. If you understand, slowly close your eyes. Seeing no way to escape his bindings, Mikasugi did his best to maintain a calm expression as he slowly closed his eyes. Good, now open them slowly, seeing the teacher follow his directions once again. Naruto tightened the grip on his Byakuya. I know that the Mohawk man that attacked Ryūko earlier is an associate of yours. Not only did I notice the needle you used to stop him with the note attached, but I got a better look at those needles he used as ammo. They look like sewing needles, but in actuality, they were also acupuncture needles designed to look like they were sewing needles. Not a lot of people know this about clothing, but certain outfits out there have areas that are similar to pressure points in the human body, and striking these points with the right material and force can cause the problems for the outfit. Blink slowly if I am right in guessing it is the same for outfits that have life fibers in them, and those needles of his are specifically made to do something to the connection between people and the uniforms. Once again, Mikasugi followed directions and blinked slowly. You are going to answer a few questions for me. Blink once for yes and twice for no, and don't you dare lie to me or else. Naruto warned as he waited for the blue-haired man to process what he said. Well, start off with something that I have been curious about for a while. Do the words nudist beach have anything to do with you and your friend? Seeing Mikasuga's eyes widen slightly at the question, Naruto let out a cold chuckle. You didn't blink, but I've got my answer. Before the old man died, he told me to keep an eye out for people from nudist beach. At first I thought it a weird thing to say, so I didn't mention it to Ryūko, but now I am starting to think otherwise. Now for my next question, is the Mohawk man a threat to Ryūko and Senketsu? This time Mikasugi was a little more hesitant as he glanced to the side, only for Naruto to push his sword's tip a little more into the back of his head, letting out a sigh. Mikasugi blinked twice before pausing and blinking one more time. Naruto stared with a raised eyebrow at the reflection for a few moments before speaking once again. Does that mean he's only after one of them? Judging by what he said earlier, he must be after Senketsu, but I thought he was created by the old man, who you said was an ally of yours. So, does that mean you lot are going to betray us? 2 immediate blinks was his answer. Then Mohawk man's actions are separate from what you want, at least, for now. I have 2 final questions for you. First, what is the man's name? You can speak for this one. Letting out a small sigh as he knew that there was no use hiding it, Mikasugi ignored the blade pointed at his head as he glanced back at Naruto. Since you were probably going to find out anyway, his name is Tsumugu Kanagase. Good, now turn back around, Naruto ordered. This time he was glaring down at his teacher as the man stared back at him for a few seconds before complying. Here is my final question. The man mentioned my mother. Does that mean that he, or both of you, know who she is? If so, who is she? Yes, she was the assistant of Dr. Matoi that I told you and Ryūko about. Her name was Kamui. That was the reason that Dr. Matoi took you in, as he felt that he should look after you, or at least that is what he told me. Other than that, it isn't my place to say the connection between Kamui and Tsumugu. Mikasugi stated as he looked forward with a serious expression, not seeing the look of shock on Naruto's face. You'll have to ask him when you see him tomorrow, if he feels like answering you. You're pretty confident for someone who is tied up and at sword point, Naruto said as he regained his composure quickly. I am a spy after all. I knew the risks of coming to this academy to get information on the Kiryuans, and I know how to keep secrets from my enemies, until I know for sure that I can trust both you and Ryūko. There is a limit to what I will tell you both. Letting out a sigh as he briefly closed his eyes, Naruto lowered his sword. All right. I am done for now, just know that I will tell Ryūko what I have learned. Now then, close your eyes. Following the blonde's direction and slowly closing his eyes, Mikasugi was greeted by silence as he felt the rope binding his arms come undone, followed by the disappearance of the killer intense filling the room. Snapping his eyes open before spinning around, the man searched the room and the rest of his apartment only to find that Naruto had completely vanished. Letting out a heavy sigh, Mikasugi slumped against the wall as sweat fell down the side of his face. The more I am around that kid, the more incredible and impossible he appears. To somehow break in without me knowing and generate that kind of killer intent. Dr. Matoi, Kamui, just what kind of monster did you both leave behind? A little while later, Ryūko let out a soft hum as she stood outside of the Mankanshoku residence in her pajamas, waiting for Naruto to return, after having her argument with Senketsu, who failed in trying to convince her to not wear him tomorrow. The girl had left the room as Mako and her family went to bed without her. True to the Mohawk Mont's words, Mako had woken up feeling even better than she ever had. In fact, she had felt so great that she was starving and went to several stores to buy ingredients for dinner, after placing the large bill on her father's tab much to his horror. Dinner had been great, except that Naruto wasn't there. After pulling out all of the needles that had struck Mako, the two got a proper look at them and saw that they were acupuncture needles customized to look like sewing needles. Once they had deduced that the needles would work more than likely on life fibers. Naruto pointed out that Mikasugi might know something since he had caught sight of his needle piercing the gorilla mon's hand, and had gone alone to get answers. As much as Ryūko tried to go with him, one look from him told her that he was going to do it alone, something that she had seen in the past when it came to finding out answers about his mother. She still remembered the few arguments the two had when they were children. Every time the blonde tried to get answers out of her father, Ryūko dimension was happened to the red scarf that the woman had left Naruto. The sounds of footsteps made her look up to see Naruto walking towards her with his hands in his pockets. So, did you manage to get anything out of him? A few things. I had to control myself because of how I interrogated him. I've been wanting to do something like that after seeing Killua do it in that one episode of Hunter x Hunter. A small grin formed on Naruto's face as he pumped his fist. You should have seen it. I was awesome. Despite letting out an exasperated sigh and face palming at her friend's semi-obsession with anime and manga, a small smile formed on Ryuko's face. At least he was back to normal. So what did you find out? A few things actually. We were right about the guy being in league with Mikasugi, but it turns out that he has something against anything to do with life fibers, which means he'll be after Senketsu for sure. Naruto explained as he moved next to Ryūko and leaned against the wall like her. It is just him that we have to deal with, but that doesn't mean we can take it easy on him. We'll need a plan tomorrow. Right, there's no way we can lose if we go at him together. Ryūko punched her palm with a grin. Naruto shook head at Ryuko's words, causing the girl to look at him with a raised eyebrow. As much as I hate to say it, we can go in this overconfidently. You're sounding just like Senketsu. Glancing away from Naruto briefly, the girl took in a breath as she thought about her next question. So what did find out about your mother? Well, apparently this Tsumugu Kanagase does know something about her, like you said earlier. We'll just have to beat the truth out of him. Naruto grinned as he looked up at the starry night sky over their heads. I did learn something about her though. Huh? Her name was Kamui and she was the old Mont's assistant. Ryūko blinked a few times at that, before a smile formed on her face. So she helped my dad with his research before she died. I guess that's why you ended up living with us, huh? Yeah, I am still mad about the old man not telling me anything, but there's nothing I can do about it now. Naruto said, held up a fist to Ryūko, who pounded her fist against his. We'll need to come up with a plan for tomorrow, just in case the Elite Four or Satsuki Kiryuan try something. But for now, let's get some rest, Naruto said before opening the door, allowing Ryūko to walk in first. By the way, is there any food left? Just half a bowl of rice and the head of a fish. What? But what about all that food Mako bought earlier? She went to 3 stores and got enough to feed 3 families for a week. The end. Thanks for watching. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.